It was a beautiful sunny day, and there was a major food festival going on the edge of a huge quarry. People noted that this year the festival is much brighter than previous ones. Each family wanted to stand out to receive the dragon's blessing. This deity is considered the most powerful of all in the village, so people even from other villages came here to pray. The guests discussed the generosity of the king, who sacrificed so many pigs' heads for this holiday. Suddenly they noticed that the cakes had fallen from the plate, which frightened them very much. One of them suggested that the pig did it, but the second objected to him, saying that it was dead. Suddenly a flock of birds soared up, flying away. Huge blocks of stone began to break off from the mountain and fall down, leaving behind clouds of dust. Suddenly a huge crack appeared in the middle of the site, and all the people who had come to the celebration hurried to run away. People thought it was an earthquake, so they quickly ran to a safer place. Suddenly, among the fragments and dust, the silhouette of a young woman with long hair and horns appeared. The stranger was hungry and was looking for the dragon cook. Coming out of the dust cloud, the girl examined the remains of food that were left after the festival. She picked up a small piece of flatbread from the ground and took a bite of it, and then immediately spat it out. Her eyes filled with anger, and she decided that no matter where the dragon cook was hiding, she would still find him. But if he did not appear, then she would have to kill him. At that moment, a boy named Morty, who was sleeping in his room, screamed in his sleep that he was not the dragon's cook. After that, he woke up in a cold sweat and tried to catch his breath and recover from the terrible dream. Meanwhile, the story moves to Sichuan, a place known as Paradise. It is so famous not only for its marvelous views and abundance of food, but also because this place is a unique treasury of Chinese gastronomy. In one of the city's restaurants, cooking was in full swing. The chef had to prepare fried pieces of chicken with red pepper for the third table, and a salad called autumn flower. Stir-fried chicken pieces with red pepper are soft and fresh, a very popular dish in Sichuan cuisine. Autumn flower salad is a secret recipe of the Manga family and is famous for its exquisite shape and genuine crunch. The cook's assistant praised the man for his excellent work, and the man asked her to take the dish and show it to the young master. Meanwhile, a boy named Morty was sitting at one of the tables in the kitchen, playing a mobile game. The girl came to him and said that the dishes for the third table were ready and asked if she should serve them, but the boy did not pay attention to her. He then glanced at her and said she could serve food at the table, and then went back to his game. Then he suddenly stopped and called out to the girl, asking her to bring the autumn flower dish to him so that he could look at it. The cooks were at a loss. They did not understand who made this salad and whose turn it was this time. Then the cook said that he made this salad and asked what questions the boy had for him. Morty began to inspect the dish. He said that there was chopped radish, chopped easily and quickly. When laid out on a plate, it resembles an autumn chrysanthemum, hence the name of the dish. 3 conditions must be met in this dish: thinness, transparency, and softness. Then he asked the cook if he didn't think that this radish was thick and uneven, because it couldn't be called a flower petal. He also said that the man needed to repeat this dish. He needed to practice using a knife tomorrow for about an hour. The man was extremely surprised and annoyed. He did not expect such a reaction at all. Then he suddenly shouted that this radish cannot be thick and uneven. He said that Morty only does what he commands, but he does not show his skills to anyone. The other cooks tried to stop the man from making a mistake, because he clearly intended to fight with the boy. Then he suddenly yelled at Morty and said that he was a loser. The man thought that working in Mom's establishment, which has 100 years of fame, would be great. But then it turned out that the boy runs the show here and tells everyone how and what to cook. Then Morty told him to stop. He said that he really was a loser. But the Mom family always strives for excellence in cooking. And the man, as a cook, does not respect his own food and is inappropriate to the opinions of other people. Therefore, he doesn't deserve to be a chef. The cook laughed and asked if he didn't deserve to be a cook just because of what this boy said. Then suddenly an old man entered the room with a cane in his hands. He asked, what if these were his words? It was Hugo, Morty's grandfather and current head of the home kitchen restaurant, head of the Sichuan Cuisine Association. The old man said that he heard the men arguing and would like to say something about it. The cooks immediately became nervous. They understood that this would end badly for their colleague. Hugo then said that the men might be right, as Morty is indeed a bit picky, but that is not the main problem. Mom's reputation is based on excellence. It does what no one else can do. It is a culinary ideal. Then he asked the cook how well he cooks and how much attention he pays to every knife and every spatula he uses. But the man did not know what to answer. Hugo then said that the chef should do himself a favor and stop trying to be part of the grand design, after which the man fell to his knees in despair. He then leaned towards the floor and screamed, saying that he was wrong. Sometime after this, Hugo and his grandson went to talk at one of the tables outside. The man said that the boy had been having a pretty hard time lately, so he should take care of himself. Morty laughed, saying that he was the 28th generation of the family and had nothing to worry about. However, Hugo said his talents and understanding of the culinary arts are worthy of the title. Morty said he may have problems with his hands, but he's not hopeless. Then he suddenly stood up from the table and raised one leg, pointing his shoes towards the red kettle. With one easy movement, he lifted the teapot up, causing it to fly high into the sky. For another very powerful moment, he spun it around on his foot, making it land right on his leg, so that not a drop of contents would be spilled. Hugo watched his grandson's actions with surprise, noting that he was very persistent and trying. Then Morty laughed, saying that he was fine and Grandpa had nothing to worry about. At this time, one of the cooks ran out onto the veranda, saying that something not very good had happened to them. He said that someone had formed a crowd outside, and with that Morty's leg jerked violently, causing the teapot to fall to the ground and break. The boy suddenly shouted, asking who dared to make a fuss. As it turned out, a crowd of people really gathered outside. They said that the Mangam family was so pious and did not understand how they could have conflicts. And an expensive black car arrived at the restaurant, from which an adult man got out along with a young blonde guy. They stopped near the entrance to the restaurant and looked condescendingly at the building. The young guy asked his fellow traveler if this was really the same building. He then blew a bubble out of his gum, saying that it was just an old rotten diner, and that he was very disappointed with what he saw. Then the man said that this was indeed the same building. 100 years had passed since the last moment he saw it. He then said that it was time for the Mom family to pay for what happened back then, and they would definitely pay a huge price. At that moment, Morty came out of the restaurant. He asked who these people were and why they made a mess here. He looked angrily at the arriving guests and asked if this was really their doing. The men turned over among themselves, not understanding whether this was really the heir of the Mom family. Then he stood on the sign of the restaurant, causing incredible anger inside Morty. The guy immediately rushed at him, intending to knock him to the floor for insulting their family. He attacked him with his legs from above, clearly intending to inflict serious injuries on him, from which the blonde boy was forced to cover himself with his hands. However, he managed to avoid the blow and went back trying to catch his breath. Morty looked at the men condescendingly, saying that they need not think that the Mom family was so easily intimidated. None of them would get away with it today. Then the man suddenly clapped his hands, saying that the Mangam family was truly great. At that moment, Hugo came into the building and said that the men showed impressive aristocracy. The Mangam family always believed that they were helping others. But the men came here, smashed their sign, and were now trampling on it. Passers-by who gathered around the restaurant supported Hugo and his grandson, saying that these scoundrels had disgraced good people and deserved severe punishment. Then the man suddenly laughed when he heard that the Mom family was spoken of as kind people. Then he turned to Hugo, asking if he remembered the Huang family in the south of the city. And even though it was 100 years ago, they have the right to trample on this sign. Hearing these words, the old man was incredibly surprised. Morty said he doesn't care who they are because they have no right to treat their family like that. However, Hugo screamed at his grandson, silencing him. He then approached the guests, saying that since they were respected guests of the Mangam family, they would be polite to them. Morty didn't understand what was happening. He looked at his grandfather in surprise and asked why he was behaving this way. Then the man asked, "Doesn't this kid really know the history of their families?" He explained that 100 years ago there were 2 leading kitchens in the city, and they were awarded royal gold for their outstanding abilities. Then Morty suddenly began to understand what was happening. The Mangam family lived north of the city, and the man's ancestors, the Huang family, lived in the south of the city. Their families were friends. However, because of the pompous and at the same time empty titles, a fratricidal war began. In the end, the Mom family won, and the man's ancestors, the Huang family, left the country with a humiliating defeat. All these 100 years they did not return to their homeland, and so today he came here to fulfill the promise made by their ancestors, to challenge the Mangam family and regain your glory. He shouted, saying that what the Huang family did today had a deeper meaning than it seemed on the surface. Passers-by suddenly fell silent. Now their opinion began to change, and they gradually began to go over to the man's side, realizing that it was really difficult for his family, and therefore there was nothing wrong with this act. Morty was shocked. He didn't understand how this could happen. Then he suddenly turned to his grandfather, but Hugo didn't say anything. He just put his hand on his grandson's shoulder and sadly looked down. Passers-by noted that the man seemed to have aged even more. He looked very dejected, but another girl said that this was nonsense, because both of their families suffered. They understood that these guys were in trouble, because this old man was the president of the Sichuan Cuisine Association. Then Hugo suddenly bowed before the men, saying that he, as the representative of the 27th generation of the Mom family, greeted the men as old friends of their family. He said the Mom family would make concessions. Morty was incredibly surprised by what he heard, his mouth falling open in surprise. Hugo then said that he accepted the Huang family's challenge. In accordance with the promise of his ancestors, they would settle the feud with a culinary duel. He then asked the man what time they would be ready. The man replied that he was impressed by their nobility, and promised to think about when this could be arranged. Then he suddenly pulled the red blanket off the table they had brought with them, saying that they could start right away. On the table there were preparations for a culinary duel. Apparently, they were initially ready to fight in the culinary arts. The guests were surprised at how well they prepared. The Huang family looked like they had already won. Hugo then smiled nervously, saying that Mr. Huang had prepared very well. Morty realized that his grandfather was going to participate in the duel, but his body was not in the best condition. However, Hugo said that everything was fine and he still had the strength to cook. Then Mr. Huang said that they should not rush, but first need to agree on the conditions and punishment for the losers. He said that if they lose, the Mangam family will not only give up their ancestral home, lose the title of victors in that conflict, and give up the title of the best in the world, but they will also kneel. Upon hearing this, Morty said that every year 8 out of 10 of his grandfather's cooks fail, so Juan can lose to him as many times as he wants. However, Hugo said that he accepted these conditions. Juan laughed and said that he expected no less from the respected representative of the Mangam family. This time, the Huang family's representative in the culinary competition will be his son. He took the blonde guy by the shoulder and brought him forward, saying that this was his son. His name was Tyler. He said that his son is in charge of the kitchen in the Huang family, and after he returned to his homeland, he received the highest qualification as a chef. Therefore, Juan wanted the heirs of the Huan and Mangam families to compete in a culinary duel. Hugo was incredibly surprised that the man decided to do just that. At that moment, memories of his childhood entered Morty's head. He was sitting in the hospital when he heard that the doctor said that he had a rare case of pathology of the forearm skeleton. Compared to normal people, he will not be able to perform fine movements and has less strength. He was told that modern medicine could not cope with such a disease, even though the boy was the sole heir to the culinary arts of the Mangam family. Then Tyler said that he wasn't very good at fighting. Then he took an apple and threw it up, and in his other hand he took a knife. The next moment he cut the apple several hundred times and said that nevertheless he had never lost. When the apple landed on the table, it looked more like a flower than a fruit. It was sliced so expertly that everyone present held their breath. Hugo noted that this guy already has the Huang family's greatest skill. He is skilled in wielding a blade at such a young age. Those present noticed that Morty froze. They expected him to answer something, because he was trampling on the name of his family, which was a real shame for them. Then Tyler asked if the Mangam family didn't even have the courage to fight. Morty was seething with anger. He wanted to answer something sarcastic, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the words of his grandfather. He bowed and said that the Mangam family was surrendering without a fight. Those present were in shock. They understood that the century-old glory of their house was over. It was a real shame for Hugo to publicly kneel. Hugo said that they would admit defeat and he would apologize to the men as agreed. Morty tried to stop his grandfather, saying that he shouldn't do this. Then Tyler said that he didn't even dare to have a cooking duel. He had no conscience. Hugo sighed wearily, saying that they had to keep their promises. Then he turned around and walked towards the men. The guests were perplexed. Could he really kneel in front of them now? Then suddenly Morty said that he was a representative of the 28th generation of the Mom family. He said that he is not yet as skilled as he would like. Then, to the surprise of everyone around him, he knelt in front of the man. He said he accepted defeat, but vowed that he would personally erase the shame from the face of the Mom family. He then stood up and walked over to Tyler and said he would do it when needed. Meanwhile, the story moves to the city center, where tall skyscrapers bordered ordinary houses. A girl stood on one of the skyscrapers and watched the city from above. She was a young girl with long blonde hair tied in 2 ponytails. She grinned as she smelled the dragon cook, and then suddenly flew down from the skyscraper. Shortly after this incident, Morty and his grandfather went to eat together at the family table. Hugo chuckled, saying that he had not cooked for a long time, but he was still good at it. He suggested that his grandson try the food while it was still hot, because after that, he would never try his grandfather's food again. However, the guy was in a terrible state. He was silent for a long time, and then suddenly sharply slammed his palm on the table. He asked if they would just accept defeat to these upstart Huang family. He couldn't believe that his grandfather had just been kicked out of the culinary world. In response to this, Hugo just smiled and said that he lived his life without any regrets. He is incredibly happy that he is already over 80, and he can still cook a delicious dish. He is happy, and therefore they should just come to terms with this. However, Morty felt guilty about it all. Then Hugo said that in no case should he blame his grandson for this. He had someone find information about that boy, and even if Grandpa weren't old and weak, he couldn't defeat him. Typically, when people of their kind retire, they have to pass on something to the next generation. Then he handed Morty the box and said that it was now his. The boy was surprised to take the box and open it. Inside was what looked like a jade knife on a chain. Hugo said it was a family heirloom. They say their ancestor was the owner. He became a famous master cook just a few years after he got it. After he became the royal chef, they received their plaque. Ancestors claim that this thing has magical powers. But while it was passed down from generation to generation, there was no proof of this. Their rules say that when the previous generation passes on to a quiet life, this thing is passed on to the next generation, so Morty should have kept it. The boy looked at the thing in his palm for some time. Then he suddenly shook. He said that he had no right to own the Mom family heirloom. He squeezed the jade ornament in his palm forcefully, causing it to bleed, and then slammed his hand on the table, saying that he wouldn't need it with his useless hands. Then he suddenly threw down the decoration, covered in drops of his blood, and left the room. Hugo looked after the boy in surprise, not understanding how he should react to this. He didn't even notice how the jade knife, stained with the boy's blood, began to glow. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in one of the restaurants. Screams were heard from there that a thief had broken into them. The cooks were trying to catch up with the blonde girl who had stolen food from their kitchen. However, the girl was too fast, and they were unable to catch up with her. The men went out into the street, trying to find her with their eyes, but the girl had already disappeared. Meanwhile, the girl was already on the roof of one of the buildings. A whole bunch of different food lay at her feet, and she did not stop eating one piece after another. However, she did not like all this food. She was convinced that it was simply impossible to eat. Then she suddenly turned to the fourth brother, asking why there were so many people here, because if she didn't find the dragon cook, those bastards might just beat her to death. Suddenly she felt a strange smell and saw a picture of that same jade knife. She realized that the dangerous blade had been activated, the dragon cook had returned, and now he was on Earth. She thanked her brothers for their help and jumped down from the roof, intending to find the right cook. Meanwhile, evening came. Hugo tried to convince Morty that this knife was their family's legacy, a sign of hope, and he should accept it. These words were spinning in the boy's head. He could not get rid of them even before going to bed. Suddenly he heard the window of his room open, and someone seemed to fly inside through it. Morty also jumped out of his bed, not understanding what it was. He realized that perhaps they were burglars, because anyone could want to covet their house. So he took one of the bats to keep near his bed and went to investigate. Meanwhile, there was already someone's shadow in the kitchen. She was sitting at one of the chairs and trying the dish that Hugo had prepared. As it turned out, it was the same blonde girl. She ate so much that her stomach was incredibly bloated. This time she noted that it was excellent food. This generation of dragon cooks well, she thought. Then she suddenly said that after such a day she definitely needed to sleep. She sighed and said that immediately after sleep she would take the gold coins. Morty was perplexed and furious. He did not understand why this robber was so brazen that he even decided to stay here to sleep. The boy swung the bat, intending to hit the villain while he was sleeping. He struck her quite hard, and then suddenly heard her scream. When he realized that he had hit the girl, he immediately pulled back. At that moment, Hugo entered the kitchen and turned on the light, not understanding what was happening here. The girl was sitting on the floor, holding her head with her palm, at the place where Morty hit her. The boy raised his hands up, hastening to apologize to the girl. Suddenly the stranger's eyes turned yellow. She said that the boy should say goodbye to his life because he dared to hit her. Her hand suddenly took the form of a dragon's paw, and the girl immediately rushed at the boy, intending to kill him. She grabbed his clothes with her hand, intending to pull him towards her so she could deal with him. Morty was terrified, but the girl suddenly stopped. Her hand again took on a human form, and she picked up the same jade knife that was hanging on the boy's neck and began to carefully examine it. Then she suddenly sniffed the boy's face. After that, she grabbed him by the breasts and smiled widely, saying that she had finally found him. The next moment, she made one slight movement with her hand and opened the portal, saying that now Morty should come with her. Before the boy had time to answer anything, the girl suddenly grabbed him by the hand and dragged him inside the portal. Hugo only looked after his grandson in horror, but he had already disappeared into the glowing golden circle. Suddenly, a girl's hand appeared from the portal. She quickly moved to the table and felt for a plate of food, and then took it with her, saying that such work should not be wasted. After that, Hugo was left completely alone in the room. He absolutely did not understand what had just happened. Looking at the floor, he saw the bat. It was crushed. It seemed as if it had been hit against something very hard. Meanwhile, Morty continued to fly through the portal, screaming in horror and completely not understanding what was happening. He tried to shield himself from the blinding light with his hands, but suddenly he saw some kind of landscape appearing in front of him. He saw islands flying in the sky, which had magnificent buildings and tall trees. He did not understand what this girl had gotten him into. He saw this place for the first time and did not understand at all where he was. Suddenly he realized that he began to rapidly fall down and could not do anything about it. Then Morty screamed in horror, realizing that he was about to die. He did not understand why the girl brought him here. Did she really intend to kill him? But he understood that if he died today, he would not allow her to live in peace. Suddenly the same girl appeared in front of him. She asked who he was addressing. She said that even if he was a ghost, he couldn't do anything because she wasn't afraid of ghosts. However, Morty did not calm down. He was still floating in the air and persuading the girl to let him go. Then she said that she was his ancestor. Morty said that she herself looks like a baby. Her words are very insulting to his family. Moreover, she still holds the weight of a respected person. Then the girl suddenly hit the boy on the cheek with a chicken leg, asking what nonsense he was talking about. She said it wasn't easy to find him, so they should get back before those gluttons started getting him. The next moment she grabbed him by the collar and dragged him somewhere up. Morty begged the girl to let him go because he was having trouble breathing in that position. However, before he could finish speaking, an incomprehensible monster suddenly appeared in front of his face, which seemed to have several mouths with a bunch of sharp teeth. Then the stranger grinned and said that she would let him go a little later. At that moment, Morty clung tightly to her, frightened by strange monsters, which caused great indignation in the girl. Soon they arrived at a huge building. It looked very impressive and rich, and above the entrance hung a huge sign with the inscription, House of Tyote. Morty couldn't believe that this was actually the home of Tyote, the middle dragon child who was a glutton. Then the girl gave him a slap, saying that he could not call her a glutton. She said she was a food goddess, not a glutton. Morty couldn't believe that she was actually Tyote. It seemed to him that this was all some kind of nonsense. When he suddenly opened his eyes, he saw that 2 small green horns had grown on the girl's head. She raised her finger up, calling to the revered dragon nurse and commanding the gates of Tyote's house to open. She smiled widely and said that she was the 9th princess of the dragon family. She is in charge of the delicacies of the 3 worlds and also owns the Tyote Palace. She is the mistress of this place. The girl said she was the 9th daughter, so the boy should call her Chelsea. Morty had absolutely no idea where he was. Something suddenly happened, and suddenly he found himself surrounded by dragons and fairies. Then suddenly Chelsea handed him a scroll with a bunch of inscriptions, saying that he definitely needed to sign this contract. However, Morty would like to know what's going on here first. Chelsea said that she, as the goddess of food, is in charge of the space of Ling Lang and Tyote's house. She is in charge of delicious food among the beings of the 3 worlds. The dragon's cook is the best cook on Earth. She slept on Earth for several years, but the last dragon's cook died, and these little people continued to cook all sorts of rubbish for her. Chelsea said she would give Morty a rare chance that could change his whole life. The boy asked her if she was the head of the divine canteen. Chelsea gave him another crack, saying that the gods are not so simple. They will not eat simple cooking, and it has a special purpose. The gods, of course, want to enjoy the best food. So being a dragon cook is the most revered job in heaven. Over the years, she has collected many treasures. Then she said that in any case, since the blade declared itself, it means that Morty is good at cooking. She also agrees with this, so the boy followed to sign the contract. Morty thought about her words. He couldn't believe that the blade chose him, because that food was prepared by his grandfather, and he should have explained everything to this crazy woman right now. He tried to stop her and explain how everything really happened. However, Chelsea grabbed his hand, telling him that he should be a man and not act like a wimp. She offered his finger to the contract, saying that she would have a hard time if she delayed with this. Soon Morty's fingerprint appeared on the contract. Thus the contract was signed. The boy looked at the girl in horror, saying that it was not he who prepared that dish. However, Chelsea did not hear him. She raised the contract to the sky, showing it to the gods. Then the parchment suddenly glowed with a bright light. This light was so bright that it illuminated the entire building that was in front of them. Chelsea watched in delight as the house transformed right before her eyes. However, in the next moment, the entire house burst into flames, and in a few more seconds, all the walls and domes were destroyed. Chelsea screamed in horror, realizing that everything had disappeared. She began to accept Morty in this and asked what he did with the Tyote house. But Morty did not know the answer to this question. He was no less surprised than Chelsea herself. Then the girl said that when a dragon cook appears, Taote's house changes depending on the characteristics and skills of the new cook. But this has never happened. It is simply impossible. She asked how well he cooked. She needed an honest answer, otherwise he would be in trouble. Then Morty said that he had already said that it was not he who prepared the food that she ate. It was his grandfather. And the girl dragged him here and forced him to sign the contract without even listening to him. Chelsea frowned, not knowing what to answer. Then they suddenly heard a voice somewhere in the distance. He said that the job was done. The dragon cook had returned. Chelsea froze in horror. She knew that this was the end. Suddenly a bright pillar of light began. Voices laughed, saying that the dragon had finally returned. Chelsea owed them a feast for many centuries, and if they didn't like the cook's food, then she would have to leave. Then the girl screamed, saying that she would do anything to stay, and therefore she would have to kill this boy. Then she suddenly turned around, her face full of rage. She asked Morty what kind of dishes he could cook. The boy said that he had never cooked anything before that moment. Tears appeared in Chelsea's eyes. She said that she would die with him, because she would not be forgiven for such a mistake. At that moment, a sound was heard behind them. A creature that looked like a drop of water was approaching them. It was a funny round creature with eyes, it cried, saying that Chelsea had finally returned. He said that every day they were pestered by these bastard guards, the Eastern Heavenly Brother. They said that they would come to the feast. Then he asked where he was the dragon cook she found. Hasn't he returned to his place yet? Morty wondered what was going on and what kind of creature it was. Then Chelsea took the creature's latch, saying that his name is Po, and he is the spirit of the owner of the Taote house. They will meet often. Then he suddenly flew up to Morty and asked if he was the same dragon cook. Morty said that according to this cruel girl, he really is the dragon's cook. Then Po joyfully grabbed him by the shoulders and said that in this case their house was saved, and then asked him how good he was at cooking. Chelsea turned away embarrassed, not knowing what to answer. But Morty understood what was happening here. When he found out that Morty couldn't cook, he screamed indignantly. Morty said he didn't want to be a dragon chef. He couldn't help it. This girl just dragged him here. Then Chelsea screamed, saying that he had a dragon chef's knife on him, so she was not to blame for anything. It couldn't just be changed. Then Po said that they had better calm down and think about what they should do. Chelsea said that their only option was death, because Morty couldn't cook at all. Then the guy said that it was impossible to do anything sensible with his hands. Chelsea and Po leaned towards the guy and carefully looked at his hands. The girl's eyes turned yellow again. She scanned Morty's hands and noted that the tendons and veins in his hands were malfunctioning, and then she asked him if he was disabled. The guy looked sadly at his palms without answering. Then the girl said that one heavenly pill would be enough. But to eat first, we should send Morty back to Earth. Otherwise these idiots will tear him apart if they don't get good food. Then suddenly the guy jumped up and asked the girl to stop. He asked her again about what she had just said. Chelsea realized that the guy was talking about the heavenly pill. Morty hopefully asked her where he could get such pills. Then the girl realized that he wanted to cure his hands. She said that walking would be a piece of cake for her, and it would be a piece of cake to get the heavenly pill. But he had already caused her so much trouble that she wasn't sure if she should seek it out for him. She then opened a portal, intending to bring Morty back to Earth. She grabbed him by the shoulders and forcefully threw him into the portal, not allowing him to even say a word. The guy begged her to stop. He suggested that they first discuss everything and then make a decision. He then shouted, saying that he would help with the feast for the guards of the eastern gates of heaven. A moment later, Chelsea grabbed him by the collar again and pulled him out of the portal. She looked into his eyes with a smile and asked if he could really help her. Morty tried to catch his breath, said that he could really throw a feast for her. Soon the three arrived at Taote's house. It looked so depressing that Po began to cry. Then the ghost suddenly screamed at Morty, saying that it was all his fault. Taote's house and the dragon's cook are one. As good as the dragon's cook's food is, the house is as great. Chelsea decided to warn the boy, saying that if he didn't cope, she would kick his ass. Then you can say that he never cooked in their world. But in his world, he never had a problem with traditional cooking. He knows many dishes that you don't need to use your hands to prepare. When all three entered the house, Po decided to give the boy a tour. But the hero asked why this was necessary, because this house looked more like an ordinary small stall. Then the Phantom said that Taote's house is a unique artifact of the three worlds. The treasure is located right inside one of the cabinets. The guy reached out to this cabinet, asking if this was some kind of unusual cabinet. When he opened the door, thick white smoke suddenly came out. When the guy opened his eyes, he found himself in an unusual place. As it turns out, the royal garden is home to all kinds of birds and animals from the three worlds. Morty was incredibly shocked. This garden was so huge and amazing. Po said that the last royal garden was 1,000 times larger than this one. Next they went to the 1,000 herbs, where plants grew in the heavens themselves. Further along the course was the yin-yang space. If the dragon chef cooked one dish here, he could reproduce it countless times. There were many storage vessels here. Po said that only a dragon cook can use all this, so he shouldn't rely on them. As soon as they try to put their strength into the process, the food turns out tasteless. When the phantom finished his tour, he suddenly rushed upward, deciding to begin the ceremony. Suddenly a strange glow appeared in the sky, which immediately struck a beam of light directly into the small stall that was Taote's house. Chelsea said the house was now officially Morty's. He said he could cook without his hands, so she wanted to see him show off. Several dishes flashed through Morty's head at once, but from them, he singled out the one that included chicken. He told the girl that he knew what to do. Soon all three went to get the ingredients, but instead of an ordinary chicken, the hero saw a huge bird that was 1,000 times larger than him. Moreover, it breathed fire, like a real dragon, and broke everything in its path. Chelsea and Po laughed, saying that the chefs were beating him up with his own ingredients. Morty was horrified. It was not a rooster at all. He wondered what kind of monster it was, because he was hoping to get an ordinary bird. Meanwhile, the fiery rooster towered above the trees, trying to find those who were hunting him. Meanwhile, Morty hid in the bushes. Chelsea laughed at him. They say that the cook clearly matches the ingredients. She said that it was an ordinary fire chicken. All generations of dragon cooks with a knife in their hand could get any ingredient, and the previous generation would be very ashamed if they saw what Morty is doing now. The guy said that if he doesn't succeed, he'll just get hit on the head, but Chelsea will be in real trouble. The girl said that he shouldn't threaten her, because only he can work here. She won't help him. Po laughed, saying that he would cook, but he needed Chelsea's help in killing the bird. Po said it's not a problem. The dragons help with the ingredients. Then Chelsea screamed. It was a real shame for her to help him. However, she had no choice but to help Morty kill this chicken. The guy thanked her for her help, calling her an ideal assistant. He said that Po would prepare these spices for him, and Chelsea would help him with the other ones. He asked her to dig up some dirt. When the girl heard this, her face suddenly darkened. The guy said that he needed the same dirt that they all played with as children. Chelsea laughed. She didn't know if he really wanted to make her dig up dirt. Then the guy said that his hands are not capable of doing such work, so he hopes for her help. Po tried to calm the girl down, saying that he is their only hope, so they just need to accept it and help him. Soon everything was ready. The ghost reported that the best chicken breasts, excellent wine, seasonings, mud, flowers, fruits had been prepared for Morty. He said that now everything really depends only on him. They helped as much as they could. When Morty turned around, he saw Chelsea behind him. She looked incredibly angry. Then she said that she wanted to watch the guy cook. Then Po smiled and said that they should start. He took a bottle of wine and poured it straight onto the dirt, which caused Po great bewilderment, because this wonderful wine was about 500 years old, and this guy just took it to nowhere. Then Chelsea said that now he should take up meat. He took a pinch of beans and stuffed them inside the meat. Chelsea and Phantom looked at what this guy was doing in confusion. He then took the dirt and poured it directly onto the meat. Chelsea screamed in outrage, asking if Morty really knew what he was doing, the ghost noting that it all looked very disgusting. Then the guy said that he couldn't use his hands, a knife or even a spatula, so he had to find another way to cook food, and they should just wait. Soon he molded a huge ball of mud that completely covered the meat inside. Chelsea said it doesn't even look tasty. She doesn't want to deal with it. From what he saw, the Phantom felt very bad, and he said that he should go to the toilet. However, Chelsea stopped him, saying that as a chef, he couldn't do without him, so she ordered him not to go anywhere. He said that this mud ball needs to be warmed up well, and then they can open Taote's house. The next moment, fiery rays gushed out from the Phantom's eyes, which he used to heat up this ball of mud. Soon the entire dish was covered in fire, and Po asked if he had done everything right. Morty said that everything was fine, but they had a lot of guests, and he needed him to tell him something. He asked how much it would cost to reproduce this dish. However, the Phantom said that he did not need money for this function. He showed him the magic crystal that the last dragon cook left behind. Immortals who want to eat must pay with crystals. It works just like regular money on Earth. This crystal is the key to activating the restaurant function. If Morty did something worthwhile, Ghost would give him the crystal, but in this case it would be a waste of resources. Then the guy told him that he talks too much. He took the crystal from him and used it to multiply this dish. He put it in the box, and soon a bright light poured out, enveloping the entire room. He went straight to the dish, which was still blazing with fire. Soon balls of fire rose up. They looked like fireworks. After a moment, they turned into balls of mud, so the crystal actually took effect and the dish multiplied. Soon after this, ghostly hands appeared from somewhere out of space. They appeared at each of the dishes. The ghost said that Taote's house can not only replicate the ingredients, but also replicate the cooking technique, and these ghostly hands will copy Morty. Then the hero realized that he only had to add the final touch: spices. The ghost was surprised that the guy just sprinkled spices on the dirt, but Morty just clapped his hands. Soon after, the fire that surrounded the dishes went out, leaving them only as scorched balls of mud. The ghost began to cry, saying that he knew that this guy could not be trusted. He did not understand how these things could be eaten, so he hurried to collect his things, being sure that the end of Taota's house had come. However, he suddenly saw a bright light that appeared right in the middle of the sky. Soon, a huge cloud appeared from there, with several people on it, and then Poe's face contorted in horror. The strangers laughed, saying that they were so hungry and couldn't wait for the Taote house to finally open. The ghost grabbed the guy by the shoulder and said that Chelsea must urgently send him back to Earth, otherwise he is a dead man. However, Morty was not going to hide. He looked up, straight into the eyes of the newly arrived guests, saying that they have the best wine and good food, and they are only happy to welcome the guests. The guests were several honorary samurai. They were dressed in armor and looked very impressive. One of them said that they had come a long way, and now they were greeted with these coal balls. He asked if this was some kind of joke. Poe hastened to justify himself. He said that they had some difficulties. The samurai said that they are responsible for guarding the four brothers and maintaining order in the heavenly space, so they do not understand why the Taote house cannot fulfill its task. They have been saying for decades that the dragon cook has not yet appeared, and the samurai have been patiently eating all sorts of rubbish, but now that the dragon chef had returned to his place, they rushed here and were greeted in this way. The samurai said that if they did not satisfy them now, dire consequences would await them. The rest of the samurai shouted that they would demolish the house of Taote if they were not properly fed. Poe didn't know what to do. He asked God not to be angry, and said that they could come back tomorrow as they needed some time. However, his friend was interrupted by Morty's voice. He greeted the heavenly warriors at the house of Taote. The ghost immediately screamed at the guy because he asked him to stick out. However, Morty said that the guests had arrived, and it was wrong to keep them waiting. However, while he was walking, he suddenly tripped under a stone and fell right in front of their feet. The samurai looked at the guy in bewilderment. They did not understand who he even was. Then Morty rubbed his bruised forehead and said that he was the dragon chef. The samurai looked at the guy in bewilderment. Because he was a complete brat, he definitely could not be the dragon chef. Then Morty stood up and asked if young people shouldn't have the status of dragon chef. The samurai said that among the three kingdoms, the heavenly one is the most important kingdom. The immortals make the most important decisions. They have control over everything and everyone except the culinary arts. So the dragon cook is chosen from the human kingdom, where cooking flourishes, and although they do not know how to cook, they don't understand how you can learn to do this at the highest level without practicing for many years. The guy was too young. He simply could not be a dragon chef. They then decided to draw their swords, and Morty was quite surprised by this decision. He did not know what to do. The next moment the samurai rushed straight at him, intending to punish him for his deception. At that moment, Chelsea appeared behind him, and in an instant she directed a deafening beam of light directly at the samurai. The man managed to intercept the blow with his palm at the last moment, barely staying on his feet. When he realized that the respected Chelsea was in front of him, he hastened to stop. The girl said that they did not dare fight on her territory. Then the samurai fell at her feet and asked the girl not to be angry with them. One of them said that this boy lied by saying that he was the dragon chef. Then Chelsea said that she found him herself, and asked if the samurai really wanted to argue with him. The men were horrified. They said that they would never dare to argue with the mistress's decisions. Then they decided to find a compromise. However, the samurai's partners hastened to pull him aside, saying that he was talking too much, and he should leave before they got it. Morty tried to stop them. She swayed and screamed at him, saying that she had just driven those idiots away to save his life. At that moment, one of the samurai turned around and looked at Morty. The guy picked up a twig from the ground and threw it towards his dish. When she pierced the mud ball from the dish, a bright light immediately poured out. Soon pieces of mud containing chicken feathers were brought before everyone present. Morty said he was sure they would like the food he prepared for them. When all the dirt had disappeared, a chicken appeared in front of everyone present, looking incredibly appetizing. The samurai looked at it with delight. The smell was simply amazing. They did not even suspect that there was chicken in this rubber. Ghost and Chelsea also commented on how pleasant the smell was. Then Morty invited everyone to try the dishes while it was still hot. Chelsea was the first to try the dish. She took a piece of the chicken and it felt and smelled amazing. Then she decided to try it, and the samurai asked her what the meat tasted like. The girl screamed with delight, saying that she was simply amazing. Hearing this, the samurai immediately rushed to try the dish. They could not stand it any longer. After a moment, they noted that the taste gradually revealed itself in a new way. The aroma of the dish was incredibly rich, but the taste itself was simply indescribable. They could not believe that this young man was really the dragon's cook, and that he had created such a dish. Then Chelsea asked the guy what kind of dish it was. Morty replied that this dish is called heavenly chicken. Typically, chicken is steamed, baked, or fried, all of which create an incredibly tasty dish. But heavenly chicken is prepared without plucking or cutting. It is simply sealed in wet clay, and the spices and mushrooms in the belly of the chicken create an assortment of flavors. All this is slowly cooked in coals, but the aroma and broth are inside, remaining unnoticed by the unknowing person. But once the clay casing is opened, the chicken feathers fall out on their own, and the flavor and smell are released, making the chicken more flavorful, rich, and tender than other dishes. It's as if heaven suggested this recipe to earthly minds, which is why the dish is called heavenly chicken. Suddenly, the samurai lifted Morty into their arms and said that the chicken was simply excellent, as expected from a dragon cook. Chelsea asked if they no longer doubted him. Then the samurai replied that they wanted to congratulate them on the opening of Taote's house and the return of the dragon cook. After that, they hung a flag on the roof of the house and announced the opening of the house. Chelsea wondered if Morty really deserved all this. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking that now he should ask Chelsea for heavenly pills. He must definitely heal his hands. Soon evening came and the sun began to set below the horizon, so Morty called his buddies over to see how well they had done today. When Chelsea and Poe arrived at the right place, their faces immediately stretched out with delight. In front of them was a crystal with the number 10,000 on it. The girl, seeing this, even cried with happiness. But Morty did not understand what this meant. Then Chelsea explained that this is a crystal. They use it to calculate the profits of the Taote house. 10,000 is the number of chickens sold today, and some people leave ratings and comments. Poe said you have to drag the screen down to see them. Then he pointed at the screen, and 100 flattering comments opened in front of the young man. He noted that this is indeed a huge pressure, since the comments were left by legendary figures about whom stories are made. Chelsea said that Morty is now a dragon chef. They are usually human, so he should show at least a little interest. She promised him that he would become a celebrity, but he should think carefully about his next dish. Then suddenly Morty turned to her and asked if she had forgotten anything. But the girl did not understand what he meant. Then he explained that she promised to give him a heavenly pill. Chelsea tried to avoid answering by saying it was just a pill, and then asked Poe to bring her his snack jar. The ghost soon returned and took out what looked like candy from the snack jar. Morty couldn't believe that this candy would just cure him. Then Chelsea said that he was simply underestimating the Taote house, and asked him to take that pill, because this way they would have another advantage. Poe said Chelsea is a famous businesswoman in heaven. However, Morty didn't understand how this was supposed to calm him down, but decided to take the pill anyway. Meanwhile, the story moves back to Sichuan. Hugo sat alone at the table on his veranda, wondering where his grandson might be now. It was difficult for him to contain his emotions, since parting with Morty was very unexpected and painful for him. He remembered the day when a girl he knew opened a portal and dragged his grandson there. At that moment, Hugo heard a voice behind him, as if someone was calling his name. However, when he turned around, he didn't see anyone behind him, so he turned back to his desk, sighing in displeasure. However, the next moment, a portal opened in front of his face. He looked exactly the same as he did that day. A moment later, Morty looked out from there. He greeted his grandfather and said that he had finally arrived to him. The man asked him where he had been all this time and when he was going to return. The boy laughed and said that he didn't know yet when he would return, but his grandfather shouldn't worry about it, because he liked his new place. Hugo asked him to promise that he would not put himself in danger, and that everything would be okay. Then Morty laughed and said that he would now show his grandfather something interesting. The next moment, he took an apple out of his pocket and took a knife in his other hand. Then he threw the fruit up, intending to cut it. Hugo's thoughts immediately flashed through memories from the distant past. When Morty was still very young, the doctor said that this child had neurological and muscular problems in both arms, but he asked his grandfather not to worry, because this would not affect his health. Just his fine motor skills will not develop. However, Morty did not give up. He planned to become as good a cook as his grandfather when he grew up. When the boy grew up a little, he began to play with knives, but due to his poor motor skills, he did not do well, and the knives often fell to the floor, which made Hugo very worried, because the boy could easily hurt himself. One day, he severely cut his fingers and began to cry. Then his grandfather took him into his arms to calm him down and asked him to continue to obey him. He asked him never to touch a knife again in his life, and even to forget that he could ever start cooking on his own. However, Morty did not keep this promise, and now he picked up a knife, intending to do something with this apple. The next moment, the veins and tendons on his arms began to shine with a bright light. The movements of his hands were so fast that he himself could not keep up with them. However, something happened and his hand shook, and then he realized that everything he was going to do had gone awry. The apple that he wanted to slice deliciously just fell to the ground right next to his grandfather's feet. Morty began to breathe heavily and said that he had made a mistake, but he would train even more. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him, which said that it was time for him to hurry up. Then the boy waved his hand to his grandfather and said that time was running out, so he had to go. He said that when he returned, he would prepare the best dinner for them. He asked his grandfather not to worry about him, and then went into the portal, and a second later, he disappeared again. Hugo was left alone with himself again on the veranda of the restaurant. The portal closed immediately after Morty entered it. The man could not hold back his tears from what he saw. It was still as painful for him to say goodbye to his grandson as the first time. However, he wasn't so worried now that Morty had assured him that he was fine. Soon the boy returned back to the Heavenly Kingdom. Chelsea and Poe were relaxing near the waterfall. They still couldn't tear themselves away from the chicken that Morty had cooked. When they finally finished the dish, they felt a wonderful feeling of fullness. Then suddenly the ghost decided to pay attention to what was happening in the lake near the waterfall. Morty was there, and as he had promised, he was actively exercising, trying to lift weights against the force of the water. However, since this was his first training, he did not do very well, and often he simply fell on his face. Then Poe suddenly ran up to him and shouted that the boy was drowning. However, the next moment, Morty emerged from under the water, taking out the sword he used for his exercises. Then he again, as if nothing had happened, stood under the stream of water, continuing to train. Poe then turned to Chelsea, saying that Morty was acting crazy and he doubted he was okay. However, the girl said that she did everything to cure his hands. If he had not started trying so hard, he would have been an ordinary, ungrateful boy. Besides, no one is forcing him to do this. He himself understands that his hands are useless for now. And, if he doesn't work, they will remain like that. She did not argue that the heavenly chicken is very tasty, but not all dishes can be prepared with today's abilities, and if the menu is not updated, they will be lost. The girl really invested a lot of money into it to give Morty more time to train. They moved to Taya's space, and here time flows differently, and it is very expensive. Time hardly moves here. A year in Taya's space is equal to a minute in the outside world. However, the man who rented her space said that it could only be rented for a week, but if a longer period was needed, she would have to pay extra. Chelsea was extremely annoyed that this old pig took all of his jewelry that she had accumulated over the years. At that moment, Morty approached her. He handed her an apple and asked her not to be angry. He said that he would not let her down when his hands were fine and the restaurant would be even better than before. Poe asked Morty to make sure to take a break when he got tired, to which the boy replied that he wasn't tired, he just wanted to have a little snack. The guy opened his mouth to bite off a piece of the apple, but suddenly a strange feeling pierced him. The next moment he began to shake, and the fruit fell from his hands. A moment later, he fell to the ground and immediately fell asleep. The ghost immediately realized that he could not stand it after all. He should have taken a break much earlier. Chelsea noted to herself that this guy wasn't particularly talented, but he was really trying. However, now they did not have time to rest, so the girl used a spell to bring the guy to his senses. When the rays of her spell touched Morty, he suddenly wrinkled his face. The girl leaned over him to see if he was awake. The guy immediately jumped up from the grass, not realizing how long he had slept. It seemed to him that he had been passed out for 2 whole days, so he was indignant that the girl did not wake him up, because he asked her to look after his condition. He then stood under the flow of water again, training with his sword. This time he even used a huge boulder to put more stress on his arms. The ghost was delighted with how quickly the boy was developing. Then Poe said that this was not all, and then suddenly rushed towards a huge boulder. The next moment he hit the stone with both hands, breaking it into small fragments. He then proudly declared that his strength was now incomparable to anyone else's. However, suddenly, from somewhere behind him, a chicken bone flew into his neck, thrown by Chelsea, who was watching all this from above. She didn't understand why Morty was so happy. He needed to train more. When Morty had trained for a sufficient amount of time, Chelsea decided to reward him with food. The guy was incredibly hungry, so he ate several plates of food at once. Chelsea then extended her hand to him and told him that they shouldn't waste their time, and then asked him to give him the amulet. He took off his neck amulet, and asked if she was going to give him new training dreams. However, the girl said that now it was time for the knife, which surprised the guy. She used the spell again, and turned to the venerable occasion of the dragon so that he would show her the sharpest knife. Soon, everyone noticed that the jade amulet seemed to have a blade. Then the amulet began to emit such a bright light that it illuminated the entire clearing surrounding them. The next moment, a giant knife appeared from the sky and hovered over the heads of Morty and Chelsea. The young man did not understand how he needed to use such a huge thing. Then Poe said that the sharpest knife is a great relic and cannot be used directly. The boy just needed to touch it. He explained that the dangerous knife appeared before the formation of the three worlds. It is a symbol of the art of cooking itself. It can be said that whoever masters it will become a master. So Morty had to go and shape it. But he should have thought carefully about how he wants to see him. Because he himself will change. The ghost warned him that he needed to be careful. But Morty no longer listened to him. He ran towards the knife, intending to touch it. He reached out his hand and touched the blade, deciding to try to do something with it. Pictures of what a knife should look like began to flash in his head, but he still couldn't think of the right shape. He realized that he needed to calm down and think carefully. So he decided to imagine the process of preparing one of the dishes. Then a man appeared before his eyes, cutting something on a cutting board. The boy clearly saw him holding a knife in his hands. The man moved it so skillfully that the boy opened his mouth in surprise. The next moment, a picture of the art of a sliced cucumber appeared in front of him, which looked more like a caterpillar. Morty remembered his grandfather's words that a good cook must skillfully use the knife in his hand, and this knife is called wenwu. It looks quite ordinary, but you can do anything with it. It's difficult to handle the first time, but an experienced chef can work wonders with this knife. Then Morty realized that this knife was what he needed. However, when he opened his eyes, the huge jade knife was no longer there. But when he looked down, he saw that the wenwu knife was in his hand, so he was able to recreate what he wanted. Then he turned to Chelsea and shouted that he had succeeded, but he did not know what to do next. The girl understood that the show was about to begin, but Morty was in shock. He said that he might have to defend himself, so he needed to be careful. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about, but suddenly he felt an incomprehensible sensation in the hand in which he was holding the knife. The next moment, the knife pulled him forward somewhere. This force was so strong that the boy only screamed in fear. After a while, he fell to the ground with a crash. When Chelsea approached the place where he fell, she saw only a trace of his body, but Morty himself was not there. Then she realized that the boy was now somewhere upstairs. She looked up and saw the boy above. He was still flying on the pull of his knife, and his silhouette was barely visible. After some time, he finally landed back on the ground. But he looked very depressing. His whole face and body were covered in bruises, abrasions, and he did not understand what was going on. Chelsea asked him why he even touched the knife without listening to the ghost's words. Morty said that he almost died, so he needed a break, and then he finally unclenched his hands, intending to let go of the knife. Then Chelsea suddenly screamed, saying that he shouldn't let go of him, because once he lets go of the knife, he will lose the chance to control it, so he just needs to hold the handle of the knife tighter. Poe explained that as soon as he touched the knife, the so-called taming process began. If the guy let go of him now, it would mean that he was giving up, and all his efforts would be in vain. Chelsea added that taming the knife is a test of his will and patience. It will take 10 days. But once tamed, he will be able to control the knife perfectly. Morty was upset that he wasn't told about this sooner, but now he has an incentive to wait just 10 days. Chelsea warned him that the knife's strength would change, so he needed to be careful. Suddenly the knife began to glow again, and the boy realized that it was starting again. After a while, Morty was lying on the ground with a huge bump on his forehead. However, then he suddenly jerked and jumped up. He tightly squeezed the handle of the knife in his hands and said that he was not so simple and ready for the attack of the knife. On the second day, the knife tested him even more harshly than before, slamming the boy directly into the tree trunk. On the third day, he started dragging Morty right through the boulders. On the fourth day, the guy continued to hold the knife. All his hands were covered in bloody cuts and abrasions. Chelsea noted that the guy is already on his last legs, but still holds the knife and tries. It was the last day of this training. The ghost noted that the poor guy was tortured to death. Then Chelsea suddenly realized that since it was the 10th day, the test of the world was approaching. But she doubted that Morty would be able to withstand it. While the guy was unconscious, someone's narrow, bright eyes appeared before his eyes. They spoke to the boy, forcing him to wake up. And then Morty finally opened his eyes and immediately asked the stranger who he was. However, when he realized that there was a dragon in front of him, he jumped back in surprise, since the lizard was incredibly large. When Morty looked down, he saw that there was no knife in his hand. He did not understand where it went, because he had not yet passed the test. Then the dragon asked him if this was the same boy who wanted to control him. Morty couldn't believe his eyes. He still couldn't believe that there was really a dragon in front of him. Then the lizard asked him why he still had not given up, and why he was suffering so much. He said that if the dragon asked him, then he would give him part of his power, and make him the dragon's best cook. He stated that Morty did not need to control him. Then he asked again if he was ready for this, and also promised that he would not tell anyone about their deal. However, Morty said that he didn't want to do that. He stated that his friends told him that he had to take this test. His grandfather had once told him that a cook could not be called a cook if he could not control his own tools. And now that this knife was in his hands, he had to have complete control over it. Then the dragon shouted that his words were too loud, and then added that mortals are so greedy and stupid, and are always striving for power that does not belong to them. Then he opened his mouth, from which a huge bright ball shone, and said that now the boy would know the taste of death. The next moment, a deafening blow came from the dragon's mouth, which left behind a huge blast wave. Morty still decided to open his eyes and see what was happening in front of him. At that moment, in real life, Chelsea heard Morty screaming in incredible pain, all the veins on his body standing out from the intense tension. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, and tears flowed from his eyes. The boy still did not stop screaming. Then Morty asked the girl what would happen if he couldn't stand it, because there was already a case when the dragon's cook went crazy. However, Chelsea was confident that this would not happen. Then she used the spell again and directed it towards the guy, touching his temples. The ghost realized that this spell was a verbal stream. Meanwhile, in the space Morty was now in, he was experiencing incredible pain. His entire skin was burned and his bones were broken, making him unable to stand. Morty was subjected to terrible ordeals, literally being boiled in a cauldron of boiling oil. The dragon laughed tirelessly and repeated that the boy could still give up before it was too late. However, despite all the pain and suffering, Morty knew that he couldn't just give up after everything he'd been through. The next moment, a whole cauldron of boiling oil was poured on him. The boy was ready to die from pain, but suddenly he heard Chelsea's voice somewhere in his head. She said that she didn't know what he was going through, but he had to remember that it was just a test. It was just an illusion and should not be confused with reality. But Morty had to find a way and hold on. She believed that he could do it. Then Morty suddenly thought that this was really an illusion, and he could find a way out of here. The dragon raised his paw, surprised that the boy still did not give up. He argued that there was nothing wrong with this. He should just give in. However, when he realized that Morty intended to give up, he prepared 1,000 knives to pierce his body. He screamed that the guy couldn't win. He was going to turn him into mincemeat. Hearing this word, Morty suddenly opened his eyes wide. A guess appeared in his head. The next moment, his entire body was struck by thousands of swords, tearing his skin and bones into small pieces. At that moment, pictures from the past flashed before his eyes. When his grandfather was preparing something from meat, he finally chopped the minced meat with a knife. He said it's important to control the heat when grilling meat. At that moment he noticed that little Morty was reading something. The boy said that these are notes from 3 chefs, and they describe very cool knife techniques. Then the boy laughed and said that if he knew how to do all this, he would cook as tasty as his grandfather. Hugo laughed. He highly appreciated his grandson's desire, but he understood that with his hands it was impossible. Then Morty's consciousness returned to that same illusion. But he saw that all the knives that had pierced his body suddenly fell to the floor. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his entire body was in normal condition. He did not have a single wound or cut. He looked closely at the dragon, and the dragon looked at him carefully. The next moment, Morty made a movement with his hands, and he was suddenly enveloped in a house curtain. A second later, they and the dragon found themselves in the middle of the sea. Above them, there was a blue sky covered with dense clouds. The dragon did not understand how he managed to break the illusion. Then Morty said that he just realized that it was an illusion. The dragon could not hurt him, and what he felt was just a trick of the mind. He was not trying to kill him. It was something like cooking lessons. His test had a pattern. First there was hot oil, then flame, cooking, blade, and red hot. And when the dragon spoke about minced meat, Morty realized that this was a normal cooking process. However, in this case, he himself became a kind of ingredient. The dragon objected, because even if the guy understood this, that fear was impossible to overcome. He replied that the fire, the hot oil, and the blade were very painful experiences, but he realized that all this is hunting on the other side of cooking. Every second of cooking is so important that incredible concentration is required. You need to enjoy it, and not think about anything else. Then he thanked the dragon, and said that these feelings were indescribable. Then the lizard realized that this boy's great love for cooking helped him. He cursed quietly to himself, and said that this child was very stupid. However, he had no choice but to admit that the tests had been passed. The dragon said that Morty was now ready to control him, and now the sharpest knife was at his service. However, the guy interrupted him, saying that they could talk about control later. Instead, he would like to repeat that experiment with knives again, because he really liked it. The dragon did not believe his ears. He looked at the boy as if he were a fool. He screamed that he was a complete psycho. But Morty continued to stand his ground. As it turned out, Morty's physical body was still unconscious. Chelsea was trying to bring him to his senses, and she was already quite annoyed that he was not reacting to her attempts. Suddenly, somewhere high in the sky, she heard birds singing. As it turned out, it was a postal crane. It landed right in the girl's hands and immediately turned into a small piece of parchment. It was written to Chelsea, saying that a lot of time had passed, and the sender had heard that the dragon cook had returned to the restaurant, so he would like to visit it tomorrow to try the feast of the 8 divine dishes. Chelsea realized that the sender of the letter was Taya's righteous one. She immediately screamed, saying that this was too much. She was just mocking them. Morty's life and mind were now in danger. There was no question of any 8 dishes, and even tomorrow. Chelsea dropped the piece of parchment from her hands and screamed that this was a complete nightmare. The next day soon arrived and Morty was relaxing at Taore's house. Chelsea sat next to him and was still trying to figure out what they should do. Poe said that maybe Morty could help them like last time when he woke up. However, the girl objected. She said that he did not know anything about the 8 divine dishes, preparation, processing, and knife technique. It was not the same as last time. Moreover, he had not even trained. The ghost then said that anyway, their lease on Taya's space wasn't over yet, so they could go there with Morty when he woke up and practice. Chelsea said that even if he learns how to prepare the dish, the ingredients that go into it are very rare and almost impossible to find in one day. Then she asked the ghost to get ready and run. She would take him to Earth, where he could eat and drink as much as he wanted. But Poe was delighted with this idea. He said that this was a crime against heaven, and if she was caught, she would die when it hits the ground. While they were busy thinking about what they should do, Morty began to slowly come to his senses. Soon the guy opened his eyes. However, his consciousness was still somewhere far away. He was sitting in a huge steamer somewhere in the middle of the heavens. A dragon flew near him. He puffed tiredly and looked extremely exhausted. Morty realized that steam is not evenly distributed inside and outside the ingredients. But with good control, it can create rich texture and flavor. Therefore, he asked the dragon to perform the procedure again. The lizard was shocked by such a request, because he had already told Morty 3 times that he had passed the test perfectly, and he approved of it, so he did not understand why the guy still wouldn't calm down. The boy said that this was a unique experience. Ordinary chefs can only judge dishes based on appearance and smell. But now he can remember every detail of the preparation, and he could not miss this opportunity. Then the dragon said that he had a limited supply of energy, and he could not do this work all the time. However, Morty objected that he was the best knife among the 3 worlds, so he had no right to shirk his work. Thus the cooking process continued, and Morty experienced incredible sensations from this entire process. As a result, it turned out that the dragon had performed this procedure more than 300 times, so he begged the boy to give him some rest. He said that if it weren't for the world of imagination, he would have run away immediately, because this guy is crazy, and he needs to deal less with him. Morty chuckled, saying that it was probably time for him to leave this world. The dragon immediately jumped out of the water. He was delighted with such an offer. He said that if the guy let him out, he would do whatever he wanted. Then Morty jumped right on his face. He asked the dragon to tell him about the skills of all the dragon's cooks. The lizard laughed and told him that the dragon's first cook was very fond of smelling his hands. In the real world, Morty still couldn't come to his senses, and Chelsea had no choice but to come to a radical decision. She asked Poe to take Morty with her and hide. She is in charge of the dragon's cook, so she should stay here. But the guy needed to be protected, and he couldn't be allowed to escape. Suddenly, everyone felt that a strong wind had risen. The next moment, a luminous ball appeared, which illuminated the entire sky. Soon, huge rays of light appeared from there and headed straight to the ground. Soon, from these rays and as if out of nowhere, a red car appeared, near which stood 2 tall men in suits. Soon after, another man in a striped suit got out of the car, which surprised Chelsea and Poe. As it turned out, it was Tai himself, a plump man in bright clothes. Chelsea came up to meet him, quite surprised by his clothes. But the man said that he had been wearing them for hundreds of centuries, so there was nothing to be surprised about. He then said that Taote's house is completely different now. It used to have hundreds of floors, but he had never seen it like this. Then he suddenly noticed Morty, who was sitting tied to a chair, unconscious. He said that during this time he learned a little information about this guy. He was a dragon cook who had never cooked. Poe was surprised that he knew this. Then Chelsea asked if he had really been in the human world. Tai replied that the girl herself showed him the way, and his old man's cooking was quite tasty. When Chelsea realized he had been following her, she became furious. The man said that he asked the Jade Emperor if he should worry about the girl. When the previous cook died, An unreliable dragon like her went in search of a new one. No one expected her to fall asleep for hundreds of years after a good feast. Chelsea knew very well that the realities of the divine and demonic world are very different from the human, and the only tangent is cooking. She did not even think about how disgusting it was for a man to eat the wind and those tasteless elixirs while she was down there. So the return of the dragon cook caused a lot of noise among the three worlds. So the Jade Emperor wanted to send Chelsea to hard labor on the Northern Sea. But Taiyi persuaded him to give her one last chance, and this chance turned out to be 8 divine dishes. Chelsea replied that there was no problem with the dishes, but they didn't have the right ingredients yet. She thought that the Jade Emperor should understand them. There was nothing here that Taiyi could eat yet. Then the man laughed, saying that he was very prudent. He then turned to the men who were standing near the car and asked them to open the trunk. He then led Chelsea and Poe to the trunk. As it turned out, there were ingredients inside. He prepared everything in advance and brought it here. He said that if this dragon cook could prepare the 8 divine dishes, it would bring glory to Chelsea, and everyone would recognize her exhausting quest, and if not, then she would go to the Northern Sea. The girl was furious. She said that the man had been eating and drinking from her for years, and now he was doing this to her. The 8 divine dishes are the most famous dish, which was developed more than 5,000 years ago by the dragon cook Ian. There are none left one recipe in all 3 worlds. This dish can only be prepared if the cook himself rises from the dead. Then she suddenly rushed at the man, intending to hit him. She said that he might be able to send her to the Northern Sea, but first she would get even with him. Taiyi put his hand forward, saying that she was being very stupid. The girl saw that the man was using some kind of spell. The next moment, her limbs were entangled in magical threads that prevented her from moving. Then the man said that he was sent by the Jade Emperor to challenge his will. Chelsea might dig her own grave, so she should just pray for her future. Suddenly, Taiyi heard a voice behind him asking him to let the girl go. Chelsea looked forward and saw that the chair Morty was sitting in was now empty, with the ropes that tied him up lying on it. As it turned out, during this time the guy came to his senses and was now standing on his feet as if nothing had happened. The man immediately began to change his name from foot to foot, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, the entire building was enveloped in bright light. A moment later, a huge glowing wall appeared behind Morty. Everyone present here couldn't believe their eyes. Chelsea realized that Taote's house was changing. In less than a few seconds, the building was transformed into something incredibly rich and modern. It has rooms of completely different styles that would suit any taste. A few moments ago it looked like a small stall, but now it was an unusually tall skyscraper that literally reached the heavens. Poe burst into tears of happiness. He couldn't believe that Taote's house had really changed. Chelsea then realized that Morty had mastered the knife after all. But even so, the house shouldn't have changed that much. Then Taiyi turned to Morty, asked if he knew why he was here now. The guy said that he heard while he was unconscious that 8 divine dishes needed to be prepared, and then he added that he could easily handle it. The man looked at him incredulously, saying that he was too young. He needed to learn to be more modest, because the fact that he became a dragon cook was just a big mistake. He said that when he traveled to the human world, he met a young man named Tyler. This guy was much more talented than Morty. He was supposed to become a dragon chef. Hearing that name, Morty opened his eyes wide. Then he suddenly growled at the man, saying that he simply had not tried normal food. Taiyi laughed, saying that the brat could do whatever he wanted, but he wouldn't become a dragon's cook. Then Morty picked up a knife, and the tool glowed with a bright light. The guy said that it didn't matter whether he was the dragon's cook or not. However, he was determined to show this man what a real delicacy was. The 8 divine delicacies is a famous dish created by the ancient culinary master Yen after he became a dragon chef. It is made from 8 extremely rare ingredients: heavenly lake divine clam meat, golden wheat, 1,000-year-old palmyra leaves, paradise root, ginseng, devil tails, jade bamboo shoot, soul part cancer, and 9 royal phoenix wings. Some of these ingredients are found in places inaccessible even to immortals, and are difficult to find or grow. They say that when Ian first prepared this dish, the whole of heaven was filled with its aroma, and everyone who tasted this creation said that it was the best he had ever tasted. It is known that after eating the 8 divine dishes, the powers of some gods were elevated, since it was truly divine food. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Morty and Taiyi continued. The guy asked the man what he would tell him if he prepared 8 divine dishes for him. The man laughed and said that of course he recognized the skill of the dragon cook. However, Morty was not satisfied with this answer. He needed more. He said that if he prepared 8 divine dishes, the man would recognize himself as a snaggle-toothed serf, and Chelsea's case would be closed. Tai was incredibly outraged by this decision. He said that the boy had no idea who he was talking to now. Then Morty said that he was sitting quietly at home, but the respected Chelsea, out of the blue, kidnapped him and brought him here. However, she healed his hands, and so he was going to pay her with a good job as a dragon cook. However, Tai came here and started blaming everyone around him, and so Morty was unhappy. He did not understand why he should suddenly cook for him. Then the man said that the customer is always right. Like the dragon's cook, he must serve him right now. Morty replied that the cook must cook food with his soul, just as the client must feel the dish with his heart. And even if a man forces him to cook, what he comes up with cannot be called a full-fledged dish. Then the man suggested that he play by the rules. Morty, if he prepares 8 divine dishes, he will immediately apologize to everyone and admit that he is a snaggle-toothed slave. However, if he fails, he will not only deprive Morty of the title of Dragon Chef, but also make his hands the same as before, and when the time comes, Tyler will become the new Dragon Chef. Moreover, Chelsea will be punished twice as severely for being an unsuitable candidate. Poe objected, saying that they did not agree with this decision. It was not for him to decide what Chelsea's punishment would be. However, Morty was satisfied with this state of affairs, and he agreed to the man's terms. Meanwhile, the story moves to Taoti's house, which has taken on its new look. Taya's bodyguards reported that this dragon cook looked strange. The 8 treasures were too valuable, and it would not be wasteful for the man to offer all of them as ingredients. However, the man said that he had not had the 8 treasures for several thousand years. He had only tried them together with the Jade Emperor. However, it is not at first that he deceived the guys with the ingredients of this dish, but it is even more difficult to obtain auxiliary ingredients. Some ingredients are so rare, such as shining ice crayfish. When the bodyguard asked him if this would make things easier for the cook, the man grinned and said that this dish is not so easy to prepare. Meanwhile, cooking was in full swing in the kitchen. Morty was sorting out the ingredients that the man had brought for him. Poe said that all this was very cool. He didn't know that Taote's house would be transformed like this, only thanks to the knife. He said that for greater success, Morty needs to prepare as many features in dishes as possible, because the sharpest knife, the #1 culinary tool in the 3 worlds, recognized him as its master. He wanted to turn to Chelsea, but she looked incredibly upset. She did not understand how Morty could agree to double her punishment. Then the ghost tried to calm her down, saying that nothing had been decided yet. At that moment, they were distracted by the sound of breaking glass. When they looked up, they saw that one of the crayfish had grabbed Morty's nose with its claw. The guy screamed, begging the cancer to let go of his nose. Then Chelsea screamed back at him, saying that he deserved it. Poe laughed. He couldn't believe that the guy thought of using an ordinary kitchen knife to deal with the cancer of the purest soul. This is an immortal cancer that lives in a jade pond. Its combat power is so amazing that even immortals could not defeat it the first time. And if Tai hadn't pacified him with the help of talismans, then Morty would definitely have had to bring it sweet. Then the guy called the sharpest knife into his hand and raised it right over the cancer. After some time, the creature died the painless death of a glorious warrior and was ready to be cooked. Morty laughed, saying that he did not expect the dragon to be so aggressive, to which he replied that under this knife, everything living and inanimate is just an ingredient. The knife begged the guy to let him cut something else. He said that he was very hungry and asked the boy not to stop. However, despite this, Morty only froze in one place. Poe wondered why the guy wasn't moving, because he needed to hurry with the ingredients. Then he asked Chelsea if she thought the cancer was very valuable. The girl replied that it was very valuable because it lived in a jade pond at a depth of 9,000 meters. It was unusually strong and rare, but she was wondering why the guy was asking her about this. Then he picked up the dead crayfish and handed it to the girl, asking her to look at him carefully. He spread her belly, which was full of caviar. But the girl said that there was nothing special about it, because it was just a female, and she was carrying the caviar. Then Morty laughed slyly, asking them if they had heard anything about artificial breeding. Soon the 3 of them went to the royal garden. All kinds of birds, animals that exist in the 3 worlds are present in the royal garden. Chelsea and Poe stayed on the shore while Morty took care of business. He asked his partners to carefully watch what he was doing, and then took a handful of caviar and threw it straight into the pond. After some time, small crayfish began to hatch from there, as if they were growing before our eyes. After some time, Morty emerged from under the water, holding several crayfish in his hands. He laughed and said that getting them this way is much more dangerous. Chelsea burst into tears of happiness, holding Poe close to her. She understood that in this way they would earn a lot of money and thus save the Taote house. However, she was still wondering when Morty would prepare the 8 divine dishes. The guy just looked back at her with a smile, which irritated the girl, because if he doesn't prepare this dish, it will be the end for all of them. Morty asked her to relax and not worry so much. He took his amulet in his hands and asked the one who lived inside him to appear. A second later, a golden dragon of incredible size appeared above the heads of Chelsea and Poe. Morty immediately scolded him, saying that he was scaring his friends with his evil appearance. Chelsea said that his ancestors were great people, and he shouldn't risk their history, or he would be punished. Suddenly, the guy's whole body lit up with a bright light. Then Chelsea realized that Morty had completely screwed up and angered the dragon. However, when the light went out, they saw that the dragon that had just been huge had turned into a small dragon, ready to fulfill all the requests of its master. Morty asked him if he knew how to cook a crayfish of the purest soul. The dragon asked if he meant the crayfish of the purest soul from the 8 divine dishes. Crayfish are the purest souls. This is one of the 8 divine treasures. They live in the jade pond and have an extraordinary taste. The meat of this crayfish is soft and snow-white, thanks to the energy of water and ice that the crayfish absorbs throughout its life. Dishes from it are not only an exquisite delicacy, but also have a beneficial effect on the powers of immortals. Additional products are especially important. White chun leaves, rootless water, flowers of the goddess of illusions. These 33 spices are prepared for 79 hours. Then Morty realized that it was not as easy as he first thought. These ingredients were not among those given to Tai, which makes Morty's task much more difficult. Then he asked to find them in the garden of 1,000 herbs. The ghost said that this was impossible. The current level of the Taote house does not allow the cultivation of thousands of herbs in the garden, ingredients of such rarity, Morty remembered. Chelsea cursed to herself, thinking that this time the old man had cheated. Meanwhile, Tai was in the skyscraper with his bodyguards. He said that Chelsea should have already realized that they did not have the necessary ingredients for this dish, but he wanted to see her face. Morty remembered that even though they are immortals, they are not very good cooks. But he asked Ian about the ingredients that were needed for this dish, which were not available in Taote's house. Even if they have already realized this, they do not have time to search for spices, and then they will finally kneel before the man. The bodyguards told the man that what he did was simply brilliant. Tai said that he has always been known for his cunning. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to Morty and Chelsea. The girl sat nervously on the bench, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, from the loudspeakers hanging on the wall, she heard loud laughter. Then she suddenly jumped up from the bench, saying that they needed to talk to this nasty old man right now. But the phantom tried to calm her down. He was sure that Morty would come up with something. The guy asked to show him all the ingredients that were in Taote's house. A moment later, images of all the ingredients that the phantom could find for him appeared in front of the guy. Chelsea said that this was of no use, because there was nothing useful among them. Taking a closer look at the ingredients, Morty suddenly found that an idea began to form in his head. Then he suddenly smiled widely and shouted that everything was fine with them. He pointed his finger at the ingredients and asked her to prepare them for him. He then took out his knife and other kitchen utensils and said that they should get started. The guy was so skillful with the knife and with all the ingredients that the process of cooking was more like a theatrical performance. Chelsea and Morty looked at him, holding their breath from such a wonderful performance. Tears even appeared in their eyes. They did not believe that this was the same Morty who was previously insecure. Soon everything was ready, and the guy said that their problems were solved. After some time, Tai approached them along with his bodyguards. The men looked at each other awkwardly, noting that the dish looked too simple. The men asked again if this was really the real 8 divine dishes. When Morty said that this was not entirely true, Tai cursed. He asked him what he meant, because if he tried to deceive him, then he would face a severe punishment. As a dragon chef, Morty could not fulfill the immortal's order. He failed the test, so he should have expected the wrath of the Jade Emperor. Chelsea and Morty, standing behind Morty, looked quite worried. Then the guy sat down on a chair and said that the crayfish of the purest soul is the creation of heaven and earth, the most valuable ingredient, the flesh of which is crystal white, smooth and tasty. The use of the crayfish of the purest soul in dishes should preserve the taste of all ingredients as much as possible. Slow cooking the crayfish with various seasonings can give excellent results, but it will lose its authentic flavor. Crayfish live in very cold abyss, so their flesh is so tough that it is difficult to chew. That's why slow simmering with lots of spices is the best way to cook this meat and soften its texture. The bodyguards noted that this guy knows quite a lot. Tai grinned, saying that the guy himself understands that this is the only way to preserve the taste in a dish for 1,000 years. However, Morty replied that this was not entirely true. Hearing this, the man tensed. He did not understand what the guy meant. Then he suddenly shouted, calling him an upstart, apparently. This guy thinks that he has surpassed Ian himself. However, Morty replied that he had not surpassed him. The development of culinary art involves innovation and discovery. Ian's first ever dish of this crayfish was an unprecedented creation. But this is not the only way to prepare it. Morty said his hometown created a unique cooking method to keep fish and crayfish fresh and tender for as long as possible, which also preserves the health benefits of these ingredients. He said they call it shredding. This term means, on the one hand, finely chopped meat, and on the other, fresh meat. Together they produce fresh, finely chopped meat that can be eaten. Since ancient times to this day, real delicacies have been created using this method, and countless people around the world believe that this is the best way to consume seafood. Therefore, today's dish yen is not a crayfish stew of the purest soul. Rather, it can be called a shredded cancer of parts of the soul. When Morty lifted the lid of the dish, everyone gasped in delight. The dish looked more like a piece of art than food. Chelsea noted that it looks like a beautiful landscape, and looks incredible. Morty explained that the petals in this dish are made from crayfish meat. The crayfish meat is only tough if it is cut thick, but the thin pieces are soft and tender. He cut the crayfish into 3,600 thin slices to make each petal tender, smooth, crispy, and melt in your mouth. Crayfish meat has a cool aura that keeps it fresh for a long time. Crayfish meat is indeed very tender, but it should not be eaten without anything. The cold aura is too strong. So Morty decided to add fireflower petals from Taote's house to neutralize the temperature. Then Tai shouted, saying that the two leaves were cut into minute patterns, yet they were not separated, but formed a flower. Morty replied that that's not all. The stream next to the carved tree is a special sauce for meat of the purest soul. It gives the light meat a richer taste. Then Morty took one piece of meat and dipped it in the sauce. Then he walked up to the man, put his hand on his shoulder and handed him chopsticks, inviting him to try the dish. The man's mouth watered when he smelled the aroma of the dish. But Morty warned him that he had not prepared a crayfish stew of the purest soul, and asked if he would agree to judge the dish. The man replied that he was the great Tai, and he swore that if this dish was really tasty, he would not do anything bad to them. Then Chelsea said that the immortals are true to their taste recipes, especially since there are a lot of eyewitnesses here, so he won't be able to get away with his words. Then the man finally decided to try a piece of meat. The next moment he seemed to turn black. Bodyguards immediately ran up to him and asked if he was okay. However, before they even had time to agree on the proposal, the man began to stuff the entire dish into himself at once. It was so tasty that he could not stop. The bodyguards decided that he could not cope alone and decided to help him. Looking at this, Morty grinned. He said that Tai just hadn't eaten real food before. When Tai came to his senses, he swore that he, like his bodyguards, had behaved absolutely rudely. Suddenly Chelsea approached him. She asked if he thought Morty had the right to be the dragon's chef. After thinking a little, the man replied that this was still in question. This answer made the girl quite angry. Then Tai said that he wanted pure soul crayfish stew, but Morty made shredded soul crayfish, which wasn't exactly what he asked for. Hearing this, Morty thought about it. He didn't understand what that freak was up to again. Then the man said that despite all this dish was magnificent, as was the knife work and its shape. Everything was perfect, but there was too little of it. He ate it all too quickly, and unfortunately, did not taste the dish properly. Morty laughed, realizing that the man simply wasn't full of his dish. Then the bodyguards entered into a conversation. They supported their boss, saying that the portions were indeed very small. It was impossible to get enough of them. Tai grabbed both men by their suits and said that he would send these gluttons to catch crayfish, and Morty would ask them to cook him more of the same dish. The guy grinned and said that this was not a problem, because in Taote's house there were many crayfish of the purest soul. He asked to show the guests their royal garden. The guy said that thanks to them they were able to buy a lot of crayfish from the game that the men found in the crayfish. Seeing this, Tai screamed with delight. Morty said that he could eat all these crayfish, not limited to the supply of shredded crayfish only in Taote's house, but he was willing to part with them for a reasonable price, which was equal to 100 crystals. The man immediately asked his bodyguards to bring the guy a treasure chest. Inside there was a whole mountain of crystals. It seemed that there were even more of them than needed. Tai then declared that Morty was worthy of being the dragon's chef. Chelsea had been traveling to the human world for 100 years to find the dragon cook and return him to his place, so the man promised to inform the Jade Emperor about this today. He also said that he would order his cook to make crayfish dumplings. Then everyone suddenly screamed, proclaiming the name of the new dragon chef. Po was incredibly happy, so he was also happy that his Taote house was finally growing. Chelsea also screamed with joy, saying that the dragon chef had finally found his place, and Taute's house was finally opening for good. Morty smiled to himself, wondering what he had really become in the morning. Meanwhile, the story moves to Hugo's restaurant. It was late evening. The man was sitting on the veranda and still thinking about where his grandson was now, because more than 10 days had passed since their last meeting. At that moment, a voice came from behind him, someone calling his name. However, Hugo began to wonder if he was simply too old and his eyes were already deceiving him. Soon he saw a portal opening in front of him, to which he was incredibly surprised. A moment later, he saw the silhouette of a young man in this portal. Soon Morty came out, waved to Chelsea in his hand, and entered the human world. He immediately rushed into the arms of his grandfather, as he missed him so much. He hugged the old man and said that he missed him very much, and tears appeared in his eyes. Then they sat down at the table, and the guy told his grandfather everything that happened. Hugo could not hide his joy, because his grandson was now a real dragon cook. He realized that the legend of the ancestors was true, and that Jade Knife had a great origin. Then he said that since his grandson was blessed by the vlogs themselves this time, he should go and light the incense. However, Morty said that he shouldn't worry about it. Instead, he should try a delicacy from another world. Morty said he brought him here to thank him. The food is said to give strength to the body, and Hugo isn't in very good health, so it should get better with just a few bites. The grandfather said that the work was really not bad, and the serving and presentation of the dish corresponded to him. But the form was not yet ideal. But still he decided to taste his grandson's creation. Morty was very interested in how his grandfather would react. Hugo's face turned red with pleasure. He said that this crispy, sweet, cold, and refreshing meat was simply wonderful, and this leaf was perfect for neutralizing the extra cold. However, then he suddenly jumped up from the table, and his face suddenly darkened. Seeing this, Morty was visibly scared. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to his grandfather. It was as if smoke was coming out of him, and his body began to writhe as if he were being burned by fire. Soon his skin turned red, drool began to flow from his mouth, and he growled. Behind the man were jars containing very precious things. In just 1 second, he turned around and with one kick demolished all the jugs, breaking them into small pieces. The mouse, which was hiding behind these jugs, immediately ran away out of fear. She disappeared somewhere behind jars of pickles. Seeing this, Hugo screamed again. He intended to punish the rodent for daring to run past him. Morty tried to stop him, saying that this vessel was left from their ancestors, but his grandfather did not listen to him. He hit one of the jugs, and green liquid immediately poured out of it. Morty couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand what was happening to his grandfather. When Hugo turned around behind him, he saw a poster of a man hanging on the wall. Above the poster was a web from which a small spider hung, making barely audible sounds. Hugo immediately rushed to that corner, intending to kill the spider. And then, Morty could not stand it. He ran after him and grabbed his grandfather by the clothes, saying that this was too much. He shouldn't touch the portraits of his ancestors. At that moment, the grandfather screamed, ordering him to be released, and then swung straight at his grandson. Morty tried to cover himself with his hands, continuing to scream about how his grandfather needed to finally wake up. At that moment, a portal appeared above their heads. A hand touched Hugo's forehead, forcing him to calm down. As it turned out, it was Chelsea. She came to Morty's aid to calm his grandfather down. The girl turned around and looked at the guy with displeasure, asking what he had done. After a while, when Hugo finally calmed down, they carried him to the bed, put a compress on him, and told him that thanks to Chelsea he was getting better. Suddenly behind him, he heard a terrible scream. As it turned out, Chelsea screamed. She was extremely unhappy that Morty stole a crayfish of the purest soul and fed it to his grandfather. The guy tried to justify himself, saying that he just wanted to thank him in this way. Chelsea sighed tiredly and said that humans and immortals have different bodies. Ordinary people cannot eat divine food. Morty thought the girl was just being greedy and brushed her off. Then Poe entered the conversation. He said that Chelsea did not mean it. Heavenly ingredients always absorb divine energy, which is not entirely peaceful. If a mortal cannot digest the divine dish, he may have serious problems. Morty is a dragon cook, so he became a half-divine being, hence it doesn't affect him. However, this cannot be said about Hugo. Not only is he an ordinary person, he is also an old man. For him, one bite of this dish feels like hundreds of ginseng roots at a time. Then Morty finally understood the analogy and realized what he had done. Then Chelsea calmed down, saying that everything was fine, since they managed to come to his aid. Morty said it was his fault, but he thanked his friends for their help. When they turned around to check on Grandpa's condition, they saw that his bed was already empty. As it turned out, Hugo went to the roof and began to pester one of the stray cats. Mighty immediately leaned out of the window, shouting to Grandfather that he should calm down and go downstairs. In the morning, Hugo finally calmed down. He managed to sleep at night, and in the morning he woke up. When Morty, Chelsea, and Poe came to meet him, he looked somehow unusual, as if a divine aura emanated from him. Then the man said with delight in his voice that he, as it turned out, was quite strong for his age. Hearing this, Morty grinned and said that his grandfather must have gotten younger. However, the next moment Hugo hit him on the head with a cane. He screamed at him, saying that if it weren't for this girl, Morty would have simply killed him. And when he looked at his precious teapot made of expensive clay, which he inherited from his ancestors, he completely cried. For a long time, the old man still could not come to his senses after what he had done to the heritage of his ancestors. Then Chelsea came up to him and joyfully told him that he didn't have to kill himself. All this could just be fixed. Then she pointed her finger towards the destroyed jugs, and a second later they stood safe and sound again. The mighty one immediately ran to his grandfather to justify him. But Hugo stood as if petrified. Chelsea said that even though Morty acted like a fool, the man's body held up and he became even stronger than before. Hugo then thanked the immortals for correcting his grandson's mistake and saving his life, and also said that the Mangam family would thank them for their virtue. Chelsea said that they came here to save Morty, and also for Hugo to teach him his skills, and also to look at Earth cuisine to diversify their menu. Grandfather said that he would not upset the immortals, and would not lose face in front of the gods. Morty laughed, saying that, as it turned out, the gods couldn't cook at all. They either eat raw or stale bread from offerings. The hungriest even eat the wind. And his imperfectly sliced crayfish made even Taya's mouth water. Hugo was surprised by what his grandson said, and asked if it was true. Chelsea said that this is true. The world of immortals is impressive, but has no culinary talent at all. So they choose an ordinary person to be the dragon's cook. And now his grandson Morty bears this title. The next moment, the same legendary knife appeared in the boy's hand. Then Morty took an orange from the table and threw it up, and then began to move the knife incredibly quickly. When the orange landed on the table, Morty just touched it with the tip of the knife, and the peel of the fruit immediately disintegrated into petals, thus making it look like a beautiful flower. Hugo was incredibly surprised by what he saw. He did not think that Morty was so good at managing his hands. Then he realized that their family now had its own heir. Then he called Chelsea and Poe to cook for them the heirloom dishes of the Mom family with his own hands. Morty tried to stop his grandfather, asking what about him. Then the man turned around and said that he was the dragon's cook. He asked him to cut the apple into 4 parts. Cut each part into another 3,000 slices. Cut one portion into cubes the size of a grain of rice, and chop the other so that each piece was able to pass through a needle. Ear. Cut the third portion into strips. The slices should be of the same thickness, and if there is even one flaw, he should start over. In addition, none of the slices should be dented or broken, because the boy demanded this from their workers. And now, when his arms are healed, he will have to carry out his requests himself. Hearing this, Morty grinned. He realized that it was now his turn to do this work, but this news did not sadden him at all. Soon Hugo prepared dishes for his guests, and they ate everything without a trace. They noted how well the man cooked. Chelsea said his food is amazing. Hugo laughed, saying that he hadn't felt as good in a long time as he did after that piece of cancer from Morty. Poe chuckled, saying that the old man's food was indeed delicious, but it lacked the divine aura. It was much healthier for them to eat the food of immortals. Then he said that he had brought a crayfish of the purest soul, and it would be great if he cooked it. Hearing this, Chelsea also screamed at him, saying that he was a thief just like Morty. Then Poe asked her if she really didn't want to try this dish herself. Chelsea closed her eyes and said she would taste it, but just a little. Hearing this, the old man grinned, saying that he could make this dish if they wanted it. However, he soon realized that this cancer was indeed very strong and could not be cut with ordinary knives. At that moment, Morty looked in the window. He said that this is the food of the gods, and it cannot be cut with an ordinary knife. He then took out his legendary knife, saying that he should use this. Hugo asked him what he was doing here, because he had instructed him to practice with a knife. Then Poe said that he had already completed his task. The old man did not believe him, because it was impossible to complete this task so quickly. He said that he had previously made him concessions, and allowed him a lot. But if Morty was lying, he would be very angry. Then the guy suggested that he look for himself if he didn't believe him. They soon went into the kitchen with Chelsea and Poe to check on Morty's work. Grandfather picked up the thinly sliced apple slices to inspect them. As it turned out, they were really expertly sliced. They were so thin that they seemed almost transparent. Chelsea and Poe looked in amazement at what Hugo was doing. Grandfather said that the slices were so thin that in the water they looked like transparent, flowing jellyfish. Then he took the apple thread in his hands and tried to thread it through the eye of the needle. and he succeeded. The thread was just perfect. With happiness and pride, tears appeared in the man's eyes. He turned to his grandson and asked if he really did it. Morty remembered all his hard training, as well as the process of preparing this apple, saying that there was no way he could disappoint his grandfather. Then Hugo said that since he had done a good job of chopping the crayfish, now he should cut it into slices. Then Morty asked his grandfather to continue to help him with advice and teach him. Hugo said that the meat itself has a unique taste and can be cooked well much easier without the use of spices. For example, some soups can be made with chicken broth simmered, and it will be very tasty. However, the pieces of meat should not be too thin, otherwise they will not be suitable for this dish. Chelsea, Morty, and Poe watched in amazement as Hugo cooked. Grandfather said that you only need to add a little salt, and the soup and meat have a natural taste and melt in your mouth, so it can be called cancer soup of the purest soul. Morty took the plate in his hands. He noted that with the slightest movement the pieces of meat swirled like clouds. This is a simple but elegant return to the basics. This method of cooking is unique. His grandfather does not give up. Then he and his friends decided to try the dish. Their faces turned red with delight. The soup was incredibly wonderful. Seeing their faces, Hugo laughed. He said that in China there are many ways to cook meat: stir-frying, deep-frying, pan-frying, steaming, stewing, boiling, freezing, baking, to name a few. Then he said that he would definitely teach Morty all this. Hearing this, the guy was incredibly happy. He was only in favor of his grandfather teaching him. Soon evening came. Hugo went out onto the terrace and called his grandson there. He said that he could not even dream that he could cook. He asked his grandson to do the right thing, to use every opportunity, and then he would definitely become an excellent cook. Morty said he'll be visiting his grandfather, so he shouldn't worry. However, on the other hand, he was also going to visit the Huang family. He needed to quickly return the humiliation they had suffered. Hearing this, the man chuckled. He realized that his grandson was still resentful of them. He then asked him if he remembered how the Malm family cooked. Morty replied that they cook perfectly and unforgettably for the guests. Then his grandfather explained to him that they are masters who put their souls into every dish. The main thing for them is honesty and virtue. Lies and deception will never bring true glory. They treat every guest kindly and are ready to satisfy their hunger with their skill. In ancient times, when people struggled to survive, especially when food was scarce, they found ways to make inedible things edible. Turning something terrible into something wonderful is the pinnacle of culinary art. From then to the present day, thanks to the efforts of culinary specialists, the number of ingredients available to people has grown from several tens to hundreds of thousands. With the advent of these ingredients, many cooking methods have been discovered. Cooking is what makes people live and rejoice. Then Grandpa suddenly hit Morty on the head, asking him if he wanted to become famous as a chef who used his skills for revenge, or if he actually appreciated cooking. Since Morty couldn't answer right away, his grandfather asked him to think about the question. However, the guy did not understand what the man wanted to say by this. At that moment, Chelsea and Poe came out onto the terrace looking very excited. The girl said that they had not been here for a long time, and she heard that there was a lot of delicious food here that she would like to see. Morty was extremely indignant at such a request, because Hugo had prepared a whole feast for them, and they had not yet eaten. Then Chelsea grabbed the guy by the hand and said that they were immortal, and could eat 100 times more than ordinary people. She dragged Morty straight to the city where there was a fair with hundreds of different foods on display. However, these meals were not free, but since Chelsea had no earthly money, it was Morty who had to pay for everything. However, the girl and the ghost did not plan to stop. They ordered more and more new dishes, surprising all passers-by with their appetite. After a while, when they had finally eaten, Chelsea said that they could go home. But Morty looked very depressed. He wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. At that moment, behind them, the girl heard someone's voice and turned around to see who it was. In one of the buildings, people were shouting that today was the opening, and there was a 50% discount on all dishes. Chelsea decided to call Morty to go to this place. She thought that they served very tasty food, but the guy said that he would go home. The girl immediately scolded him, saying that she cured his arm, and he didn't even want to thank her. But Morty insisted that he was very tired and would like to go home. At that moment, a man appeared near them. He asked if this was the same heir of the Mangam family. Then the stranger grinned, saying that today would be the opening of the Huang family restaurant, with a banquet for all guests, and it would be a great honor for them to treat the Mangam family. Chelsea asked Morty if this was his friend. Then the guy looked up and realized that Juan was standing in front of him. As it turned out, it was indeed the representative of the Huang family, Tyler, the same guy they met a little earlier. He continued to stand near Morty and Chelsea, looking at them with contempt. Then Morty remembered the very day when he came to their restaurant and disgraced their honor. Tyler chuckled, asking if Morty was that afraid to come over to their place. Then Morty stood up and said that it wasn't about courage, he just didn't want anything to do with his family. Tyler then chuckled and said that the Mom family had been the leading culinary dynasty in the province for hundreds of years, and he had no idea that the family was such cowards. Stopping and turning to look at him, Morty said that in this case they should evaluate the level of food in his family. Hearing this, Tyler chuckled. Soon they all went inside the building where the banquet was taking place. The host of the banquet said that the creator of the restaurant chain, Mr. Huang, has branches all over the world. However, this is the first discovery on native soil. For more than 100 years, the Huang family has been perfecting Sichuan cuisine. The heavy salt and oil of traditional Sichuan cuisine is no longer suitable for the current times, which is why the Huang family has introduced a number of new dishes that have absorbed some Western cooking styles and have been well received by many guests. Then she took the blanket that hid the huge table from prying eyes and said that Huan is the only Chinese restaurant with 3 Michelin stars. They hope that they can bring a new taste to their hometown. When she took off the blanket, everyone saw that the table was covered with plates with various dishes. Guests noted that they all looked like real art. However, Morty was not as happy as everyone else. Tyler chuckled, saying that the Mom family lives in the provinces and has a limited understanding of the world. Although the Huang family has not been here for 100 years, but through traveling around the world, he has created many of his own special recipes, so he should try these dishes and see yourself. Morty got really angry and said that Tyler talks too much. Chelsea was eager to try new dishes, and then Morty shouted at her, asking whose side she was on, since this was the dish of their sworn enemy. Then the girl said that he was just making fun of Morty, and he shouldn't have been so spineless. Soon the host invited all the guests to try the delicious dishes. The guests sat down at the table to try incredible dishes, but one of the men suddenly noticed that a piece of his dish suddenly disappeared, right from under his mouth. Other guests also screamed when they saw something or someone rush across the table at incredible speed. As it turned out, it was Chelsea, who ate the entire table in an instant and asked for more. The guests wondered where this girl came from, and they also noticed that the table had turned into something absolutely terrible. Tyler was horrified. He regretted that he had brought these people here in the first place. Then Morty grabbed the girl by the hand and said that they had to run. However, on their way out, they collided with someone and fell to the floor. As it turned out, it was the head of the Huan family, Tyler's father. He was extremely unhappy that Morty came here to ruin everything. He disrupted his opening ceremony, and now he just wanted to sneak away. Morty was shocked to see this man in front of him. Then he shouted, saying that it was not his fault. Tyler invited him himself. Moreover, since this is a banquet, guests can eat as much as they want. The man said that they were opening today, so everyone was invited, but he didn't remember Morty and his comrades being on the guest list. The guy didn't understand what the man was getting at. Then he said that everyone would be very curious to know who this young man really was. He said that this boy is the heir of the Mangam family. As everyone knows, a while ago, the Huang family and the Mangam family fought for this restaurant, and the heir of the Mangam family refused the cooking duel. The Huang family won the restaurant fairly. Today was supposed to be the opening ceremony of the Huang restaurant, and in order to thank all the guests, the restaurant prepared this banquet. But the man did not expect that the Mom family would treat it so badly that they would send 2 evil guests here, who, like mad pigs, swept away everything on their own way, just to ruin their banquet. The guests began to note that the man's words made sense. The Mangam family was very pitiful, and this strange girl looked like she hadn't eaten for several years. Chelsea heard what people were saying. They said that anyone would be very embarrassed to communicate with her. Apparently, this girl was a pig in the past. A real conflict broke out between Morty and the head of the Huan family. The guy said that what happened today had nothing to do with the Mangam family. His girlfriend didn't want to offend the Huang family. It was his request. When the man said that, after all, Mom and Huan are excellent cooks in the family, and he will not get angry and call the police. He suggested that they forget the incident, saying that he already had a solution that Morty had to get used to. Then he demanded that the guy kneel down. Hearing this, Morty became furious and wanted to attack the man, but Chelsea stopped him. She stepped forward, intending to protect her friend. Suddenly the girl was enveloped in a strange aura. Her hair began to spin. The eye turned bright blue, as if a bright fire was coming from it. Poe immediately joined her. He tried to look extremely intimidating. The girl asked if the man really ordered the dragon cook of their heavenly world to kneel. The man didn't understand what she was talking about. He had never heard of any dragon cook. Then he asked if perhaps this girl was also betrayed by this brat from the Mangam family. Why did he point his finger at the dog, saying that this breed of dog is quite rare? It probably serves as a talisman for the girl. Then Morty realized that these two were now, apparently, going to destroy this entire building. Poe screamed, saying that there was no way he was asking that damn old man to say that. All the guests, including Tyler and his father, were extremely surprised that this dog-like creature was talking. Suddenly the eyes lit up with a bright light. Morty tried to stop them, but he failed, and Chelsea seemed to be pierced by thousands of bright lightning. Suddenly, a bright beam of light hit the roof of the building, causing everyone to run outside and run away. A few moments later, there was practically nothing left of the building. All the tables and decorations were destroyed. Only a huge layer of smoke could be seen inside. Morty found himself under the rubble, but after some time he managed to get out of there. When he opened his eyes, he saw something terrible in front of him. An incomprehensible figure towering high above him, which made terrible sounds. He didn't see who it was, but he saw something that scared him very much. It was an inhuman blue eye. Its owner said that old man Juan himself needed a talisman. Tyler and his father were pressed against the side of the building. Then Chelsea said that she was thinking about cooking something delicious with them, since she still wasn't full. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw a huge creature in front of them, similar to a giant blue beast. Apparently, it was so angry that it turned from a small ghost into something else. He leaned over to old man Juan and sniffed his face, causing the man to cry and tremble with fear. Then Chelsea entered the conversation, still emanating an incomprehensible blue aura. She said that the man was too proud and insignificant, that he did not see the true power of the dragon cook. For this, the girl was obliged to punish them. She raised her hand, and heaps of lightning gushed out from her palm, striking the roof and walls of the building. The guests screamed in fear, begging for mercy. Suddenly, Morty walked up to Chelsea and grabbed her hand, saying that it was his problem, so he should deal with it. The girl screamed at him, saying that she was not going to tolerate such treatment. Then she sharply pushed the guy with her knee, causing him to fly to the other side of the room. However, Morty immediately got to his feet and ran up to the girl again, begging Chelsea to stop. He said that she would now kill innocent people. However, the girl did not intend to retreat. She told the guy not to even try to stop her. Then Morty, he shouted, invited her to go home and have a delicious meal together. When Chelsea heard this, they immediately stopped and turned towards Morty. A moment later, they returned to their normal appearance, as if nothing had happened. Then the girl approached her father, saying that only thanks to Morty would she spare them today. Then she opened the portal and went into it, saying that she would wait for Morty to have wonderful dishes. Old man Juan wished Chelsea a good trip. The guests were perplexed. Some thought that it was an evil demon, and others began to guess that the Mangam family was somehow connected with this girl. Old man Juan walked up to Morty and shamefully lowered his gaze downwards. Then Morty declared that this was the end of today's commotion. He then turned to Tyler, saying that as a bonus, he would prove he was capable of fighting. He picked up a cucumber. Morty took his legendary knife in his other hand. The next moment, several hundred knife movements flashed before Tyler's eyes. A second later, the cucumber landed right on the plate he was holding, after which Morty waved his hand at him and walked towards the exit. When Tyler touched the cucumber with his finger, it shattered into thousands of tiny threads. The guy could not believe that Morty created these threads blowing in the wind in the blink of an eye. This is the style of the Mom family, which none of his contemporaries can repeat. It was just a great job. After returning, Morty, as promised, fed Chelsea and Poe dishes so that they finally had enough to eat. When night fell and they returned to their home, Hugo immediately scolded his grandson. He wanted Morty to take revenge on Tyler professionally, but after such an outburst he could not call himself a chef at all. Then Chelsea said that Morty had nothing to do with it. This vile family accused her of ruining their banquet. The ghost said that if it weren't for Morty, they wouldn't have gotten off so easily. Hugo smiled awkwardly and said that his brat grandson was to blame for this, and respected immortals did not have to justify and protect him. He then turned to his grandson, saying that he understands his dissatisfaction. Because he has a strong, offensive family, Juan, they did wrong. But with such an attitude he will not be able to reveal himself as a real specialist. However, Morty didn't understand why his grandfather was telling him this. Hugo then asked him if he knew about the origins of Sichuan cuisine. He said that before, such a concept did not exist at all. But a generation of Sichuan chefs have combined the characteristics of various cuisines, the north, southeast, and west, into one whole, resulting in Sichuan cuisine having about 100 flavors in a single dish. These people, who studied with many masters, humbly adopted the experiences of others, and did not argue with each other. Without their work, Sichuan cuisine would not exist at all. He then asked his guests how they thought cancer could end up in Sichuan dishes. if they had previously learned from professionals in Shanghainese and Cantonese cuisine. He said Morty did have some serious problems with his hands, but he read all the family cookbooks and learned to cook on his own every day. Well, did he really so quickly forget the long history of the founding of the Mangam family? Because starting from the experience of his ancestors is the way of the cook. Thus, he doesn't deserve to be a Szechuan chef unless he's willing to throw everything else away for it. As for the Huang family, Morty is driven only by resentment and desire to be together. He did not even try to evaluate the level of their cuisine. Hugo decided to be completely honest and said that he was very disappointed in what his grandson had done. Chelsea just silently watched everything that was happening, not daring to get involved in the conversation. Morty thought that his grandfather was right. In the days when he couldn't cook, kitchen dreams were all he had. But after his hands recovered, he stopped treating cooking as something sacred. It became a common practical skill. I was distracted from my thoughts by a sound coming from somewhere outside the building. He walked to the door and went outside to see who it was. As it turned out, Tyler was standing in front of the doors. Poe immediately ran out and swore at the uninvited guest, saying that this was the cub of the Huang family, and he had come here in vain, since now he would definitely come to an end. Remembering the form he had taken in their restaurant, Tyler immediately recoiled from the ghost. He said he didn't come to fight, he was just looking for Morty. The guy asked him why he was looking for him. Then Tyler knelt down, saying that he wanted to learn how to use a knife from him. He was ready to pay any price for it. At that moment, Morty remembered his grandfather's recent words that he didn't deserve to be a Szechuan chef unless he was willing to throw everything else away for it. Poe continued to shout at the intruder, saying that he dared to insult them, and now he was asking for their help. Morty then looked back to see his grandfather and Chelsea's reaction, but they looked completely emotionless, apparently deciding to leave the decision up to Morty. Then the guy said that he himself had relatively recently learned to handle a knife. Tyler said he shouldn't have come and said all that and quickly apologized. Then he stood up and headed towards the exit, realizing that there was nothing waiting for him here. Hugo and Chelsea frowned as the guy walked away. Then Morty stopped him, saying that it was for this reason that he believed that this skill belongs not only to him, but to every chef. So if Tyler wants to, he can teach him how to use a knife. Hearing this, the guy immediately stopped and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Suddenly, the medallion hanging around Chelsea's neck glowed with a bright light. A moment later, a contract appeared in her hands. It stated that Baihua would soon bloom in the Jade Garden, so that the dragon cook would use them as ingredients for the dish of the goddess Sivanmu. She said that this is a very important client, so they urgently need to return to Taote's house. The girl hastened to call for a portal that would take them back to the Heavenly Kingdom. She immediately grabbed Morty's hand, telling him that they needed to hurry. The guy finally shouted that he would definitely train Tyler as soon as he figured out what was happening, but he would not forget about his family. After that, the portal closed, and Tyler was left alone with Hugo. He thought about the fact that Morty would definitely wait, regardless of the price. He would learn this technique. Meanwhile, Morty and Chelsea arrived at Taote's house. The girl explained that every 100 years, Baihua blooms in the Jade Pond. The previous dragon cook prepared a delicacy called the 100 Flowers treat, and goddess Siwanmu was very pleased. She liked everything so much that she gave the cook a precious peach of immortality. This is the best gift in heaven and earth. And if Morty also tries, then Sivanmu will be very pleased this time too. Then Morty asked, "Is this really the same peach of immortality that can make the one who eats it immortal?" Chelsea said that this was impossible, but with its help it was quite possible to prolong your life, avoid all diseases, and strengthen the body as a whole. But it had an even more important function. The girl said that this peach is incredibly tasty. At that moment, Poe flew into the room, looking incredibly joyful. He began to rush around the room, bouncing off the walls and ceiling like mad. When his strength suddenly gave out, he plopped down on the floor with a crash. Then Chelsea asked him what was happening to him. The ghost said that divine chicken and shredded crayfish of the pure soul are in great demand. Now they have more than 10,000 crystals, which is a fortune. The girl immediately ran up to Poe and hugged him tightly, saying that she had been penniless for so long, and now she finally had money. She would never complain about poverty again, because she would be able to buy herself whatever she wanted. When Morty asked if they should use these crystals to furnish Taote's new home, however, the girl objected, saying that he should not take the crystals. Morty screamed, saying that they were so irresponsible with money, because they would earn much more after the update. Then he asked what they could update to right now. The ghost said that they now have 15,198 crystals at their disposal, which can be spent on upgrading the ballroom to a first-level suite and upgrading 2 rooms. They can also purchase 10 sets of dragonwood tables and chairs, which will add freshness to the interior and fill the room with the atmosphere of a fairy tale forest. The ghost also said that they could upgrade the 1,000-herb garden. Morty liked this idea the most. However, Chelsea asked what was wrong with the garden and why it should be improved. Morty said that if they succeed, they will make a fortune from this. Then all three of them went to the garden. It was an unusual forest, full of fabulous plants and trees. Morty said he didn't think there were enough ingredients to feed the entire sky world. Then the Phantom replied that he could not even imagine the potential of Taote's house. It was truly the most powerful artifact of the three worlds. Suddenly, Morty noticed a flash of light that flew right in front of him. A moment later, that flash of light turned into a dragon. He asked what Po said, to which Phantom replied that the dragon was also very good at cooking. The dragon said that they, together with this building, are quite powerful. It took 3,000 years to create. But still, the entire Taote house cannot be compared to it alone. Then Morty said that he could only cut, but Taote's house had everything. The dragon objected, saying that he did not understand anything. These powers of artifacts are associated with the abilities of their owners. He does not even imagine how much it increases the boy's culinary skills. Moreover, the heavenly feast is considered the highest aerobatics of cooking. However, Po did not let him finish, covering his mouth with his hand. However, Morty became very interested in this heavenly feast that the dragon was talking about. So he asked what it was. Chelsea and Po immediately looked away, saying that it was nothing special. The girl asked him not to pay attention to all this. She also advised him not to worry about the ingredients. The plants and animals from here can be used both in the heavenly world, in the world of demons, and even in the human world. They will definitely have enough for everyone. She then leaned over and asked Morty to look at one of the plants. Then she took it and pulled it out of the ground, right by the roots. When Morty looked down, he saw that there was a bright light right where she pulled the plant out. As it turned out, the plant that had just been pulled out grew again, right in the same place, as if no one had touched it. He absolutely did not understand how it happened. In his eyes, it was real magic. The boy took the plant and broke its root. He was convinced that it was really ginseng. If they sold it, they would become the richest in the world. Chelsea brushed it off, saying that he was talking about it as if it was something so rare that no one could buy it for nothing. Their world was full of more valuable things, and if ginseng or something similar were more expensive, she would long ago I would become rich. The gods do not care about the preciousness of the ingredients, only the taste. Soon after, Morty took a plant seed and tossed it into the hole he had dug. Chelsea asked him what he was doing. Morty chuckled and replied that he was planting seeds. The girl realized that he was up to something again. The guy then took his bag and showed the contents to the ghost and the girl. There were seeds and some bags of ingredients. He explained that these are the seeds of spices and vegetables that he asked his grandfather to collect from the earth. Although there are many different plants in this garden, there are still no earthly ingredients, and without some of them it is impossible to prepare a good dish. However, he noticed that the seeds he planted were somehow not growing as quickly. Chelsea said that he had the same idea as the previous dragon cooks. In fact, many of the ingredients in the garden were of earthly origin. Some cultures had changed many times to adapt to their world. Then she pointed her finger somewhere to the side, saying that wheat grows there. When Morty turned his head, he immediately froze in horror. This wheat was of incredible size. It reached far into the clouds. But Chelsea said that they were in a garden of thousands of herbs, and here such plants are not something surprising. In another part of the garden there were tomatoes growing. They were larger than an adult bear. The girl then pointed out the giant broccoli to him. Behind them there were also chili peppers that had already grown to the skies. Morty laughed nervously, realizing that he was right, and with this, he would be able to cook real Chinese food at Taote's house. Po said that it was not so easy to make earthly plants survive in the heavenly world. The environment of the immortal world is different from the earthly one. It is extremely difficult to succeed in cultivation here, and only a few dozen dragon cooks have succeeded in this over the past 10 million years. If Morty succeeded in that thing with crayfish, it does not mean that he will be lucky here. Then Morty asked if he really had such a small chance of success. Chelsea said that he better start studying heavenly ingredients, because he won't succeed here, and then she called the ghost with her and walked away, wishing Morty good luck. When the guy was left alone, he began to think about what he should do and how to prepare a dish without ingredients. He did not understand how he would grow the ingredients here, and how he would know whether there were dolls or seeds on this land or not. Only a few chefs have succeeded in this in the past. Does this mean he is destined to give up? These thoughts overwhelmed the guy. He understood that he was a cook, but he did not understand why he needed to know how to grow vegetables. At that moment, the dragon turned to him. In his hand there was a twig, which he took out of the guy's backpack. He said that these flowers were very fragrant. Then he said that his old man seemed not to be so attentive, since these were not seeds at all. Morty said it was osmanthus. Grandpa planted a whole tree in his yard. Then suddenly a brilliant idea came into Morty's head. He grabbed the dragon and laughed slyly. He asked him to turn into a knife because he had come up with something that would work. Meanwhile, the story moves to Taoti's house. Chelsea and Poe once again ate their fill while Morty was still working in the garden. Then she asked her partner how he was doing in the jade pond. Ghost said it would bloom in 3 or 4 days, but he didn't know if Morty was ready for that. At that moment, someone knocked down the doors of their room. It was Morty. He looked extremely tired, but happy. He shouted that his plan had worked. Poe asked him what was going on, because he looked like a crazy person. Then the dragon objected, saying that Poe, like his entire family, looked like a psycho himself. He then pointed at Morty and said that this kid was just a genius. He couldn't believe it. But he really did it. The boy suddenly laughed, but he was very tired, and so he simply fell to the floor. When he came to his senses, he took Chelsea and Poe to the garden to show them the result of his work. When they arrived there, they were extremely surprised at what they saw. The entire garden was filled with flowering plants. The guy smiled contentedly and asked them to evaluate his work. A magnificent tree passed on one of the rocks. Half of its leaves were blue, and the other half yellow. Chelsea held her breath with delight. Poe noted that these snow orchids add a wonderful scent to food and can be stored fresh or frozen. However, on the other hand, there are also yellow flowers. But the ghost has never heard of such a tree that has 2 different flowers growing at once. He flew closer to the flowers and inhaled their scent. And after that, his face contorted in delight. The smell was simply amazing. Chelsea still couldn't believe it was all Morty's doing. Then she picked one of the flowers from the tree. She brought it to her face and smelled it, and then said that they had a very familiar smell. But she had never seen such flowers in her life. Morty asked if she didn't wonder how he did it. Chelsea immediately hit him, saying that he shouldn't show off, but just tell it like it is. Morty waved them off and said that the reason he wasn't happy with this garden was because it was impossible to cook a good dish without using many different spices. The garden of 1,000 herbs looked impressive, but to be honest, the herbs here were the same. The development of human cooking has always been accompanied by the discovery of new ingredients and spices: peppers, peas, hot peppers, fresh oil, aged wine, spices for flavor. All this is a very important part of the dish. Without this variety, there is no point in even trying to do something. And in the heavenly world there are too few herbs, and since Morty was chosen as the dragon's cook, then he must prepare only the most delicious dishes. Then Chelsea asked him how this flower would help him with this. The guy replied that, as they told him, the plants of the mortal world are incompatible with the world of immortals, so they cannot be grown here so easily. Even on the ground, plants do not take root everywhere. They need certain soils and water, but there is one good way. Chelsea and Poe were very interested in this method. Then the dragon intervened in the conversation, saying that he also helped Morty in all this. However, the guy made one movement with his palm, calling off the dragon, since it was interfering with him. He ordered him to turn into a knife, and then he answered his comrades that this method was grafting. Chelsea couldn't tell if he meant he got vaccinated. Then Morty explained that grafting is a method of artificial propagation of plants by cuttings. That is, cutting a branch or bud from one plant and attaching it to a branch of another plant. The 2 plants connected together grow into one, which allows the new plant to quickly adapt to the new environment and bear fruit. He didn't expect it to work anyway, but he tried it anyway and didn't regret it one bit. And then he asked them if they knew what kind of flower it was. Chelsea said that the taste and shape is similar to osmanthus, and the smell is the same, but it is not the same color, and the pattern is similar to a snow orchid. Morty said that she answered correctly. This is an osmanthus with the characteristics of a snow orchid, which means that earthly plants can not only take root in the heavenly kingdom, but also acquire new qualities. Then he hugged the girl's hair, saying that if they completed the task of the goddess Sivanmu, she could give them that peach, and then they could plant it here. Chelsea immediately pushed him away, saying that he was completely crazy. The peach of immortality is the embodiment of Queen Siwanmu's life force, not to mention that no one dares to plant it. And outside the jade of his pond, the peach never bears fruit, so Morty just had to save his life. Then Morty asked that if you graft it onto a fruit-bearing tree, then the fruits of the plant will be just like the peach of immortality. Hearing this, Chelsea and Poe fell into a stupor. The guy laughed, saying that the melon pear, the campsis fruit, the immortal peach, the ears of wheat and even the root of the heavenly nutweed are in this garden. But they are different from the original. Perhaps the effect will be worse, but they can win in quantity and sell them later. Then Chelsea suddenly threw herself at him, hugging him to her chest. She shouted that in this case their restaurant would become the richest place. Morty said that the girl said that no one had dared to imprison him before, and they might have problems. Chelsea said that if so, then she would pay some people to work in the house as bodyguards, and if they called her a glutton and wanted to kick her out, she would crush everyone to death with her crystals. Only the three of them will know about this plan, and if the information leaks out further, she will beat everyone to death. Finally, she said that Morty should cook a great dish. However, if he dares to make a mistake, he will be in trouble. The girl hit the tree hard, causing its trunk to shatter into a bunch of small fragments. She once again asked Morty to try hard this time. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to Taote's house. Po was incredibly lost in thought as he read the book. Shortly before this, Morty told him that he had to learn some new dishes, so he would have to ask the Phantom to do some gardening and go to his world to find some books for him so that he could learn everything. However, as it turned out, the boy had brought him a whole mountain of books, and now the Phantom was frantically trying to have time to read them all. Meanwhile, Morty was preparing one of the ingredients, which looked like a berry. He cut a thin piece from one of the fruits and put it on his finger. Then he decided to try what the fruit tasted like. The next moment he immediately screamed. This thing was incredibly sharp, and he had to drink a whole glass of water in one gulp. Po said it was genuine Szechuan pepper. Through her tears, Morty said it tasted great, just like home, only 1,000 times spicier. Now that he had tasted all the graphs, he could say it was a job done perfectly. At that moment, Chelsea entered the room and shouted that Po was great. The ghost thanked everyone for their support, because it was only thanks to them that he achieved such success, and will continue in the same spirit. Then Morty said that in that case, the next 100 species would be an easy task for him. The ghost immediately grabbed the boy by the collar and began to shake him from side to side. He said that hundreds more species were too much. He spent a lot of time in the space of Taya. He read so many books during all this time that he couldn't even count them. Then with tears in his eyes, he turned to Chelsea, asking her to help him, because he could not cope with 100 more species. However, Chelsea was on Morty's side. She said that Ghost needs to do everything he says, otherwise something terrible will happen to him. Then Morty squatted down and put his hand on Ghost, saying that he was very grateful to him. His work is very important for the House of Taote, all the achievements, and they will definitely happen, all generations of dragon cooks. He said that he planned to give some of their income to Ghost to pay him for his huge contribution. But since he doesn't want to do it, then so be it. Chelsea said that she believed that there would be plenty of beings in the immortal world who would be willing to do this work, also because of the excellent pay. Then Po decided to ask how much he could get in a year. Morty said that if the sales of the heavenly chicken and the purest soul crayfish were anything to go by, with the new spices, he would have no problem developing new dishes. In which case it would be easy to increase sales by 1,000 times, with Chelsea of course getting the largest share. Morty will receive the second largest share, and Po will receive the third. When he said that, according to his calculations, they would receive at least 100,000 crystals a year, Chelsea's faces froze in surprise. Morty thought that this was not enough for them, and said that this is just the beginning. In the future they will expand all these restaurants, hold corporate events, weddings, funerals. They will need a lot of space. However, as it turned out, this amount was more than enough. So Chelsea and Phantom were filled with determination to achieve such a result, no matter what. The girl rushed at Morty, asking if they could really earn that many crystals. He said that most likely they won't be able to, and they are still not accurate. Meanwhile, Po was in his dreams. Such numbers incredibly inspired him. He said that no matter what, he would do whatever it took. He swore that he would not leave Taya's space until he had propagated every plant that Morty spoke of. He could stop worrying about him and leave it to him. He would achieve the rank of master or professor if necessary. He wanted to plant thousands of herbs in the garden. All the plants of the mortal world, as well as the world of immortals, the world of ghosts, and the world of demons. The ghost was determined to become the master of the 3 worlds and a master of gardening. At that moment, an incredibly bright beam appeared in the middle of the sky. It hit the area in front of the building where Morty and his friends were. Chelsea immediately realized it was Sivanmu. Soon, a contract appeared in front of her, which was sent from the Jade Pond in Bloom. It said that the dragon cook, the master of the Taote house, was invited to prepare the Baihua feast. Morty decided not to hesitate, and immediately went forward to the Jade Pond with his friends. He was confident that the Peach of Immortality would soon become his. Soon, Morty, Chelsea, and Po seemed to find themselves in a completely different world. The guy couldn't help but stop and start examining every corner of this world, because it seemed simply incredible to him. Then he suddenly saw a huge staircase in front of him that led straight to the Jade Pond. And upon entering, the dragon's cook was recognized by the goddess's servants, who decided to inform Sivanmu that the dragon's cook was here. Morty was overjoyed when he first found himself in Taote's house. He thought that there was no more wonderful place in this world, but this place exceeded all his expectations. Suddenly Chelsea hit him and said that the Jade Pond and Taote's house cannot be compared. Empress Siwanmu, this wife of the Jade Emperor, of course, all their properties will be many times more beautiful than their restaurants. However, Poe said that Chelsea should not be judged, because she herself had wandered the human world for centuries. However, when he saw the girl's stern look, he immediately hurried to take back his words. Then Morty asked where the peach tree was. Chelsea asked what he was thinking about, because such trees would not grow here at every turn. The peach garden is a small, but maximally protected space. Even the immortals have no right to enter there without the permission of the Empress. Then Morty said that he thought there was nothing wrong with it, because the monkey would have already managed to steal a couple of peaches. He explained that in the human world there is a legend, according to which Wukong caused a stir in the Siwanmu garden. Then Chelsea suddenly rushed to shut the guy's mouth. She said that he should not say this name even by accident, otherwise he would be killed on the spot. He said that this guy is good. He has an excellent voice and hearing, amazing eyesight, courage, worthy of heaven and earth. He even was in Taote's house. But in this very place, whoever remembers the past is out of sight. When everyone calmed down, they decided to continue on their way to the garden. Meanwhile, the story moved somewhere far away in China, to one of the deep caves. Inside were two monkeys holding a large tray with a huge peach on it. They brought it to the man and asked him to try it. The man took the fruit under his nose and took a bite of it. The monkeys watched the man's reaction with fear in their eyes. Then he threw a peach at one of them, saying that it did not suit him. It was a fair-haired man who looked more like a monkey. He said that he had been eating one of the fruits for 1,000 years. He did not believe that all his efforts had gone down the drain. According to legend, after his atrocities, Wukong was sent to the Heavenly Palace, where he tried to break free, but was captured, thrown to the ground, and crushed by Mount Wuxianshan. Moreover, this robe was made by none other than the Buddha, and now the monkey man missed kitchen of the human world. He asked the monkeys to bring 2 mortal chefs here, so that they could cook for him. One of the monkey elders said that taking mortals from the immortal world is a crime, and even those cooks are not able to cope with their ingredients, and earthly food in large quantities can take a lot of energy, despite the incredible taste. Then the man shouted, asking if it was impossible. He had been eating fruit all his life, but now he had become immortal, and still continued to eat it. The monkey tried to calm him down, saying that the other day he heard good news. He said that Taote's house had reopened. Wukong was surprised because he had not been there since the last opening. Then the monkey said that it was all true. He had heard that things were going well for them. Wukong laughed, saying that this is great news. The last time he was there, it was not tasty, but it is definitely better than those terrible fruits, so he should go there. He instantly flew out of the cave, heading to the right place. Soon he was already in the tree, tracking down the people he needed. The monkey warned him, saying that he had not been out on post for a long time, so he should be careful. Suddenly Wukong saw something to the side. The vision showed him that Chelsea and some boy unknown to him were heading straight into the Jade Pond. He didn't understand why the new dragon cook was some boy. The man chuckled, saying that he had not eaten immortality peaches for many years. The monkey invited him to place an order for home delivery. However, when he raised his head to look at the tree branch where Wukong had just been sitting, he realized that he was no longer there. Meanwhile, Morty and his friends have already arrived at the Jade Pond. On a large pedestal there was a huge glowing ball, in front of which stood 2 young girls. Morty, as well as his friends, were trying to catch their breath, since all this time they were climbing a tall staircase. Then Chelsea said, the girl, that they were representatives of the Taote house. They were invited to hold a banquet in the Jade Pond for the Empress. In surprise, one of the girls covered her mouth with her hand. At that moment, someone's silhouette appeared in the ball that stood behind them. Morty asked his friend what was going on. He was embarrassed by the heavy atmosphere. Moreover, they were not even welcomed. However, Chelsea asked him to shut up. Then the silhouette turned to the guests, asking if this boy was the dragon's new cook. Chelsea smiled and turned to the mistress, saying that everything was really like that. This boy's name is Morty. Then an unfamiliar woman asked how old he was, because he looked very young. Morty laughed and said he was 16. Chelsea added that he is young, but very talented, and she is sure that the mistress will be impressed by his abilities. However, upon hearing the real age of the dragon cook, the woman said that he was too young, and therefore he should return back. Morty and everyone else were shocked by this answer. Then the Empress came out of the ball, saying that she recognizes that there are geniuses in this world. But the improvement of any skill takes time. This banquet is held very rarely. Its ingredients bloom only once in a century. Therefore, she is not sure that they will not waste these treasures in vain. Morty tutted in displeasure. Chelsea tried to object, saying that Morty was a dragon chef approved by the sharpest knife himself. He would definitely not disappoint the Empress. However, the woman remained adamant. She said that in the Jade Pond, nymphs take care of Baihua, and although they were not able to taste the fruits of their labors for a long time, they did not stop trying. And if they disrespected this treasure, it would be very sad. The woman approached Chelsea, saying that she might seem cruel, but she couldn't trust this dragon cook. Sivanmu then extended her hand and said that they should go back now. She didn't want to tell them that twice. Chelsea tried to argue with her. She didn't want to leave here empty-handed. However, at that moment Morty approached her. He stopped her, saying that the Empress had already voiced her decision, so there was no point in arguing. He winked at the girl and said that everything was fine and they could go back. As they emerged from the Jade Pond, Chelsea asked him if there was a way to make Lady Siwanma change her mind. Morty said that her opinion is a complete relic of the past. She simply cannot perceive the new generation normally, so there is no point in humiliating herself. However, Chelsea was upset because she would also like to have the immortal peach. Morty said that they still wouldn't do anything to her in this life, but someday he would make her beg him. Chelsea was shocked by this answer. She said that the guy would never be able to do anything to the Empress in his life. However, Morty stood his ground. He said that they had already left the Jade Pond area, so she shouldn't care what they were doing here. Chelsea asked him what he was up to. Then the guy asked to move the kitchen from the old Taure house here. The ghost immediately used all his magical power to carry out the guy's order. The next moment, a stall appeared in front of them, which used to be Taute's house. But Chelsea was not happy with this decision. She did not understand who in such a wilderness would want to buy something from them. Morty told her not to worry and then asked her a question. He was wondering what she thought mortal girls liked best. However, Chelsea did not know the answer to this question, since everything on Earth was very tasty. Then Morty answered for her, saying that their favorite thing was snacks. When Chelsea heard this, her eyes filled with delight, and she said that she also really enjoyed the variety of snacks when she was on Earth. Morty said that the girls could refuse the main course, but not the appetizer. And besides, the gods had been eating tasteless crap for decades. He wanted Sivanmu to understand this power of cooking, which has been accumulated over thousands of years, so that she would not deprive her servants of delicious food, because Morty deserves the title of Dragon Chef. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the Jade Pond. In one of the palaces, the nymphs' work was in full swing, and they were closely watched by the palace guards. At that moment, one of the girls who lived in the palace looked into one of the rooms. She then tried to sneak past the guards. However, one of them noticed her and turned sharply in her direction. Then the girl ran. As it turned out, there was something in her hands. Soon the guards caught up with her and ordered her to show what she was hiding in her hands. The girl had no choice but to obey and show what she was hiding in her hands. As it turned out, it was a bag from Taote's house. She told the guards it was just a bag of snacks. When the guards smelled the scent coming from the package, they immediately lowered their guard as the aroma was incredibly pleasant and tasty. However, then they suddenly shouted, asking how the girl dared to do this. The bodies of nymphs are made of trees and flowers. They should not be stained with traces of evil and greed. And these snacks smell strange. It is some kind of unclean smell. Then the girl took out one of the snacks and ate it, saying that she bought it from a dragon cook recognized by the 3 worlds. So nothing here can be evil. Everything here is clean and hygienic. Then she asked the guards how long they had been serving here, doing their job properly day after day. The guards didn't quite understand why she was asking such a question. The girl said that she could not count the days. However, she knew for sure that every day was work. Her job included working in the flower garden, which was often very dangerous due to the plants that were there. For many years she was unhappy. But today, when she tried these snacks, she was very happy. Finally, she tasted normal food, and for her it was real happiness. Then she asked the guards if they knew what Dr. Chen exchanged for a simple wind lily. The wind lily is a treasure that blooms once every 500 years. Then the girl said that in exchange for these snacks, she gave Empress Siwanmu's most precious treasure, the golden essence of the sun. Hearing this, the guards were incredibly shocked, because this is the most valuable fire attribute of the 3 worlds. The girl said she traded it for 3 bags of snacks. The guards said that such a system is complete nonsense. Sivanmu should find out about this as soon as possible. Meanwhile, a crowd of people gathered around the shop that Morty had opened. There were a lot of girls among the customers, but Morty asked them to keep the line. He kept filling bags with snacks and said that everyone would get a snack. He was very busy working with his friends. At that moment, a pink-haired girl approached him, asking him to serve her as quickly as possible. After her, another girl with red hair came up, saying that she couldn't get enough. Morty was soon surrounded by various girls who asked him to hurry up. At that moment, behind him, he heard someone hit a pan with a ladle, asking everyone to distract themselves for a while. As it turned out, it was Chelsea. She said that everything was already sold out. She asked if that was all the nymphs could do because they acted very boring, and next time they should hurry up if they want to get something. Morty asked the girl to be more polite, because these are their regular customers. When Chelsea saw that one of the nymphs was still holding the guy's hand, she looked at her darkly and ordered her to let him go. The girl pulled her hand back in fear, afraid of angering Chelsea. Then Morty waved to the girls and said that they could come to him next time. He then turned to Chelsea. He didn't understand why she was so angry. Because the business was booming and everything was going well. The ghost chuckled, saying that he thought Chelsea was angry for a reason this time. Then Morty said that he understood everything. Apparently, she was angry because she didn't eat enough today. Hearing this, Chelsea immediately rushed at them with a ladle, intending to hit them. All this was carefully observed by Wukong, sitting on a tree branch that grew nearby. He said he really likes this dragon chef, he looks really cool. This guy is going to beat the soul out of the jade pond, he doesn't look that old. How does he know so much about the preferences of nymphs? At that moment, Wukong heard a strange sound behind him. Someone was rummaging through the bag of snacks from Taote's house. Soon the pig's head poked out of the bag and he addressed the man as if he were his brother, saying that the snacks were indeed very tasty. Wukong hit him, saying that he called him to express his assumptions, but he still did not stop eating. He asked if he really thought that Sivanmu, the most sensible woman in the 3 worlds, would deal with this trifle. The pig replied that he was right, and then asked the man if he really wanted to help him, the boy. He wondered if he wasn't afraid of trouble. Wukong said that the only thing this world is not perfect in is culinary talent, and this boy is so well controlled by the nymphs. Then the pig asked if Wukong really thought that he would treat them. Then pictures of them trying a bunch of different dishes prepared by the guy appeared in his head, and so he decided that he should really help him. Meanwhile, at the end of the working day, Chelsea and Poe were completely exhausted. Morty said these women are very insatiable. He said that in their world, girls also love to eat, but here it somehow manifests itself on a larger scale. Chelsea laughed, saying that this is why the mortal world suits her better. She then asked how much they earned today. Poe flew up to the chest in which their earnings were supposed to be, and then said that things were bad. Morty and Chelsea turned around, asking what happened. Then the phantom screamed, saying that it was all Morty's fault. They were just selling snacks from Taote's house, and they were paying with such valuable things. Chelsea asked him what he was talking about since they didn't force them to do it. Then he called them both into the chest and asked them to look at what was inside. They owned about half of the Jade Pond's treasures, and he also saw some fairies selling their clothes. This is an open robbery, and he wanted to say that the firekeeper is very reasonable and careful. If their things, acquired by backbreaking labor over tens of thousands of years, were confiscated in one day, they would also do something. Chelsea agreed with the ghost, saying that all this was really very scary. They should just close the shop and run away from here. However, before she had time to finish speaking, at that moment a bright flash of light flashed behind them, and then people appeared from there. As it turned out, they were the Empress's guards. They said that Siwanmu invited 3 representatives of the Taote house to visit the Jade Pond, right now. Morty chuckled, saying that was pretty good news. Chelsea and Poe looked at their friend in surprise, not understanding why he was smiling. Morty then said that the Empress seemed to be thinking of rewarding them. Soon, Morty, Chelsea, and Poe arrived at the Jade Pond, accompanied by guards. They reported to the Empress that 3 representatives of the House of Taote had arrived. Sivanmu sat behind a huge golden throne, towering above everyone else. The nymphs did not understand why these people were called today. Moreover, the queen looked angry. They heard that the dragon cook was to be publicly executed today. Morty heard every gossip that came from the people standing behind and to the side of him. He didn't understand what this old woman was up to. Did she really like watching them wait for her? Then Sivanmu finally addressed them, asking them to sit down. She asked if the 3 realized they had committed a crime. Then Chelsea screamed on what grounds it could be said that they had committed some kind of crime. The Empress said that the 3 of them deceived the nymphs and stole almost all the treasures of the Jade Pond. Chelsea looked at Morty, not knowing what to answer. Shortly before this, Morty had told her that if they appeared before the Empress, he would trust her and Poe to talk. So they needed to be prepared for the fact that she might be furious. The ghost laughed, saying that Master Morty was very wise. Chelsea said that the guy knows the girls too well, he has already deceived many of them. The guy replied that they don't know, but the internet is now full of different forums with discussions, where he just regularly visits and reads what people write. He then took out a piece of paper from his backpack and showed it to his friends, saying that this was the most important thing. Now Chelsea knew she had to do as Morty said. Without waiting for an answer from the accused, the Empress grinned, saying that, apparently, they had nothing to oppose her. Then Chelsea told her that all these accusations were lies. One of the guards immediately shouted at her, asking how she dared openly condemn the Empress. Are the nymphs of the Jade Pond really so stupid that they are so easy to deceive? After all, these were very valuable relics. Then the Empress said that they should not listen to Chelsea since she never framed anyone, and today she wanted to hear their point of view and evidence of innocence. Chelsea said that Teote's house was built by the Jade Emperor and the Immortals to make up for the lack of cooking in the immortal world. Sivanmu said she didn't know everything about it, but she didn't understand what Chelsea meant by that. The girl said that after the creation of Teote's house, everyone in the immortal world could finally enjoy delicious food. But Teote's house was suffering. She then lightly kicked the phantom, saying that it was his turn to perform. Then Po cleared his throat, and the next moment he roared, saying that they were very unhappy. He said that Her Majesty does not know the whole truth. Teote's house has never been financed in any way from the outside. Only they put their whole soul into it. And no one except them can provide savings for the renovation of the house, the purchase of food, the care of all the gods, utilities and rent. He has to endure all sorts of abuse, being kicked and beaten when the gods did not receive their portions on time. Therefore, now he explosively asked the Empress to judge everything on her own. Morty whispered to him that he should talk to the point because he was overacting. Then the Empress shouted that all immortals pay for food with crystals, and the ghost is now talking complete nonsense. Then Po will pull out some old records, saying that for tens of thousands of years, many deities did not pay for their food. They also held a huge number of feasts at their expense, and all the data about this was preserved. On the 1897th anniversary, the fire deity breaks the blooming bud of pleasure. They also stole 18 jugs of immortal wine. In the first year of the Yuan dynasty, in 9756, 6 golden dragons ordered a banquet of 8 immortals, making excuses for the lack of immortal crystals, paid only half, and returned the rest, and didn't think so. When the nymphs heard this, they were completely shocked. Then Po showed them another piece of paper, saying that there is information about the Jade Pond here, in the year 15912. The Jade Pond announced a banquet for 1,800 tables with 45890 dishes. In that year the dragon cook fell from exhaustion after working for a whole 3x months. The Jade Pond rewarded him with 2 jugs of immortal wine and 1 immortal peach. The expenses cannot be counted. After this, the nymphs looked askance at the Empress, silently saying that this whole thing reeks of incredible stinginess. Ghost asked Morty how well he did. Morty was horrified. He said that the Phantom started such a mess, and as a result, all the attention now lies on him. When he looked at the Empress, he realized that she was incredibly furious. Then she said that this was enough. She did not gather them to listen to old reports, but to deal with their deception. With the help of his snacks, a huge number of Jade Pond relics were stolen. The nymphs paid them with the most valuable treasures, and this was absolutely unheard of. Chelsea then asked Morty to forget about all this. If they continue like this, the Empress will give them to the North Sea and make them suffer for 1,000 years, so they should just forget about the peach of immortality and leave here. The ghost began to cry, saying that he did not want to go to the North Sea at all. Then Morty stood up from his seat and asked if Her Majesty knew that the path of cooking is the path to transformation, survival, and happiness. Sivanmu asked him if he really intended to continue this circus. Morty said that unlike the immortal world, in the mortal world there used to be not much food, and their ancestors studied a huge amount of ingredients so that people could simply survive and develop further. Some ingredients are poisonous, but in the culinary arts they become part of the delicacy. Other ingredients may turn out to be ordinary leftovers, but they can be used to prepare delicious dishes. Where he comes from, the internal organs of animals were initially thrown away because they were considered inedible. But in the hands of a master, it all becomes a divine dish. The guy then turned to Chelsea and asked her to go ahead with the plan. The girl used a spell and showed the Empress several wonderful dishes. These were potted beef, cold and ox entrails, and vermicelli from the large intestine of a pig. The nymphs looked at all these dishes in fascination, and Morty continued his speech, saying that in the end, these low-quality ingredients turn out to be much more popular than traditional ones. And instead of despising them for their origin, people simply enjoy the taste. Suddenly one of the guards noticed an incomprehensible sound somewhere to the side. When he turned his gaze to the crowd of nymphs who stood nearby, he saw huge puddles under their feet. As it turned out, the girls were so impressed by these dishes that they drooled endlessly. Morty continued his speech by saying that in his cooking, he does not look at the origin of the ingredients. He only looks at the quality of the result of the dish prepared by the chef. This is the path of transformation, the path of survival, and the path of happiness. And the dish whose recipe was passed down through these paths millennia cannot be judged solely on the origin of its ingredients. The Empress looked extremely depressed when she heard such a speech. Then Morty asked how they could call it a scam if all their clients bought everything voluntarily. Chelsea and Poe praised their friend for his great speech. Then the Empress slammed her hand on the table, continued to conduct honest trade. Then in a few years all the riches of the immortal world will be theirs. This is an obvious deception and theft. Moreover, it looks like a mockery. Then she ordered the guard to seize this impudent dragon cook. Soon the guards ran up to Morty and took his hands. Chelsea turned to the Empress, saying that the nymphs exchanged all these treasures for food of their own free will. Their snacks were only selling for 10 crystals apiece, and they could not think that they would sell so well. Poe also said that they were forced to accept her sister's treasures, but they hope that the Empress will forgive them. Chelsea screamed that she didn't care about those peaches anymore. The only thing she was worried about now was Morty's safety. However, the guy suddenly took a deep breath and screamed. He escaped from the hands of the guards, and they did not even try to grab him back. Then the Empress shouted at them, asking how they dared disobey orders in front of everyone. Then Morty said he had something to say. Sivanmu said that his endless arguments drove her crazy. Chelsea screamed, saying that if Morty continued now, she would not be able to save him. Morty then turned to the Empress, saying that she was right. Their fault was that they were not knowledgeable enough to know the value of their treasures, so the House of Taote was ready to make amends. Poe and Chelsea were incredibly surprised by this answer. The ghost couldn't believe that he could actually think that speaking in a commanding tone would have any effect. Hearing this answer, the Empress's loyal guards grinned contentedly. Then Morty said that the House of Taote is ready to compensate for the damage, Empress. Chelsea sighed in relief. Morty scared her to death. She thought he was going to do something again. The Empress asked him if he really wanted to pay for the damage. Then Morty asked to open the treasure chest and return every single one. The ghost was indignant, said that he had gone crazy. He had nothing against compensation, but there were a lot of crystals that they used to reproduce the ingredients of the cauldron. They would lose a lot of money. However, Chelsea ordered the ghost to listen to Morty and do as he says, since the Empress was already at her breaking point. Then she approached the guy and said that she wouldn't blame him if he didn't succeed. Morty grinned and asked what had gotten into Chelsea. He said that he remembers everything that she did for him during this time. She even healed his hands. For him, their friendship was much more valuable than crystals. This answer made Chelsea blush with embarrassment. Morty said that she didn't have to console him. He just wanted her to believe that everything would work out. Then the girl walked up to Morty and extended her palm to his face. The next moment she hit him so hard that he flew high into the sky. After some time, a chest containing all her treasures was delivered to the Empress's throne. Poe said that all her treasures were located here. He thought to himself how much they had lost, and that it would have to be included in this debt in the document. Then one of the guards asked the dragon cook if he still had not retreated. Sivanmu grinned, saying that he was so young and promising, but he was not recognized. However, she saw that this guy was very smart. She had already made up her mind about the banquet, so she didn't want to hear about it anymore. Morty then turned to her and said that they wanted to thank the Empress for her mercy, and said that the Taote house had a gift for her. Sivanmu was surprised by what he said, and looked carefully at what he was going to give her. Then the guard shouted at Morty, saying that it was forbidden to do this here, and ordered him to leave the place. However, the guy did not listen to him. He took a bunch of business cards from the inner pocket of his jacket and scattered them on the floor. Chelsea picked up one of the cards, and when she saw the contents, her face turned red. Morty said these were Taote House VIP cards that allowed guests to get 2 snacks for the price of 1. What's more, visitors could also get 20% off everything. The nymphs could not believe that all this was really happening, since it was an incredibly profitable offer. One of the girls said that they do not have crystals, because they use treasures. Then Morty said that everything is in order. They can exchange the dress for the price that each empress has. If the lady tells that this dress costs 100,000, then they can exchange it for 100,000 crystals. He said that with such a card, the nymphs would be able to buy 10,000 packages of any snack at any time. Then one of the guards looked at the empress, since she had remained silent all this time, looking at the business card. She was furious. This child was trying to lure her nymphs to his side. She couldn't lose this time. However, she was distracted from her thoughts by Chelsea's scream, who said that she would never let this happen. Then Sivanmu hit the table with force, ordering everyone to be silent. Hearing this, the nymphs immediately stopped screaming and looked at each other with fear. Then Sivanmu suddenly left her throne and headed down. The nymphs immediately stood near her path and bowed their heads in respect. The guards did not understand why Sivanmu suddenly decided to go down, but the Empress did not tell them anything. Then she approached Morty and said that she wanted to discuss the details of the upcoming banquet with the dragon's cook. The guy smiled slyly and looked into the Empress's face. She said that she had known Chelsea for years, so she assumed it was all Morty's idea. The guy laughed nervously, not knowing what to answer. Then the Empress told him not to worry, she was not going to punish him. Hearing this, Chelsea and Poe exhaled calmly. Sivanmu said that she simply did not understand their aspirations at all, and why they had come so far. Chelsea said that they hoped that if Her Majesty was satisfied with the banquet, they would be rewarded with the Peach of Immortality. Hearing this, the Empress said that they had very high ambitions, and then she asked if they knew that the peach tree blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and ripens once every 3,000 years, and that only the highly revered gods, and those who have rendered great service to the immortal world, are allowed to possess it. Moreover, Chelsea is a purebred dragon, and her body is immortal. The dragon chef's flesh is unable to withstand the energy of the peach. After eating it, his body will surely explode and he will die. Then the woman asked why they needed the Peach of Immortality in this case. Chelsea knew she couldn't say that they wanted to grow a whole garden of her peaches so they could sell them, because she would tear them apart for that. Morty then said that he had heard many legends about the Empress's peach garden. Also, as a chef, he is interested in unusual ingredients and thought he could develop a new dish. Sivanmu thought about the fact that her peaches are the most famous treasure of the three worlds, and this guy thinks that they are something like cabbage or radishes from the earth, and wants to cook something out of them. But this is a real treasure. The cook's earth are extremely slow-witted. However, the dragon chef's snacks are still interesting. The Empress has cultivated herself for millions of years to be as cold as ice, but she never imagined that ordinary food would evoke such emotions, and that this is the place where flowers and trees bloom most luxuriantly. It would be interesting if this cook prepared some kind of delicacy from all this. Then she said that using an immortal peach in a dish is complete nonsense. She would give them just one. Well, the immortality peaches in the garden are still green, so it is useless to use them now. Morty was extremely surprised that the peaches were still not ripe. Suddenly, an apple from a cup of fruit that was standing on the table near the smooth Empress flew into the sky. The next moment there was a sound as if someone had bitten him. A moment later, someone said that the years go by, but Sivanmu does not change. She still remains the same miser. As it turned out, it was Wukong. He accepted invisibility and said that perhaps she was hiding these peaches altogether. At that moment, his partner, a pig, flew up to him and said that he had recently bought 2 bags of snacks that were much better than all these fruits. The man asked him to be careful, because he thought that this guy was not simple either. They thought that the Empress was going to hold a Baihua feast to see what this boy was capable of. Meanwhile, the argument between the Empress and Morty continued. Chelsea tried to stop her friend, saying that they should not risk it for these peaches. However, Morty continued, he asked if the Empress could give him some branches and leaves from the tree, even without the peach itself, if she was satisfied with the Baihua banquet. Sivanmu noted to herself that this guy really doesn't know how to give up. Morty thought about the fact that even though the woman had never seen such dishes before, she would soon be begging him to sell her everything. Then Sivanmu said that she agreed, but she had 3 conditions. Morty asked her to name them. The woman said that, firstly, although the leaves of the Peach of Immortality tree are not as valuable as the peach itself, they are still a natural treasure. So with the VIP card, he will only charge 1,000 crystals per purchase from each nymph. Morty thought to himself that this sounded like a robbery, but still agreed. The Empress then stood up from her throne and said that she should really like the Baihua banquet, to which Morty replied that she did not need to worry about it. She said that she tried their snacks. They are undoubtedly delicious, but they lack elegance and lightness. Therefore, her requirements for the banquet were as follows. The dishes had to combine the aroma of 100 flowers and have the elegance of a bud. Chelsea whispered to Morty, saying that this was too much. However, Morty asked her not to worry. He said that at first glance it was difficult, but he had already come up with hundreds of dishes. Then the woman said that she was not a gourmet, so she did not need a large colorful table with a variety of dishes that other chefs had already prepared before her. So she only wanted 1 dish, and if Morty couldn't do it, then he should just cook a lot of different dishes, but then he should forget about the reward. The guy was extremely surprised by this demand. The Empress said that she also had requirements for this dish. It must have the aroma and color of 100 colors and an elegant appearance. Then the dragon turned to Morty. He said that he was the only one who knew everything about these flowers. The guy immediately thought about the recipe that the sharpest knife had once told him, but it was simply impossible. Chelsea asked him if he had any ideas. Then the guy said that he didn't have the slightest idea about what he had to do. Sivanmu chuckled, asking if he hadn't thought of all this before. Then she said that since he was not sure, then there was no point in this agreement, because in this way she would simply waste her time. However, Morty said that he was not going to give up and still wanted to try. Cooking is creation, and although the Empress's request seems impossible, today there are no dishes that would meet her requirements. But creating popular dishes is a pleasure for any cook. Sivanmu said that she heard his point of view, but if he does not prepare a dish that she likes, then there will be bad consequences. Then Morty leaned over and slammed his fist into his palm. He said that everything would be done according to Her Majesty's wishes, otherwise he would not receive any reward. Soon the nymphs went to the house where Morty and his friends were located. They informed him that everything was ready. They said that all the flowers, trees, and herbs of the jade pond were here and handed him a small transparent ball. Morty thanked them and handed them a huge bag of snacks as a thank you. He said he would be working on the recipe over the next few days, so he asked the girls not to let anyone bother him. Poe was perplexed why the guy agreed with this old woman, because in this case, they would only bring losses. At that moment, Chelsea hit him hard on the head. She said that even though it also hurts to stay with the crystals, Morty is right. However, as a dragon chef, he will never become a master if he follows the same pattern. Then Morty asked the girl if she knew how to get objects out of this ball. Chelsea said that this treasure, like Teote's house, needs the energy of the immortals to activate it. Then the girl used a spell that was supposed to open this ball. Soon a plant with strange violet-blue petals emerged from it. Morty immediately wrote something down in his notebook, saying that the jade pond was incredible. He then plucked one petal from the plant and wanted to eat it, but Chelsea immediately stopped him, saying that it was dangerous. However, she didn't manage to warn him in time, and Morty had already swallowed the petal, and within a second his stomach was very swollen. After another moment he inflated and became like a huge ball. Chelsea said that the flowers and plants of the jade pond were a treasure of immortal energy that his body could not digest. So the only salvation was that Poe had to suck the immortal energy from his body, otherwise Morty would die. The ghost asked to give it to him and pouted his lips, intending to suck all the energy out of the guy. Before Morty could respond, Ghost rushed towards him and captured his lips with his. Soon everything was ready, and Poe said that this flower truly had the taste of a jade pond. However, Morty was not very happy with what happened, as Ghost had just stolen his first kiss. Over the next few days, the work of Morty and his comrades was in full swing. The ghost was completely exhausted. He said that he could no longer continue to work. Apparently, Morty was just as tired as he was. He was just lying on the floor like a dead man. However, he said that they finally finished everything. Every ingredient was tasted and documented. It was very difficult. Chelsea looked at her comrades and laughed, saying that the past dragon chefs had never done such stupid things. Morty objected, because the Empress had not approached them with such a request. He then said that the flowers and herbs in the immortal world are very different from those on Earth. Although from a culinary point of view it is not so bad, and human cuisine can be no worse. However, the Empress's requirements for the dish are quite complex. It must have the aroma and color scheme of the flower station, as well as an elegant appearance. Morty thought about it for a long time, and no existing dish fits this description. Thus, they will have to create this dish themselves, which is even more difficult. Chelsea said that it was true. She had been running the Taote house for tens of thousands of years, but she had never seen the Empress order something like this. Then Morty grinned and asked if Chelsea was really that old. When the girl heard this question, her face immediately contorted in rage, forcing the guy into silence. The next moment, she kicked him out of the house with one strong blow. When everyone had calmed down, Morty returned to the kitchen and continued cooking. He was trying to get the ingredients working and wanted to start cooking. He operated kitchen appliances like a true master. Chelsea and Poe watched his actions in fascination, noting that he did everything very quickly. Soon the whole table was filled with a bunch of different dishes. Morty asked his friends to come here and try each of them. Chelsea and Poe commented that all the dishes looked great. When they tried them, they said that they all had a strong taste, smell, and a pleasant texture. Then the Phantom decided to try one more dish. However, when he tasted it, fire began to spew from his mouth, and he screamed, asking why this dish was so spicy. Morty said he forgot to say that the ingredient may taste different depending on the order in which you eat them. He then said that it took many tries to perfect the dish, so his buddies had to keep tasting his preparations. Chelsea and Poe were extremely surprised at how much more food they had to eat. After a while, their stomachs were so full that they became more like bubbles. All the plates were empty, and then Morty sighed tiredly. He realized that all these dishes still did not meet the Empress's requirements, and offered to prepare something else. Then the Phantom objected. He said that he had eaten tens of thousands of plates, and if they had not been so strong, they would have died long ago. Morty said he could do all of these separately. but combining them on demand to have multiple qualities in one dish would be difficult. Chelsea said that she and Ghost had been his guinea pigs for the past few days, so she was wondering what he was going to do next. The girl said that she had had enough and then used some kind of spell. The next moment, a portal appeared in front of them. She directed all the empty plates that were on the table there, and in an instant they turned into a huge block of ice. Morty screamed, begging Chelsea to remove the spell because he needed to finish this dish. The girl said that she would never do this, because he had not slept for several days and nights. He needed to finally take a break. It was already clear to everyone that it was impossible to fulfill the demands of the Empress. They tried very hard, but it was not too late for them to leave with dignity. However, Morty didn't listen to her at all. He tried to break the ice with his hands to get back to cooking. Then he asked the girl why ice doesn't melt when it burns. Chelsea said it was an immortal spell. Then Morty asked her, when will he melt? The girl replied that everything would happen when she wanted, but she did not understand why Morty was asking about this. The guy laughed and said that he was a complete fool, because all this time he did not realize that he was in the world of immortals. Chelsea and Poe looked at their friend in disbelief. It seemed to them that he was starting to go crazy. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the Jade Pond. The guards informed the Empress that 1 month had passed since the Trinity from the Taote house began preparing the banquet. Sivanmu said that she provided them with premises, and a whole month has passed, and this dragon cook has a very long tongue, but apparently he is hopeless. Then she asked to give them her decree, according to which it was necessary to expel 3 representatives of the Taote house from the Jade Pond and prohibit them from entering here forever. At that moment, one of her girls approached the Empress's throne. She said that the dragon chef had prepared a dish for Baihua's banquet, and he was already here to present it for the lady. Then the Empress decided to let them in to see what he had done there. Morty walked inside, head up from the city, with Chelsea and Poe behind him. All 3 bowed to the Empress and greeted her. The woman asked where her banquet was. Then Chelsea made one movement with her hand, cast a spell, and said that the food was already here. A huge pillar of light appeared in the middle of the throne room. The next moment, everyone present saw something like a green cup inside it. The Empress asked if this was what the dragon cook had been working on for a month. Then Morty invited the Empress to open the dishes and see for herself. The woman lifted the lid, and a bright light illuminated everyone present. As it turned out, there was regular rice inside. Everyone present was shocked. They did not believe that the chef had prepared only one dish. The Empress asked him if he really believed that this met her requirements. Morty said this dish has the aroma and colors of 100 flowers, as well as an elegant appearance. He then scooped up some of the dish, put it on a plate, and then handed it to the woman, saying that, at the request of Her Majesty, the House of Taote had prepared clear spirit porridge for her. He placed the cup near the Empress's throne, and asked her to try his dish. Then the Empress shouted at him, asking how he dared insult her. Morty was horrified by this reaction. Then Chelsea said that the Empress had misunderstood everything and asked her to try the dish. Sivanmu replied that this dish does not meet any of her requirements. It is just a bowl of white porridge. If they are immortals and do not know anything about cooking, then this does not mean that you need to deceive them in such a stupid way. In the human world, people know how to cook, but this dish is just an insult to her. The Empress said that his dish had neither color nor aroma, let alone taste. When Morty wanted to object, she screamed at him, calling him a brat. He dared to argue with her, and did not even understand that if she did not punish him now, it meant that the palace would tolerate any humiliation. Then she ordered the guards to throw out this dish, and to put the criminals themselves in a water prison for a month. Poe tried to stop the Empress, saying that this was a dish that the dragon chef had been diligently developing for a month. Then Morty shouted, ordering the guards to put his cup and dish back in its place. The nymphs asked him not to argue with the Empress, but rather to simply move out of the way. However, Morty insisted, saying that although the Empress is immortal, she has exact buttons for eyes, and he himself will take away his dish. The guard carefully watched the Empress's reaction. Sivanmu's face had already darkened. She said that she wanted to get off with a little blood, but this guy leaves her no choice. Then she extended her finger towards him and cast a spell. A bright beam of light flew between the nymphs who were holding a cup with a dish and headed towards the guy. The next moment he hit him right in the chest. Chelsea screamed, trying to save her friend. Deciding not to waste time, she immediately jumped in his direction. When Morty opened his eyes, he saw in front of him a huge turquoise creature with horns, which was covering him from the blow. As it turned out, Chelsea took on her true form and turned into a dragon, and then immediately erected a dome, protecting herself from the Empress's blows. Morty couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen his girlfriend in such a guise. Then the girl asked him to shut up and stand still. The Empress screamed at Chelsea, asking how dare she stop her. But since she had not learned in her entire life what a rule was, now she would learn the full power of her punishment. Sivanmu then made another movement with her hand. Soon after, thousands of powerful lightning strikes Chelsea, forcing her to lower her dome. Suddenly, everyone present heard someone else's voice saying that it was just food, and there was no point in starting such a fight over it. When Chelsea opened her eyes, she saw a man with a short blonde ponytail standing in front of her. He turned to the Empress, saying that so many years had passed, and she was still such a greedy and domineering old woman. When the Empress ordered the guards to show her this suicide bomber, everyone present immediately shook. They recognized his voice. Then the stranger said that it was impolite to greet your old friend like that. Then he made one slight movement with his hand, and an energy ball appeared in his palm. The next moment, the Empress saw that all her spells simply dissipated. Morty hurried to Chelsea and grabbed her as she was exhausted. When he opened his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar man in front of him, and soon realized who it was. Wukong told him that the guy should move a little further. He then turned to Sivanmu, asking if she really thought that he would just die. Everyone present was in incredible shock when they realized that the great sage himself, the Monkey King, who fought with the Buddha, was standing in front of them. They remembered that last time a real disaster occurred because of him. The Empress couldn't believe her eyes. Had the dragon cook really invited this monkey here? At that moment, the Empress's guards rushed to the sage, intending to teach him a lesson for daring to be rude to their mistress. The man just sighed tiredly and didn't even look back at the attackers. In one quick movement, he took out the salon from his ears, which in the next moment turned into nunchucks, and he repelled the attack with them. He then deftly jumped over the guards and kicked them while he jumped. After that, he spun his nunchucks and pointed them straight towards the attackers. Such force caused the men to fly far from the throne room. When it was all over, Wukong wiped his hands and asked the Empress if this was her hospitality. Everyone present in the throne room was afraid to take another breath when they saw what the great sage was capable of. The only one who decided to break the silence was Morty. He was delighted with what he saw. He had read about the sage in books, watched films about him, and now he stood in front of him alive and unharmed. Then he got down on one knee and thanked the great sage for his help. Then the Empress asked him why he came here after all. Wukong said that the dragon's cook had returned after many years, and he was tired of living without good food, so he hoped that it would be good to eat here. But he didn't expect that the Empress would also be here, because he was just following the smell with his brother. Hearing about his brother, the Empress was very surprised. Soon the same pig appeared out of nowhere. He grinned and said that he hoped there was enough food left in Taote's house to feed them. Then he turned to the nymphs and said that he also hoped to find a bride here. The Empress then addressed her uninvited guests, saying that she was also waiting for the dragon chef to host the Baihua banquet. However, this year's dragon chef seems to be nothing more than an ordinary bachelor with no skills, so the great sage will also be extremely disappointed in him. She said that she asked him to organize a fragrant, beautiful, and tasty feast, but he only prepared her a bowl of porridge. Wukong turned around and looked at the dragon cook. Sivanmu said that this rude person insulted her in front of everyone. Then the pig approached the bowl and asked if it was really just ordinary porridge. Seeing the confusion on the great sage's face, Morty said that he must try the dish himself before believing the Empress's words. Chelsea also joined the conversation. She said that Morty really put his whole soul into this dish, so she asked the man to be fair. Wukong then walked up to Morty, grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him what he just said about the Empress. He asked if the guy had insulted Sivanma. Morty scratched the back of his head and said he was just getting a little angry. Then he heard the Empress's deafening laughter. She asked the great sage to stop engaging in nonsense, because it was white porridge, and in no way corresponds to the Baihua feast. Then the man suddenly laughed, saying that this guy was really not bad. When the Empress heard this, her face became very gloomy. However, Wukong continued. He said that in his opinion, the Empress was not just blind, but was in fact a real child. He asked if she really didn't see a spell here that needed to be broken. As long as the truth was hidden, the spell, this dish, would seem like ordinary porridge. But he saw where there was something more. Morty, Chelsea, and Poe immediately nodded in delight, supporting the great sage. When Sivanmu heard this, she didn't know how to respond. She looked very gloomy. Then she suddenly moved her hand and removed the spell. Her spell came straight through the great sage. She then tossed the cup into his hand, inviting him to try the dish. The man took the cup in his hands and scooped up the dish, on which the spell no longer lay. Within seconds, a magnificent flower seemed to grow from his cup. Seeing this, Morty, Chelsea, and Poe smiled with joy. The nymphs realized that this was the famous flower. They all thought that there was only porridge there. However, they learned that it was a flower. This time the smell was softer and more delicate than usual. So the girls wanted to try this dish. At that moment, the great sage finally decided to try the dish from his cup. The Empress sat silently and watched his reaction. However, Wukong remained silent, at which point his brother approached him and asked what he thought about all this. Then the cup fell out of the man's hands and broke. The pig screamed, asking what happened to his brother. Then the great sage replied that he had just experienced the aroma and color scheme. 100 flowers, elegant appearance, and incredible taste. The whole Manhwa feast was contained in this one cup. Hearing this, the pig grabbed a few cups and rushed straight into the pan that contained the food. However, Wukong stopped him, saying that he was the divine messenger, the great immortal, and he should not lose face. This food was intended for the nymphs of the Jade Pond, so he could only watch. Then he continued, saying that the dish had a wonderful taste, but in his opinion it was too sweet and weak. He thought that the dragon's cook did it on purpose. He then walked over to Morty and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that he was looking forward to what he would do next. The nymphs were burning with impatience. They really wanted to try this dish. Chelsea tried to calm them down, saying that there was enough for everyone here. Then, with one movement of her hand, she took several hundred plates and filled them with food, sending the plates to the girls. Soon each of the nymphs received a plate. When they tried this dish, they were absolutely delighted. The girls could not express in words what they felt at that moment. They even started dancing in honor of this unforgettable moment. Seeing this, Po laughed, saying that Morty did a great job. Wukong turned to look at them, saying that the floral scent was so strong that it lingered in the nose, but he knew that it was not an ordinary scent. Morty said that cooking is the science of color and taste, and the pleasant smell of a dish is an integral part of the kitchen, because the aroma alone can whet the appetite. This aroma consists of the smells of all the plants of the Jade Pond, but it is also unique. This does not exist anywhere else. Chelsea couldn't believe this was happening for real. All the guards and nymphs immediately rushed to the pan, intending to grab as much food as possible. Seeing this, the Empress was in incredible shock. She didn't even know what to say. Then she suddenly screamed, ordering everyone to stop. She could not believe that the nymphs of the Jade Pond, the most worthy and gentle of women, were fighting over a bowl of porridge, as if they were poor earthlings. They shouted that the nymphs of the Jade Pond did not need such impolite immortals, and asked someone to bring them all down to earth. The girls immediately froze in fear, realizing that it was all over. Then the great sage entered the conversation and said that the Empress had caused a fuss. Sivanmu said that this is a private matter of the Jade Palace, and he should not interfere in it. Then the sage laughed and said that the life of her nymphs is not easy. They eat wind and dew, so it is understandable that from time to time they lose their composure when the dragon's cook throws a feast. However, the Empress said that she did not see any feast here. Morty laughed, saying that the Empress was angry because she wasn't allowed to try the dish. Then Chelsea said that since they knew that there would be many who wanted it, they made sure that there was enough porridge for everyone. And in gratitude for the fact that the Empress gave them the opportunity to have a banquet, they prepared a special dish for her called the purest plumage. The girl then pointed 2 fingers upward, using a spell to summon a dish. A huge flash appeared in the sky, at the very top of which a huge cauldron formed. A moment later, he landed right in front of the Empress. She said that the dragon's cook was very kind, so first she would try the dish that made the nymphs go crazy, and she would figure out the rest later. Hearing this, Morty smiled and said that Chelsea made a great move. Po remembered what happened shortly before this moment. Morty announced to his friends that everything was finally ready. Chelsea said that she should go and offer this dish to the Empress now. However, Morty stopped her by asking if she had a particularly beautiful cauldron. For the most noble banquets, the guests' tables were sometimes decorated with special dishes and special delicacies to demonstrate their status. The Empress, as the head of the Jade Garden, would probably appreciate this gesture. The ghost was indignant that the guy wanted to cook something special for her, because they already had little time, but Morty replied that this dish would not be so special. He didn't even know if she would eat it. But still, it's worth adding a little pathos. The Empress noted that everything looked pretty good and decided to try this dish. Everyone watched her reaction carefully. A second later, the woman's face became distorted and her cheeks turned red. She thought about how each dewdrop has its own unique taste, and they bloom, mixing in the mouth, creating an indescribable aftertaste. She did not understand how it could be so tasty. She felt that same smell of flowering in this porridge. Moreover, it felt as if this smell had been transformed and turned into something more perfect. These flavors do not contradict each other at all, but rather create a complex and harmonious symphony, thus making the dish truly incredible. The woman grabbed the spoon and continued to eat the dish without stopping for a second, but soon she was able to control herself and put the spoon on the table. When everyone present in the difficult hall looked up at her, they saw that the Empress began to look different. The nymphs were in incredible shock from the original. They did not understand what was happening to the mistress. Then the Empress silently pointed her finger at Morty. Wukong shouted, stopping her. He told her not to try her tricks now. At that moment, thousands of long silk ribbons appeared from the Empress's hands, and she felt the true taste of 100 flowers. She thought about this strange feeling that she had not experienced for many years. This was the same feeling she felt 10,000 years ago when she first saw the Jade Pond. At that moment, she was amazed by the beauty of the landscape and danced among the flowers. And now she felt this feeling again because of Chelsea. She couldn't even hold back her tears. It was so wonderful. Everyone present watched the Empress, who decided to dance with happiness. She was stopped by the voice of the great sage. He said that today he not only tasted the best dish of the dragon cook, but also saw the dance of Queen Sivanmu, the mistress of the Jade Pond. The Empress said that when she tasted the dragon cook's dish, she understood what the great sage, his messenger, was talking about. She then turned to Morty, saying that he had done an incredibly good job. She didn't know how long he had been developing this dish, but it turned out incredibly tasty. Chelsea said that Her Majesty had made almost impossible demands for the taste and aroma of hundreds of flowers in one dish with their own elegance, so they were very confused. Then the woman said that it was really difficult, but there was one thought in her head. She was thinking about the fact that flowers bloom, but eventually they fade. They will try a few different dishes at the Baihua banquet, but the original taste of flowers is often lost in the cooking process. In her opinion, the Jade Pond Flower Festival should showcase the splendor of all flowers, and also explain the reasons for the change of times and the cycle of nature. She then took Chelsea's hand and thanked her for what they had done. The girl said that Morty is the one who really deserves gratitude since he tried so hard. The guy laughed and said that all this actually happened thanks to Chelsea, since one incident occurred in their kitchen during the cooking process. He remembered the moment when Chelsea turned his entire workspace into a block of ice. Thus, he came up with the idea of sealing the taste of the flower in a shell created by immortal magic, the power of ice and the tenderness of fire. A wonderful synthesis of these two components in the unique taste of each grain of rice. And finally, the taste of every flower of the most beautiful bloom in the world was contained in one bowl, like a cup of the purest water that was blessed by the very powers of the earth. Thus, this dish is served. The taste of the flowers remains at their peak, when they show off their most magnificent bloom and aroma. And with each spoon, a new taste and sensation is created that will add strength and energy. The Empress said that the guy exceeded all her expectations. She then addressed everyone present, saying that the Taote house had handled the Baihua banquet perfectly. At that moment, Wukong approached her and said that they had an agreement. He then leaned towards her and whispered something in her ear. Morty, Chelsea, and Poe watched their dialogue with delight. Then the Empress said that the house of Taote was winning, and as a gift she would give them 3 peaches of immortality. Chelsea, Morty, and Poe were incredibly happy with this outcome. Soon they were indeed given 3 peaches of immortality. One of them approached Morty, saying that, knowing his love for exotic tastes, she hoped that he would like this gift, and gave him several flowers grown by the Empress and her sisters. The guy chuckled, saying that they shouldn't have bothered so much, but didn't say that the next time they wanted to visit Taote's house, they could take advantage of the discount again. However, he accepted them as a gift and said that they would definitely see each other again. Then the great sage put everyone on a cloud, and they left the Jade Pond together. Morty really enjoyed riding on a cloud with the great sage. He thanked him for helping them. Wukong laughed, saying that actually they should help him with something too, and then they would be even. After this, the great sage and his partner, the pig, laughed slyly, horrifying Morty and his friends. They soon arrived at Taote's house. By that time it was already late evening. Morty was still incredibly happy that they finally had the peaches of immortality. Chelsea was already dreaming about how rich she would become when they grew their peach orchard and began selling the fruits at a high price. They were interrupted from their dreams by someone's voice. He said that he guessed that the guys were up to something. As it turned out, it was the great sage. But Morty could not understand why he was here, because he had to return to captivity. Then the man asked them what they were going to do with these peaches. The guys didn't know what to answer, because it was difficult for them to imagine what would happen when he found out the whole truth. Morty laughed awkwardly and said that it was hard to explain. He had heard a lot about these peaches on Earth, so he decided to ask the Empress to give it to them so they could take a closer look. Then he asked the sage why he came to Taote's house. Then Wukong realized that they were indeed in the house of what they needed, and at the same time try the local dishes. He said that from the moment he was tricked into that cave, he constantly lived in darkness. The Jade Emperor is an old fool. All he does is deliver peaches. In fact, Taote's house is no better, because the dragon cook was gone for so long, and this made the sage sad. Chelsea couldn't believe he was actually saying that. Wukong then said that since he had helped the dragon cook at the banquet, he should now help him. Morty said that there would be no problem with it. A sign of their gratitude to the great sage, he would like to offer a feast of gratitude for him. At that moment, Chelsea and Po ran up to him, silencing him. However, Wukong had already heard his proposal, so he agreed to this deal, hoping that he would like the chef's food. After that, Chelsea and Po went to the corner of the room and constantly talked about how it was all over now. Morty didn't understand what they were talking about or what was happening to them. Then the pig told him that they were most likely reacting this way because of what happened last time. He explained that hundreds of years ago, he and his brother came to Tauri's house to eat. They were in a good mood and expected to have excellent food prepared for them. When they went inside, they saw a half-naked man with a tattoo on his back. Then the great sage asked him to serve them the most delicious dishes. The man in the chef's hat turned around, stuck his finger up his nose and asked the guests to wait a second. After a while, he brought a dish for them that emitted a strange aura. Wukong realized that this dish was a sign of the beginning. However, he was very annoyed that the cook himself looked disgusting. It killed all his appetite. His brother, the pig, decided not to hesitate and try the whole thing. He said that everything tasted pretty good and invited his brother to try it too. When Wukong lifted the lid, he looked in disbelief at the aura of origin that emanated from this dish. As soon as he tried a piece of this dish, he immediately spat it out because it was disgusting. This whole situation angered the sage so much that he overturned the entire table on which this dish stood. Then he came to the cook's kitchen, holding his nunchucks in his hand. He asked if he really wanted to poison him, but he didn't even want to listen to the cook's explanation. He invited him to say his last words. Then the cook asked him to wait and listen to him. He said that the great sage did not understand anything. The man explained that this unusual dish is the very embodiment of cooking in the synthesis of being completely alive in this world. This is the very essence of their life. A dish that at first glance is unsightly, but it has a deep meaning. The dish combines black and white, in the middle with a clear ratio of light and dark. A natural interaction of layers and a calm rhythm with periodic spots that create a clear effect. Like the twinkling of stars in the universe, the light cuts through darkness, and in the darkness light is born, and so on for billions of years in a row. The chef proudly announced that this dish is called the revival of a star. However, the great sage did not want to listen to all this and hit him in the face with nunchucks. He shouted at him, asking why he needed this art because he came here to eat. He didn't believe that this man could be a dragon chef. He didn't see the need for this place to exist. There was no decent food here at all. However, his friend was stopped from screaming by a voice that appeared behind him. It was Chelsea and Po. The girl asked the sage, what right did he have to speak like that about Taote's house? Even if he didn't like something, he couldn't just beat up the very dragon chef she worked so hard on. She didn't mind. I would not have achieved this in this business without him. Wukong shouted at her, saying that this is absolutely not hard work. Ordinary people are completely lazy, so they take such lazy people as dragon mates. Chelsea said that they have an excellent reputation in all three worlds. They don't have a single delicious dish, so he has no right to beat up their chef. Then the man showed her a plate with a dish and asked her what it was. He asked why he needed this star rebirth. The cook served it to him, but it turned out to be completely disgusting. Then the dragon's cook raised a trembling hand, asking for another chance. He said it was his fault. He chose the wrong dish for Mr. Monkey and Mr. Pig, so they have every right to be outraged. He swore to the chef's pride that he would never back down until they were satisfied. Soon he prepared another dish for the guests, which did not have such an unpleasant aura. Then the sage said that probably he was wrong and this cook was still capable of something. The man said that to compensate for his mistake, he did his best. This is an Italian dish. He proudly declared that it was called the Light of the Nine Heavens. Then he asked the guests to try his creation. Chelsea watched Wukong's reaction in horror. Then she turned to Po and said that they needed to protect the dragon cook and leave here, and also asked to call the guards here. However, they did not have time to escape when they suddenly saw a huge shadow cast over them. Wukong's eyes turned black and red. The story moves back to the present time. The great sage said that he had enough. The pig wanted to say something, but the man asked him to remain silent this time. He then asked Morty if he still wanted to feed them. The boy thought that if he took one wrong step, it would all be over. He then turned around to see Chelsea's reaction. The girl was crying, but the guy didn't understand what happened that time, since now the girl reacts like that. However, he said that he was ready to feed them. In addition, as a sign of gratitude, he would even give them a 50% discount. But there is one caveat. They must pay him with crystals, and they cannot break this rule. In addition to preparing anything, they need the crystals themselves. The joy that was on the faces of Wukong and his pig brother immediately disappeared. The great sage left Taote's house very upset. His brother, the pig, asked if they would back down after all they had done for him. Then the great sage stood up and turned around again, looking at the building. He then suddenly laughed and said that his brother could trust him to get Morty to throw a banquet for them for free. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Garden of 1,000 Herbs. Chelsea stood in the middle of the field with her arms outstretched in different directions. Then she suddenly said that it was time for a new life and used powerful spells. Rays of light filled with various colors flowed from her hands. When the girl landed on the grass again, the entire clearing was decorated with incredibly beautiful flowers of different types and sizes. Morty was shocked by what he saw. He said that the girl did an incredible job so easily. Plants of the immortal world take root much better than earthly ones. They depend too much on soil, water, and light. While Morty and Poe were thinking that this way they could make dishes from sacred flowers at any time, they heard Chelsea's heart-rending scream. When they turned in her direction, they saw that the girl was entangled in a thorny vine. Ghost realized it was Starvine and asked Chelsea not to move. He explained that the eyes are one of the most important ingredients, and if it is destroyed now during the planting process, it will never grow again. When Chelsea realized that her friends were in no hurry to save her, she became furious. Then Morty decided that now they should all forget about it, since now the most important task is to graft the peach branch. Poe said that they really need to focus on grafting this peach. Moreover, the ghost had a doctorate in agriculture, so he instructed that this peach tree be left to him. However, after some time, he discovered that the branch he had attached to the tree did not take root at all. Chelsea asked him threateningly what they should do now. Morty suggested that it might all be a matter of soil and water. At that moment, the great sage appeared behind him. When he realized that they were really planning to plant a peach, he was very surprised at such a decision on their part. Morty asked him what he was doing here. Then the man asked if the guy really thought he could deceive him. He deceived the Empress by taking the peach branch. And then the sage realized that they needed it for something special. However, he said that the guy should not worry, since he was not going to tell anyone about this. Moreover, he had not eaten peaches for a long time. The great sage said that if they shared the peaches with him, they would help them bring this branch back to life. Chelsea asked him if he didn't talk about how he'd been eating peaches for hundreds of years. Wukong said that the taste of ordinary peaches was different from the immortality peach, and then suggested that they start. When Morty looked at the pig and his brother, he saw sly grins on their faces. The great sage and his brother retreated to a safe distance and looked at each other. And then Wukong touched the ground and cast some kind of spell. The next moment, huge waves of energy passed throughout the garden. An incomprehensible plant with red flowers suddenly appeared near the tree. Soon it grew quite high, and the flower took the shape of human lips. A moment later, the tree began to grow so fast that it broke through the clouds. Chelsea glared at Wukong and his brother, ordering them to stop. The great sage told her not to worry, because this was just the beginning. Then he cast another incomprehensible spell. In just a few seconds, the leaves that grew on the tree bloomed, and after a few seconds they turned into peaches. Looking at all this, the man grinned, saying that the larger the tree, the more they would get. Morty went to the tree and picked one of the peaches. He said that the thing about their garden is that it regenerates the plant right after it is picked. So Wukong and his brother can take as many peaches as they want. The great sage was so amazed by this news that he froze in place. But his thoughts were interrupted by something falling directly on his head from heaven. When they looked up, they saw rocks starting to fall from the sky. As it turned out, the tree grew so high that it broke through the boundaries of the Garden of Thousands of Herbs. The sky began to crack like glass. And then the great sage realized that he had overdone it due to the magical nature of the peach and his own energy. The tree was now at its limit. Suddenly, the entire space cracked and began to collapse like a huge building. A huge crack ran through the entire building of the Taude house, right up to the ceiling. When Chelsea realized that Taude's house was over, she decided that the best idea now would be to simply escape. The great sage turned to his friends and told them to hold on to him. Morty and Chelsea hugged the man, begging him to save them. Then the great sage used a teleportation spell. A moment later they found themselves somewhere in the clouds of the outer world. The great sage expected that his friends would begin to praise him for saving them. However, Chelsea just stood there and silently looked somewhere ahead. She looked at the destroyed building, of which now only fragments and debris remained. Almost all the windows of Taote's house were broken, and the building itself was rapidly falling down. At some point, the building could not stand it and simply collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Chelsea couldn't help but scream in horror. Wukong was a little surprised. He thought that breaking Taote's house would be much more difficult. Then Chelsea turned on him and furiously screamed that now this damn monkey will pay for everything. Her hand took on a dragon form again, and she rushed towards the great sage, intending to strike him. However, Wukong stopped her with just one movement of his finger, starting to eat the peach of immortality, which he managed to grab on the way out of the garden. When Chelsea realized that she couldn't do anything to the great sage, she sat down and hugged her knees, thinking about what to do. The man told her not to be afraid as he was determined to fix their eatery. Soon they all came to Taote's ruined house. The great sage dropped to one knee and touched the ground with his hands. His whole body seemed to be on fire. He voiced some long spell that no one could even remember. Then a bright pillar of light pierced the heavens. Soon, Chelsea and the others saw that Wukong had indeed repaired Taote's house, and now it had adopted a completely new style. The sage said that Taote's house used to be too high. It was inconvenient to go upstairs to get food, so he made small adjustments and fixed everything. At that moment, everyone present was blinded by a bright flash of light. When it was all over, the great sage pointed to the simple house that now served as Taote's home. When Chelsea saw what the sage had done, they did not know how to respond. Morty was also incredibly impressed by what he saw. When Chelsea realized that he was going to attack the sage, she stopped him. Then Wukong laughed and said that it would be incredibly difficult for him to do something like that. He then said that in fact, he had known for a long time that the size of Taote's house was determined by the abilities of the dragon cook. With Morty's skills, Taote's house should be extraordinary, and the scale might be too big even for him. Morty's abilities remain the same, therefore, they are reflected in the building the same way as before, so you should not believe in appearance. The nature of elite artifacts is difficult to change, so everything that is hidden from prying eyes is reflected inside this house. The design is based on the principle that sometimes strength should not be exposed. Subtlety and understatement are the motto of this building. When everyone walked inside, they realized that this was a truly unusual building. It felt like they were somewhere in space. Morty didn't expect the inside of the house to be like this, because he's not that skilled a cook, and he knows it very well. Wukong laughed, saying that it is very good that he knows his shortcomings. This area is mostly unexplored. Many floors have not yet been unlocked. After all, no one can know how good gods can be. Simply put, there are few gods what they know about such cooking. It is up to them to develop it. Perhaps they did not understand that before the destruction, there was an unexplored area in the building of the Taote house. But in fact, the appearance is just a wrapper of the most delicious candy, and the owners themselves decide how much they want to try its filling. In the end, frameworks are needed for improvement, and not for locking yourself in them. Everything that can develop is endless, such is the law of nature. Then the great sage introduced Taote's new house to his friends. It looked more like a whole city, and not just a building. It was filled with tall houses that looked very rich. Morty said that this is too much and he doesn't know how to navigate here. Then the great sage explained that this house may not be as big as the previous one, but this is its true incarnation. Morty can shape it as he wants, use it for the most different purposes, and create as many architectural styles as he wants. In addition, he improved the gardens for them. They became even better than before. Then the guy turned to the great sage and thanked him for such incredible help. Wukong laughed and said that they owe him dinner to thank for this. Pig said that they did all this as payment, so Morty just has to cook something delicious for them. The guy laughed and said that this was all great, but he still couldn't cook without crystals. It seemed to the pig that he was talking some kind of nonsense, because the nymphs were supposed to provide them with crystals for an eternity to come. Morty explained that they had to give up all the crystals to pay for the fairy artifacts they gave them, and now they hoped that the pig and his brother would forgive them. Wukong said that they just saw a lot of strange and exotic things in the Jade Pond, but in this world it is not the only thing that is so amazing, so they proposed to use its territory. Then he tore off a piece of his hair and blew it in the wind. In an instant, his hair turned into humanoid insects with the head of Wukong. He instructed them to go and collect all the discarded things in the house. A second later, all his henchmen immediately disappeared to carry out the assignment. A second later they arrived back again, since the task had already been completed. They threw a small ball to the great sage, saying that it was a small token of their gratitude. But since there were many of these strange creatures, each of them brought one ball, and as a result, a whole mountain consisting of these balls formed in front of Wukong and his friends. Morty and his friends didn't know how to respond to this. The great sage explained that they use special dragon spheres to store all sorts of things. Even if the contents are removed from them, they are an excellent treasure in themselves. Then he and his brother laughed. After some time, they found themselves at the table of Taote's house. Morty asked the distinguished guests to allow him to thank them. The great sage did not even think that he would agree. When he said that if the food did not satisfy him, he would withdraw his magic, and the restaurant would return to its previous state. However, he doubted whether they would have any problems, given their past experiences with these guys. Chelsea didn't know how to respond to that. Then Morty asked what they wanted to try. The great sage said that it doesn't matter to them what they eat. They are not picky. They just need something tasty. Morty was still delighted to be in the kitchen. Chelsea said that at that time they also said that they weren't picky at all, and just wanted something tasty. The ghost still didn't understand the reason for all this. Maybe everything should be individual, and it's just a matter of taste. But Chelsea doubted it. Even if that was the case, it wouldn't fix much. Now they had to think about what to do now. If we solve the problem of taste, then everything will be fine. Morty said that they really didn't say anything, and he didn't know their taste preferences. He then asked his friends to think about what the great sage said in the jade pond. He said that although the taste is good, this dish is too sweet and light for him. He thought that the dragon cook did it on purpose, but still this dish is not for him. Then Chelsea and Phantom remembered these words. Morty said that moreover, as soon as the great sage got to Teote's house, he said that he lives in the open air. This also means that the light and sweet taste is not suitable for him, so he plans to serve them something rich and spicy, to please. Chelsea asked what he wanted to cook. The guy said that he already has several ideas. Then he went to the Garden of 1,000 Herbs. Soon he, Chelsea, and Ghost found themselves at a giant tree. He asked his friends to pay attention to something. When Chelsea and Ghost leaned over to look at what Morty had to show, they were surprised. The guy was holding a large peach in his hands. Chelsea said she didn't think she'd surprise them with the taste of the immortal peach. Morty told her not to worry if they were making a spicy dish. They needed something light for a snack. However, the girl said that they needed to decide what to do with the main course. She decided to remind them that if the great sage did not like the dish, then they would be in trouble. And destroying the building of Teote's house would only be minimal damage. Speaking of the house of Teote, before Morty first came here, the building had already been destroyed several times, and all because of the great sage. The previous generation of dragons was beaten to a pulp, and survived only thanks to the saving pills received from the dragon's cook. This is quite a risky profession. In addition, while Morty is here, with him the building has already been destroyed twice. Now everything depends only on him. His food must please the great sage, but there are too many unknowns with this task. For the main course it is better to take more ingredients, since it is unknown what they even want. They also still have the opportunity to use the space for taste experiments. They can take more samples from their pond. They should have time to do as many experiments as possible. So Chelsea asked Morty to request whatever he needed, and she would organize it. Morty said she was talking too much, but they had already decided on the main course. Chelsea and Poe were horrified. They couldn't believe he actually wanted to serve them peaches. Meanwhile, the great sage and his brother were still waiting for their dish, sitting at the table. The pig said that a lot of time had already passed, and he was dying of hunger. Wukong said that they had been gone for quite some time, but he hoped they were okay. They were interrupted from their thoughts by the sound of a cart rolling towards them into the dining room. The doors opened, and they saw a happy Morty, Chelsea, and Poe in front of them, who were bringing them a tray with a dish. The great sage and his brother looked at the plate with delight. Morty lifted the lid of the dish and said that he made it in honor of their gratitude. On the plate lay what looked like double fish with herbs and spices. The pig, sensing an incredibly pleasant smell, immediately rushed forward to try the dish. However, the great sage immediately stopped him. His eyes turned black and red again, and he stared intently at the dish. Chelsea realized that his eyes were the same as they were that time. She thought they had failed again, but she didn't understand what the problem was. Memories brought her back to that day. The girl sat in torn clothes in the middle of a destroyed building. The walls were broken and all the windows were broken. That day her brother came to her aid. However, even he could not defeat the great sage. He, like Chelsea herself, were defeated by its power. Fushi came to their aid. He asked how dare this monkey behave like this. He himself was leading himself to death. And if now he dares to approach Chelsea, he will have to go through them first. Then the man used his strongest spell. Chelsea tried to stop him, tears welling up in her eyes. However, she didn't have time to say anything when something pushed her friend away, and he flew into the wall. When she looked up, she saw the terrifying silhouette of the great sage in front of her. He raised his hand to hit her with the nunchucks, and now he was going to do the same to Morty. Chelsea was shocked by what she saw. She didn't understand why he was doing this. The great sage shouted at the cook, asking how dare he deceive him. Meanwhile, the pig was still drooling over the dish. Then the great sage turned sharply to his brother, told him not to dare talk while eating, and then swung his nunchucks in his direction. The blow was so strong that the pig turned into a cake, smeared on the wall. The great sage approached him and asked if his Buddhist teachings really meant nothing to him. He didn't understand how he would explain this whole situation to their master. Then Chelsea understood everything. It was not a matter of taste, The great sage destroyed Taote's house several times because he could not eat meat, but he did not tell anyone about this before. Then Wukong said that he was already used to making scenes here, and what he did now was a small compensation to the girl. He then turned to Morty and asked him to hurry up and prepare a new dish since they couldn't eat it. The pig objected, asking them why they had to adhere to this stupid rule. Then the great sage said that this hindered their faith and they could not do anything about it. Morty asked them not to worry, telling them not to be shy and enjoy today's banquet. If they went against their training, he would take the blame. Then the great sage leaned over to him and asked how he could allow himself to erase the result of many years of training into dust, when he was not even half immortal. He did not understand who gave him such confidence to say such a thing. He asked Morty not to think that because there was only one dragon chef in the immortal world, he would receive special treatment, since the purpose and meaning of his profession was to satisfy the guests. Then Morty asked, if the great sage is so insightful, why doesn't he see the dish for what it really is? Wukong shouted, saying that the smell that comes from this dish is clearly fishy, it is a real taste, and there is no need to be particularly discerning. Then he looked closely at the cook. Since the great sage had the ability to see through all objects, including people, he suddenly noticed something strange. He didn't understand how it was possible, but this fish had absolutely no bones. Its texture was impeccable. Then he took the chopsticks in his hands and leaned towards the plate. He took one piece and examined it. He realized that it was not fish skin, nor was it meat. However, he smelled a strong, fishy smell. Then he remembered that there was a kitchen that used to be very similar to this one, but he was not in. I am sure of this. The difference in quality was obvious, but his intuition told him that he was not mistaken in this. Morty said he swears on his reputation that this is not a meat dish. Then the great sage decided to try his creation. He noted to himself that it was indeed not meat, but it looked and smelled identical. The dish had a creamy texture and a clean aroma. He said that if it's just a snack, it's insanely delicious. Then the great sage realized that now no food could make such an impression on him. He said he recognized the victory in Morty. It was difficult for him not to recognize his talent. The great sage felt as if he was on an incredibly calm beach where he wanted to sing and dance. He hadn't felt this feeling for a long time. Soon his brother, the pig, joined him. However, a quarrel soon broke out between them again, as the great sage said that his brother should not do such things because he was a Buddhist. Chelsea smiled at Morty, saying his dish was truly impressive. The guy grinned, saying that this is exactly what he expected. Shortly before this, he had a whole basket of spices at his disposal. He took one petal and smelled it, saying that he had never seen many of these plants before. Chelsea said that these were all Wizarding World drugs, so naturally Morty couldn't know anything about them. Then she asked what he was going to do. The guy said he was going to make tofu. Poe said it was an ancient food, and asked if Morty was sure he could surprise the great sage with it. Chelsea asked if these beans would work for this. With soy milk protein, so any bean will do, if you believe me. The high protein content in the bushes varies depending on the beans. Chelsea asked if it was possible to grind several types of beans together and still get good flavor. She told you that she would grind each variety separately, and then all together, in which case the taste would be harmonious. Tofu irritates the tongue's taste buds and enhances the flavor of spices. For example, some chefs simply sprinkle the surface of the tofu with pepper to enhance the sensation. The guy said he would handle the sauce and leave the grinding of the beans to the ghost. Then the great sage guessed that it was a vegetarian fish. When Morty turned around to look at the plate of food, he was surprised to find that it was already gone. The great sage said that he had eaten vegetarian food before, but this food was completely different. And even though it was only an appetizer, it was great. Morty said that in the earthly world, since ancient times, it has been customary to imitate meat cuisine with the help of vegetarian dishes. This trend originates in Buddhism, with premium rice. Over hundreds of years of development, these dishes have formed a new section of cooking. The great sage said that when he was in the West, he tried many vegetarian dishes, but there was still a significant difference between them and real meat food. And this vegetarian fish has the same flavor as the real thing, with a smooth and elastic texture. Morty said that the smell comes from two ingredients, one of which is the sauce. In his hometown there is a famous dish called pork and fish sauce. The taste of the fish is created by a simple seasoning of pepper, garlic and ginger, resulting in a dish that is rich and full colors, with a taste that is extremely similar to the taste of real fish. And the second secret is that the skin in this dish is real. Fresh nori leaves are baked and attached as skin for the fish. The nori is not completely dried and the hot soup absorbs all the flavor of the broth. The fresh aroma of the seaweed combines well with the broth, giving it a delicious fishy taste. Then the secret of this recipe began to reach the great master. However, he asked how he achieved the smooth, creamy texture of the fish, since the taste of this vegetarian fish dish is much better than the traditional vegetarian dish where the fish is made from soy products. Morty said that this fish was also made from soy. Soy products are made by coagulating the proteins found in soy milk, a process that can be controlled by the choice of beans and the use of solvents, which is why it achieves the flavor of the bean product. However, the great sage did not understand anything because of his words. Then he said that he had a lot of experience working with soy products. He had tried many types of beans in the West, but this was his first time trying this. All this was very interesting, but for him it was not enough. Chelsea was horrified when she heard this. Then the pig said that one portion was simply not enough for Brother Monkey. Wukong immediately rushed to him, asking him not to spoil the intrigue. He then said that he really liked the taste of this dish, and Morty did a great job on it. However, as an appetizer, vegetarian fish is so rich that it will affect the appetite for the main course, to which Morty told him that he was thinking too much. Since he said that this is a snack, it is only natural that he thinks about what needs to be used to support their appetite. Then he asked Chelsea to show them what they had prepared. The girl used a light spell. She summoned a small portal in the middle of the room. There were many different signs on it that the great sage had not yet seen. Soon 2 bright pillars of light appeared in front of them. A moment later they saw 2 pink glasses with a straw in front of them. The pig asked what it was, since he had never seen anything like it in his life. Morty said that it is called milk tea. It is a very sought-after and popular drink in the modern mortal world. He put the straw into the glasses and handed them to the guests. The pig looked at the glass in disbelief, not understanding how to drink it at all. Then the great sage said that sometimes in the mortal world he saw people drinking from such cups through a straw. He then said that he smelled a peach aroma. It seemed to him that this was made by combining peach with regular milk tea, the only difference being that soy milk was used instead of milk. Morty said that this would become a famous dish in the house of Tyote and would be called peach milk tea. The peach itself was fresh and light in taste, a sweet and sour combination that neutralized the residual heat and further stimulated the appetite, just right for the current dish. Then the pig asked if he could replace the paper straw with another one, since it would affect the taste. But Morty said that nothing could be done about it. Even the gods are obliged to take care of the environment. Then the great sage said that even so, with the current menu, it did not meet his expectations from the house of Tyote. Then Morty replied that they should not worry, because the holiday was just beginning. He then turned to Chelsea, giving her some instructions. The girl used a spell and summoned several more portals. Soon plates with a variety of dishes appeared from them. The pig was so happy to see so many plates that she even cried. The great sage thought that there was only one place that he had always thought about, and then he wondered if they had done this on purpose. Then Morty said that they still had something left and pointed to a small package. When the pig tried all the dishes, he said that it was all incredibly tasty, and he wanted more. Then Morty said that he had the last dish left, and he asked his guests to prolong the pleasure. When he removed the cover from the dish, the pig saw a basket filled with a dish in the form of small pigs. This dish made him incredibly angry, and he immediately yelled at Morty. Then the great sage said that since his brother did not want to eat it, he would do it himself. Out of greed, the pig immediately grabbed the basket and began to eat the dish, despite his indignation. Then he suddenly realized that this dish actually smelled very tasty. Morty said the rest of the ingredients here are soybean infusions. Today's dishes are mostly made from soy products, which leave a lot of legume residue, which is what he used to make this dish. The flavor is derived from grafted osmanthus flowers from their garden, the petals of which were placed in the dough. After steaming, the aroma permeated the entire dough. Then he asked the guests not to finish off the peach milk tea they had previously served, as they would need it later. However, the guests did not even listen to him. They were extremely absorbed in eating all the dishes from the table. Suddenly they felt their pleasure spinning as if in a whirlpool. Incredible illusions even began to appear before their eyes. Morty and his friends, who were watching all this, did not understand what was happening. The great sage also did not understand what kind of vegetarian food this was and why it could create illusions of animals. He couldn't even see through the illusion with his own eyes and wondered if it could be real. And suddenly the great sage felt something grab his limbs. Then a series of strong blows fell on him, and he could not even use his strength here. Suddenly he was attacked by shadow monsters who were talking about the 8 commandments. Then the great sage had only one explanation left. This was a violation of a Buddhist taboo. They were careless, and meat food got into the food. He understood that he had committed a sin, and now his power was destroyed. He could not do anything about it. However, suddenly he saw a bright flash of light in front of him. He and his brother thought that the illusion had finally been destroyed. As they walked toward the light, they saw a peach in front of them. and for despair, the great sage hit his brother. However, the peach suddenly began to sparkle strangely. Soon some strange pink liquid poured out of it. There was so much of it that it covered the great sage and his brother completely. He soon realized that it was all a dream, but in fact, they were alive. Then he clutched his glass, surprised that the tea was already gone. He sighed, saying that this vegetarian food was so realistic that he thought he was done for. At this point, Morty approached them. He thanked the guests for their praise, and said that in order to avoid these fears, they chose for them a supplement in the form of peach milk. In addition to neutralizing the stimulation of appetite, the sweetness also helps them feel less full. Then the great sage laughed and said that it was time to continue enjoying. However, when he looked at the table, he realized with horror that all the dishes were already gone. He was very unhappy with this, because he had not yet had time to try everything to the end. However, his swollen belly said otherwise. He said what was certain was that the food was delicious, but it didn't have to end there. The pig was very angry. He said that he had practically eaten nothing. Morty was scared. He didn't think it would end like this. Apparently, the atmosphere was heating up. The great sage asked his brother how this was possible. Could he really eat less than him? Then suddenly everyone present heard the rumbling of the pig's stomach. He thought that something was wrong and he was just affected by an illusion. So he was out of his mind. But now he finally remembered. He said that his brother, the monkey, did not even give him a chance. The pig was waiting for these dishes very much. He had been waiting for them for almost hundreds of years. Then the great sage said that being at the table is like being at war, and the pig had to admit it. Morty also told the pig not to worry, because they still had a dish that they didn't serve. Then the pig asked if they really had one more dish left. He screamed, saying that Morty had to give it to him. He asked them to make one more portion, and then everything would be decided. Morty replied that the number of dishes was strictly calculated. However, Morty did not have time to finish when suddenly he was pierced by a deafening blow to the chest. The blow was so strong that he was simply slammed to the wall. As it turned out, it was the work of a pig. He asked if they really considered such rules fair. He was furious. He said that according to heavenly rule, Taote's house must provide immortals with dishes according to the amount of crystals they paid. She and her brother spent the same amount of energy renovating the building, but they got different results. The pig said that in this case he would take some of his energy back. Suddenly a deafening roar was heard in Taote's house. The walls of the house shook and began to crack. Everyone realized that the energy was returning back to the owner. Po shouted, "They said that you can't do this, because in this case Taote's house will be destroyed again." Chelsea begged the great sage to stop her brother. The great sage said that he had already said that if the food did not satisfy them, they would take the energy they spent back. Since his brother was dissatisfied, then he could not do anything about it. The pig said that it was a pity that they could not cope and serve them properly. Then Morty suddenly shouted, saying that he is the dragon's cook. He wants them to change their attitude towards them, so that he will speak their language. Then, to the surprise of the great sage and his brother, he asked Chelsea to serve them the final dishes. The pig immediately cancelled his spell upon smelling the smell coming from the kitchen. Soon the girl took out from the kitchen what was under the thick blanket. Her hair swirled in the wind and she cast the spell again. She said that if they let Morty go, the final dish would be theirs. The great sage thought about her words, and the next moment he grinned slyly. Apparently, he was planning something again. Then he turned to his brother and asked him to stop all this. The pig said that she would let Morty go, but only for the sake of her brother. He then cast a spell, shooting out many bright beams in different directions. There were so many of them that they struck the entire Taode house and returned it to its previous state. Soon the dining room began to look normal again. The great sage then approached Morty, saying that, to be honest, his food was good. However, they wanted to surprise them with their final dish. However, if this dish is the same, then Taote's house won't have much time left. Chelsea and Po watched Morty's reaction in silence. He also understood that the future of this house depended on the final dish. Then the guy decided to remove the blanket that hid this dish. He said that the dish was initially divided into 2 parts. There would be no more problems. Then he finally grabbed the blanket and removed it, showing the guests the final dish. When the great sage looked at him, he was incredibly surprised because there was no plate there. As soon as he blinked, he realized that he was naked, wearing only a bandage of leaves. Then he thought that he was again in an illusion. He was caught in an illusion 3 times today, and it was truly something special. He was caught in an illusion 3 times today, and it was truly something special. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice behind him, which said that the great sage was finally here. When he turned around, he saw a man with long black hair and horns behind him. He realized that Prince Norwood was standing in front of him. After some time, the men established contact with each other and decided to drink to such a long-awaited meeting, saying that this toast was dedicated to the fact that they were born in the same month, day, and even hour. However, they soon decided to abandon this activity, realizing that they were both too smart for such a thing. Then Norwood asked what about another way. Then they decided to drink, because they were brothers in the name of heaven and earth. Norwood said the brotherhood is actually a great thing. Suddenly, the great sage noticed that he began to smell something incomprehensible. As it turned out, something terrible happened in one of the tasks. The girl screamed in horror. A pig was chasing her, and she begged him to leave her. As it turned out, the pig returned to the city, where for many years he did God knows what, taking all the daughters from the family. Chaos reigned everywhere he appeared. He pestered all the girls, but they couldn't fight him back. Then the pig suddenly said that she finally smelled this smell. At that moment, one of the servants came running to the young master. He said something happened to Miss Anna. Hearing this, the young master immediately rushed to Anna's aid. He realized that the damn pig had again brought chaos to their house, and immediately rushed to save her. As soon as he ran into the room, the pig bumped into him directly with his nickel. The girls looked at what was happening in horror. Then the pig laughed, saying that he took away the young master's first kiss, and he even vomited because of it. He continued to laugh, asking the young man to wipe up the puddle behind him and wash his mouth. At that moment, Anna approached the young master and said that the pig had not done anything to her. He just asked what she had for lunch, but she didn't have time to eat anything. The pig then approached the young master and asked what he had for lunch, but the guy said that he would die but would not tell him anything. Then the pig turned to his servants, and they were forced to tell the whole truth about what the master ate today. Then the pig and his brother commented that the aroma did not suit this dish at all, and that is why it makes it so interesting. This dish looked like no other. The great sage said that he thought it was not meat or even a soy product. Normuth noted that he is quite insightful. He said that the main ingredient here is bread. Spread it with butter and fry it over coals. It is sold in this form because it was greased in advance. The bread will not dry out, but on the contrary, it will only become juicier. A variety of seasonings are used in the preparation of this bread to give it the desired flavor. The great sage said that regardless of the consistency and smell, it is all nothing if there is no taste. At the time, Normuth said it was prepared by a professional, and instead of coating the surface with spices, the ingredients are evenly mixed in, so the spices penetrate the dish better than real fried meat. Unlike the stimulating barbecue aroma emanating from the surface, the aroma emanating from the inner layer is fresher and more elegant. Then Norwood asked the great sage to try this dish. The great sage asked if it was rice with curry sauce, but the taste seemed very familiar to him. Norwood said it was all about the wild chrysanthemum. He added it for flavor in the Ramadan curry. The great sage was surprised, because this is a dish that is only available in the Tensei region. He asked him how he knew about this. However, when he turned around, Norwood was no longer behind. Then the great sage realized that this was no longer reality, since this person was no longer here. However, he felt it again and silently thanked Morty for it. The pig learned that wild chrysanthemum was used for the fragrance. He asked how the flower aroma was preserved if there were no petals left in this rice. Then the young master said that it was all about steaming. Anna immediately joined the conversation. She said that it is not difficult. After steaming the flowers, an essence is obtained that is mixed with curry. These two flavors go well together. Chrysanthemums only intensify their smell after steaming. Thus, the crust has a spicy taste, and the filling has a slightly flavored rice. After the rice filling is eaten, the appetite stimulated by the aroma of the crust is stimulated a second time, and after they eat the crust also, the desire to get the taste of the filling is also re-intensified, plus form a taste chain that begins at the very beginning and continues in a cycle of tastes that support desire. Then the pig asked them how they knew about the banquet of 100 flowers. However, when the pig opened his eyes, he saw in front of him not Anna and the young gentleman, but an incomprehensible man with blonde hair holding a chrysanthemum in his hand. He asked what he was doing here, but the great sage had the same question for the pig. The pig said that the last time he saw such ugly clothes was when he was in the West, which means he is going to the scriptures. They hoped that they would not run into problems along the way, but they were distracted from their conversation by the sound of waving flags. Suddenly they heard someone calling their name. When the brothers turned towards the sound, they saw a gray horse approaching them. When they looked up, they saw a man sitting on it. He said that he heard someone calling the teacher. Then the brothers assumed an innocent look, saying that today was a very good day, on which they did not want to commit evil. The man grinned and said that it was all a small thing, but he was wondering what they were doing here. At that moment, the brothers noticed that they had pork hams in their hands. They understood that this was the last thing that should appear here. Then the man appealed to the great Buddha, said that he did not think that they would break his commandments, but apparently they had forgotten his teachings. The brothers tried to justify themselves by saying that it was a vegetarian dish prepared by the dragon's cook. But the man said that if this was not true, then they should eat everything to the bone. He must make sure of this. The brothers immediately began to eat the food, and said that they didn't even hear a crunch, which meant that there were no bones here. However, suddenly the great sage heard the crunch of bones, and a light seemed to illuminate him. Then his mouth burned, steam came out of his mouth. The bones were made of small balls of plant origin, and they had a rather strange taste. The grains seemed to melt in the mouth, leaving behind a refreshing taste, but the great sage felt like he was about to explode. The pig's body was even worse. It seemed to him that his whole body was cracking into pieces. The man silently watched what was happening. He then addressed the great Buddha again. The great sage shouted, saying that all this was impossible. The man then said that it seemed like the banquet's token of gratitude had given them a lot of surprises. Then he set off again, leaving the brothers alone. At that moment, the pig's body cracked into pieces. When the great sage woke up, he was on the floor. The pig lay next to him, safe and sound. At that moment, Morty approached them and asked how they were feeling. Poe said he didn't expect them to take long. Morty did what most immortals in the wizarding world couldn't do. The guy said that he forgot to remind that without the last step, they most likely will not wake up. Fortunately, they ate the bones themselves. Without this, it would have been difficult. The great sage said that he almost killed them. Only their teacher helped them. After some time, when the brothers came to their senses, they sat down at the table, still not realizing reality. Morty and his friends approached them as he wanted to apologize, but the great sage said that they would talk about it later. He asked the guy what he made the bones from. Pig said it felt like a bomb of different flavors had exploded in his mouth, which is what woke him up. Then Morty chuckled, saying that they were popping beads. This answer amazed the brothers very much. Then the cook decided to show them what he was talking about. The great sage asked what these bursting beads were. Morty said that the two of them didn't know about it, but it was a very popular thing from the earthly world that was added to drinks. To make it, you need only 2 ingredients, a lactic acid solution and a sodium alginate solution. This is much easier to do with a pipette. The brothers looked at the cook in fascination and did not understand what he was going to do. Then Morty said that the ingredients and the sodium alginate solution are taken together into a pipette. Then they need to be dropped into the lactic acid solution. After that, all that remains is to wait. Inside the bones they ate were these very balls. In order for their illusion to work correctly, he specially compacted them. The bones were supposed to be the finishing touch. Then the great sage realized that what exploded in their mouths and pulled them out of the illusion. Morty said the dish is a traditional snack in India, made with slices of crusty bread, nuts, potatoes, yogurt, and sweet and sour sauce, has a strong refreshing effect, and the beads only enhance it. It was thanks to this taste that the illusion was lost. They cannot predict what illusions they will encounter. They are all determined by the memories of their hearts, and the Thanksgiving banquet was supposed to help them remember what is most dear to them. The great sage and his brother silently pondered the cook's words. Then the man remembered, during his life, where in the local kingdom he almost forgot about it forever. If not for this dish, all this would have sunk into oblivion. Pig said he kind of misses the days when he was called the Dread Demon. Many years ago in the heavenly realm, he simply wasted his time. He was truly confused. Now he realized how much time he had wasted. Then the great sage said that they appreciated the banquet that Morty gave them, and now he is completely satisfied with it. Morty then thanked them for saying that. However, the pig stopped him and said that he had not yet answered the question. He asked him what caused the irritating sensation on his tongue after the bead exploded in his mouth. To more accurately describe his emotions, he took the bag with its contents and poured it onto his tongue again. He then said that this was the same feeling that pulled him out of the illusion that a volcano was erupting. He thought that it was all an illusion, but it was a real sensation, and therefore the pig did not believe that people really eat such things. Morty then said that there was a secret to this effect. To use the explosive effect, he used special fizzy drinks. They are filled with compressed carbon dioxide, and when the glaze melts in the mouth, the gas inside comes out and creates a sensation of explosion. The taste of pineapple is also irreplaceable. It causes an unpleasant irritation on the tongue, is not particularly popular in wide circles. But in fizzy drinks, pineapple adds sourness to the irritation. Sweet taste, which irritates the receptors even more. Then the pig said that he never wanted to try it again. Hearing this, the great sage laughed. He said the Thanksgiving dinner exceeded all his expectations. Each dish was better than the next, worth the hundreds of years of waiting. However, he said that Morty should improve the presentation and learn to at least warn about such explosive ingredients. He then, to the surprise of Morty and his friends, asked if they should order another dish to make up for the previous one. He also said that since they knew that this was the finale, according to their plan, there would still be a final dish. Everyone was shocked by this assumption. Chelsea noticed that the great sage was starting to get angry again. Morty realized that he had mentioned the ending in passing, but it was about this dish and not any other. Then the sage said that if they did not agree, then something terrible would happen to Taote's house. Then he looked at the faces of his friends. He realized that with the last people they had deceived him. Hearing this, Morty was horrified. He did not know what to do. Chelsea tried to argue with the great sage, asking what they could do. Then suddenly an idea came into Morty's head. He turned to the great sage and said that he would serve them the last dish. He then quickly darted off somewhere, leaving Chelsea and the others in disbelief. The ghost did not understand what he was going to do, however. Seeing such a reaction, the great sage only grinned. Soon Morty arrived in the kitchen. He walked over to the table and took 2 crystal glasses. Then he headed to the Garden of 1,000 Herbs. There he obtained spring water, and after that he returned back to the kitchen. While the great sage was waiting for his dish, he thought that all this was quite interesting. The pig asked him why he didn't just destroy them if he wanted to, but the sage said that he was wondering what Morty was up to. It seemed to him that the next dish would not disappoint them either. Soon the guy came into the dining room with a small tray in his hands. Chelsea and the others were horrified. They did not understand what kind of dish it was. Then the pig immediately got up from his chair and rushed towards Morty. He wanted to quickly look at the final dish. However, the great sage stopped him. He would like to hear Morty introduce this dish to them himself. The guy then said that he didn't actually prepare this dish in advance. When he took off the blanket, everyone saw that there were 2 glasses of crystal clear water on the tray. The guy said that he was sure that what was on this tray was exactly what his guests needed. Everyone was shocked when they realized that the dish turned out to be ordinary water of 1,000 colors. Then the great sage got up from the table and said that the new building of Taote's house needed to be cleaned. He asked if they really thought that he was an ordinary wild monkey and would consider ordinary water to be a dish. The pig turned to Morty, said that he had gone too far. If there was no last dish on his menu, then he shouldn't have lied about it. Morty tried to stop his guests. He said that they liked all their past dishes, and if they didn't like this dish, then he wouldn't stop them from taking their energy from Taote's house. The guy said that he would personally tear himself to pieces in this case, but he asked his guests to take a closer look and be more attentive. Then pictures of that same dish with artificial fish again appeared in the head of the great sage. He did not understand what could be in this water. He then decided to use his X-ray vision and looked at the glass of water. Suddenly he saw that there was some kind of sphere inside the glass. He asked how this was possible, since he saw that Morty only poured water into a glass. Then he suddenly said that he really didn't understand anything. At that moment, his brother, the pig, came up to him and said that he was too pushy. He said that he wanted to try this incredible water, and immediately rushed to the glass. Chelsea and the others looked at everything that was happening in bewilderment. The girl was not sure that after they drank this water, everything would be okay with them. Then Morty said that they would just taste the last dish, and there would no longer be the same problems as before. Then he handed the girl some kind of cone and asked her to drink it to calm down. He said that this is the jade cola in the last fishing in the Garden of 1,000 Flowers. The guy said that this is a great drink. It is also very popular on Earth. But the recipe for earthly cola has always remained a mystery. It took a lot of effort and many fabulous plants to reproduce this taste. Chelsea wondered what he made it out of. Suddenly she noticed how the great sage and his brother drank a drink, and after that they began to meditate. They had never done this before. Morty chuckled, saying that they needed to finish their final journey so that the thank you banquet would truly be over. He said they were exploring their own faith carefully, which was good, but Chelsea asked him how long they were going to meditate here. The guy said that they would wake up very soon. Soon after this, the great sage opened his eyes and said that this water was indeed magical. He felt as if he was cutting through the bones of his mind to purify the contents. Then Morty said that the name of this drink is Water of 100 Roots. Although the main ingredient of the drink is water from the Garden of 1,000 Herbs, it is the Buddhist mulberry that comes from the sky that gives the main taste. Its outer shell is thick, difficult to peel by itself, soft, extremely transparent, and melts in water, giving it a sweet taste. The Buddha tree seeds used this time were born near the stream and fed on its water, which speaks to the properties of the stream. The garden represents is a self-contained ecosystem, where water has been intertwined with grasses for millions of years and contains much of the essence of the grasses. Buddha seeds enhance the essence of immortal herbs, causing a feeling of oneness with one's deity, which leads to a sense of consciousness. The practice of great sage Buddhism is the practice of great freedom and purity, and the 100-root water is the ideal way to dilute the great sage's violent and rebellious energy and purify his mind. The pig said that his brother's energy was always indomitable, as their master often said. Then he asked to prepare more of this water for them. The great sage looked away in embarrassment and said that they would not cause them any more problems. The Thanksgiving banquet was a success. Then he suddenly took the cone, which Morty gave to Chelsea and the ghost. He said it was cola, the most popular drink in his world. The pig doubted that it was even drinkable, but the great sage said that it was just a dessert for the gratitude party after all this food. He trusted the dragon's cook. He then drank the contents of the bottle. When it was all over, Chelsea said she thought Morty did a great job with the cola, so she asked, why don't he make some peach milk tea? The guy said that peach milk tea could only be made in Tyote's house. All things considered, it could become their calling card and bring in a lot of profit. But the girl said that it seemed to have side effects. She pointed to the brothers and asked if such behavior was normal for immortals. Then the great sage said that this was not a side effect. He was in fact incredibly happy. However, when he suddenly heard that Morty was offering them a cup for 2 crystals, they were suddenly overcome by sudden despondency. The great sage realized that he could not afford this, and then his brother offered him to exchange his weapon. However, suddenly an incomprehensible flash of light appeared in the middle of the room. Morty didn't understand what happened. He didn't even notice that an incomprehensible object was flying right into his face. He managed to close his eyes, but the object stopped right a centimeter in front of his nose. As it turned out, the great sage managed to intercept the strange thing so that it would not crash into the guy's face. Then he decided to examine it. It was an unusual book that seemed to have veins, but the sage did not understand why this thing appeared so suddenly. He asked Morty if this thing would work as payment for a Coke. Then the pig entered the conversation, saying that this was a great thing. He then chuckled and asked his brother to tell him more about her. However, the great sage said that he stole too much, so he didn't even remember what it was. The pig said that now he looks extremely stupid in the eyes of others. Then he decided to tell everything himself. The fact is that his brother took this thing out of the Jade Emperor's chest. The Jade Emperor chased him and beat him for 300 years, but the elder brother never gave it back. Then the great sage finally remembered everything. But this story turned out to be unimpressive for Morty and his friends. The sage became angry because he could not open this damn book of the Emperor. Otherwise, he would have long ago exchanged it for something more worthwhile. Then he turned to Morty, asking them if the thing enchanted with the seal of the Emperor himself was suitable for him. The guy asked if he could look at this book, but he was warned that he needed to hold it very tightly. Since even the great sage had difficulty doing this, the book began to resist. Wukong said that this thing is very naughty, and if you are not careful with it, it can kill him. Then he released the book from his hands, and it immediately flew to the side. Suddenly, to the surprise of everyone else, she landed right in Morty's arms. When Chelsea looked up at him, she saw an incomprehensible ghostly girl standing in the arms of a guy. She thought that she had gotten it into her head, because when she rubbed her eyes, Morty was still holding an ordinary book in his hands. Then the guy suddenly noticed how his knife medallion began to glow. Suddenly a dragon crawled out of the medallion and looked in surprise at the strange book. Then he suddenly summoned a portal that looked more like a sphere, and said that the guy should come with him. When the pig opened his eyes, he saw that the guy was no longer in the room, but he did not understand who suddenly collected him from here. Chelsea explained that most likely it was a dragon, Morty's ancestor. He had to tell him something very important, like that time when he first tamed him. The brothers were extremely surprised to hear that Morty had tamed the dragon. Meanwhile, the guy was already in the spiritual space. He shouted at the dragon, asking why he did this. When the dragon asked the guy to look at his hands, when Morty let go of his gaze, he saw a book in his hands, which he was very surprised about, because this was a spiritual space, and there was no way a book could be here. The dragon said that this was an unusual thing. It appeared in this world a little later than him. Suddenly the book turned into a ghostly girl and said that the dragon was rushing. In fact, she was much younger than him. Morty was horrified. Then the girl came up to him and extended her hand straight to his neck. She chuckled, saying that she had no idea that he was so shy. Then Morty suddenly hit her with his hand, causing the book to fly to the side, and ordered her not to come near him. He asked what it was all about. Then the girl said that the guy was completely insensitive. He didn't want to understand others. Then the dragon turned to the girl, whose name apparently was Bella. He said that they should get down to business. Morty was extremely surprised that the dragon knew her. Then the dragon decided to officially introduce her to Morty. He said that she was a recipe for a heavenly feast, but the guy could call her Bella. The guy asked him if this was really the same heavenly feast he was talking about. The dragon confirmed his words, saying that according to the laws of the dragon cook, at this stage, he has no right to know about the heavenly empire. Then the guy asked why all this was happening now. Bella said that her body is a recipe for a heavenly banquet, and from now on, Morty must take care of her. However, the guy again threw the book into another corner of the space, not wanting to be near it. The dragon said that since he received this recipe now, he will have to tell Morty everything he knows. The official name of the heavenly banquet is Bella's Feast. Bella's Feast is a first-class celebration that can only be held when a dragon chef's culinary skill reaches its highest level. This feast shows his right to be a dragon chef. Morty then asked how close he was to making this feast, to which the dragon said that he was almost there. He showed him something that was between his fingers. It was a small point. But if you look closely at it, you could see that it was a whole universe. Bella grinned at how the dragon brought the whole universe here. She then turned to Morty, telling him that he had to work hard, and then he would succeed. However, the dragon noticed that Morty was upset and asked him what was wrong. Bella said that she thought Morty was quite capable of hosting a heavenly feast. These forces gave the guy determination. He stood up and said that he would try his best. However, the dragon asked him not to rejoice so early. He said that in the entire history of the three kingdoms, only the first dragon cook was able to prepare the heavenly feast. The first dragon cook was the leader of the three worlds, even before he created himself. Hearing this, Morty was delighted. He could not even think that the first dragon cook was so cool. The dragon said that if not for one problem, the heavens would not have to come down and force mortals to come up here and cook for them. Morty was very surprised. He said, "Aren't all the dragon cooks invited from the mortal world?" Bella grinned and said that it wasn't like that. The dragon said that the problem was sesame seeds and rotten millet. He had eaten enough of them and could not remember anything clearly. However, in any case, the main thing for Morty now was to improve his skills, because according to his current skill level, he could not even cope with the ingredient. Morty didn't believe it was that bad, so the dragon asked Bella to show him the first page. The girl took the book in her hands and began leafing through it, looking for the right page. When she opened it, a small ghost of a man with 2 knives in his hands suddenly flew out of the sheet of paper. Morty noticed that the man had a knife exactly like his, and then the little ghost suddenly began to move. His movements were smooth, calm, skillful, and smooth. Morty noticed that it was 21 cuts made from the combination of 4 knife techniques. Such ordinary blade techniques have an inexplicable divine charm. Then he realized that he was definitely not ready for this. Now he could not even combine 2 techniques. Then the dragon asked him what he thought about all this. He asked if he still thought he was exaggerating. Morty was extremely upset. Apparently he understood that he simply did not have enough experience in using a knife, but he believed that he would succeed if he practiced enough. The dragon told him that this is just one technique, this is just the first recipe for the feast dish. Bella also confirmed his words, saying that this is all really very difficult. The dragon said that Morty would never prepare this feast through sheer enthusiasm. The guy thought about these words. Could he really not be able to prepare a heavenly feast? Bella told him that he would definitely succeed if he tried. Then she walked up to him and gently touched his shoulder with her hand. At this time, somewhere in the sky a gap appeared, through which terrible monsters began to penetrate. This breach was breached by representatives of an alien race. They tried to invade the 3 kingdoms. Once the defense held strong, but now everything was different. The spell could be broken at any moment. The soldiers were put on the highest level of combat readiness. The borders were destroyed, and they needed to prepare for battle. Then they went to fight for the 3 kingdoms. A blond man in white robes observed all this. He called on the soldiers to calm, saying that the person they needed was already in place. Suddenly the soldiers looked up and saw something incredible. They realized that the same man had appeared, and the gap that had just been in the sky suddenly disappeared. As it turned out, that man was the Jade Emperor. His assistant turned to him. He said that more than 1,000 years had passed since he brought the gods here to seal the breach completely, and now he was interested in the question of when the long-discussed plan would begin to eliminate it. There must be limits to the use of gods as ordinary warriors. The Emperor replied that the kitchen was then destroyed because of Bella's feast. A large number of fragments fell on China. It was difficult to find heirs for 12 fragments. And then he asked the man, what about the heavenly feast? The man said that attacks from the outside world were becoming more and more frequent, and if they did not eliminate the cracks in the sky, something terrible would happen. Then the Emperor asked him if he remembered that monkey. 300 years ago, he took Belu's book with him, and his power guarded it until the heir to the Chinese culinary arts appeared, and finally became truly useful. He said that if the Emperor was not so sure, then he could use the register of feasts to calculate the exact date of the heavenly feast. The man replied that this register includes almost 30% of the kitchen path. It cannot be calculated. However, the Emperor said that it did not matter, and they would meet soon. Then he stood up and walked away, finally saying that this guy really exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, Morty was still depressed. He didn't know what to do. He would just hold the book in his hands and think about what he had to do. He remembered the dragon's words that this was just the technique of the first ingredient, the first dish of the heavenly feast, and he would not achieve anything with enthusiasm alone. The dragon himself distracted him from his thoughts. He gave him a click and asked him what he was thinking about. He said that the spiritual space now belongs to the master, so they left it. Morty did not understand which gentleman he was talking about, but the dragon said that he would not explain it. He said that it was time to get to know him himself. The guy asked him where his master was, but the dragon did not want to answer anything and only said goodbye to him. Then he suddenly fell to the ground and said that he bowed to the Buddha, who had great mercy, who discarded false views and taught holy teaching. The next moment, the same fair-haired man appeared in front of him. He asked the dragon to stop. Morty was extremely surprised that he appeared here so unexpectedly. Then the emperor went down to the dragon and the guy, who still didn't understand where this man came from here. The emperor said that he had finally met this guy. It was worth waiting so many years, but Morty didn't even understand who he was. Then the man said that he could just call him the Jade Emperor. When Morty heard this, he was horrified. Book was also horrified. She couldn't believe that the Jade Emperor himself had come to them. She suddenly began to swear, and then the man ordered her to shut up. He then turned back to Morty, who was still terrified, and asked what he thought about his heavenly kingdom. Then the guy smiled and said that he really liked everything. Then the emperor said that in that case, he must work hard, because it is not so easy to stay in his heavenly realm as a dragon cook. Why did he say that? Apparently the guy had been through a lot. Morty was quite surprised by this question. Then the emperor asked him to sit next to him and talk. He said that if he had questions, he could ask them right now. Then Morty told him everything that worried him. The emperor took the book in his hands and read what was written inside. He asked if he was worried about this. Then the emperor said that the first dragon cook was the most powerful. So far there was no way for him to reach his level. However, Morty did not understand what to do in this case. The emperor asked why this knife technique was so important to him. Morty told him that everyone around him was saying that he couldn't do it, but he wanted to prove him wrong. Upon hearing this, the emperor grinned. He then said that even if the guy mastered the technique of preparing the heavenly feast, he would not be able to cook it. Then he asked him to prepare food for him, and only then would he tell him why he could not do it. Noticing the confusion on Morty's face, he asked if he didn't want to do this. Then the guy replied that he really wanted to do this, but there were no utensils or ingredients here, and without them, he couldn't cook anything. The emperor said that this is a spiritual space, and whatever he thinks about will appear here. Then Morty decided to think and imagine the things he needed. The more he imagined, the more details began to appear around him. Soon his knife was in his hands. Then the emperor asked if he didn't need an ordinary knife. Morty replied that although a regular knife is more convenient for preparing ingredients, he likes to work with this particular knife. As a child, he often played with one in secret from his grandfather. He then asked the emperor what he wanted to taste, to which the man asked him to prepare his favorite dish, which he ate at home. Morty agreed to this request, and began to imagine the ingredients he would need for the dish. It was as if the entire universe was flying before his eyes. He only had to think, and this thing would immediately appear before his eyes. The guy then expertly cut the tofu into cubes. After that, he moved on to the beans, garlic, ginger, and chili. The emperor chuckled to himself, thinking that this guy had not thought of the fact that in the spiritual space, you could wish for a ready-made dish right away. But the result could be sad, since the spiritual space is full of mistakes. Soon, Morty brought the plate with the dish to the emperor, saying that he had done everything. The man was surprised that he had done it so quickly. There was a dish on the plate. The emperor immediately noted that there was very little tofu, there was no taste of fish beans, and the spiciness of the dressing was very strong. Then he picked up one of the pieces of tofu with chopsticks, and noticed that it did not fall apart. It was very elastic. The emperor decided to try it. He noted that the dish had a slight sweetness, an aroma that amazes even before the bite, a great taste, with a slight spiciness. Then he suddenly smiled and said that he was not mistaken at all. The taste was wonderful. There was something individual about it. Soon after, Morty brought him some more dishes. The emperor was a little unhappy about this. He thought that the guy was underestimating him and simply prepared simpler dishes. However, Morty insisted. He said that the emperor should taste more. Then the man asked, "What was that red thing in one of the dishes?" Morty replied that it was a special snack from the Qing dynasty called bowl chicken. Then the emperor decided to taste the guy's creation. Morty noticed that the man's face was slightly distorted, and it scared him quite a bit. However, the emperor soon smiled and said that this dish was very spicy and aromatic. He asked if the guy still had so many dishes, to which Morty replied that he prepared many different dishes, and mostly used one skewer per dish to differentiate. Soon the emperor emptied all the plates. Morty noted that this man was simply incredible, because he did not even stop. The Emperor asked him, "What dish will be next?" The guy noted that the next dish would be meat in a pot. However, he again noticed a strange expression on the Emperor's face. The guy thought that he did not like the appearance of the dish. Then the Emperor used a spell, and a large luminous sphere appeared in his hands. He said that everything was fine, he was just full and would like to pack this dish. He said all of these dishes exceeded his expectations. Then Morty thought that now he would finally tell him why he couldn't cook the heavenly feast. The Emperor asked him to take the book and turn it to page 33. When Morty opened this page, he was horrified. The Emperor laughed, saying that now the guy understands why he cannot do it. As it turned out, the last pages were blank, but Morty did not understand why this happened. Then the Emperor said that the recipes were stolen. The other gods had done this a long time ago, but Morty wondered why they had not been returned yet, since the feast was such an important event. Then the Emperor asked him why this was so important to him. Morty said that the heavenly feast was the pinnacle of culinary art, and he didn't understand why the Emperor felt that way about it. The man said that there are no gods in heaven who deal with culinary arts, so they cannot talk about the pinnacle of culinary arts. He then said that if Morty needed them that much, then everything was in his hands. He said that time was running out, so he should go. But finally he said that Morty was clearly more talented than the previous dragon chefs. He put that very book in his hands, saying that he needed to protect it, since it would be useful to him in the future. He said that the missing parts of the heavenly recipe were in the hands of the gods' cooks, and then decided to show Morty something else. There are also different realms in heaven, all of them in different places. Morty needed to remember them. Even if he does not take the initiative in the competition, those chefs who strive for higher culinary skills will come to him. So instead of defending it, it's better to immediately go on the offensive. Morty replied that he had just inherited a dragon from a cook somewhere, and he wouldn't be able to handle them. Then the Emperor answered him that in this case, he needed to return to the mortal world, because the roots of culinary art were there, and Chelsea would have to go with him. Morty asked him what else he was. He was the immortals who would come to Taote's house. The Emperor told him not to think about it. He said that his journey had just begun. He needed to cultivate further. If he wanted to descend to Earth, he would have to completely transfer to the body of a mortal, so he needed to secretly transport Chelsea with him. The Emperor then disappeared, leaving Morty alone with the book. Meanwhile, there was an argument between Chelsea and the Great Sage. The sage stated that he wanted 1,000 servings of cola. At that moment, Morty appeared out of nowhere. Chelsea immediately rushed to him in tears, but the guy did not understand what was happening here. The Great Sage asked him with a grin if he was finished, to which the guy replied that he seemed to be finished. Then the Great Sage suggested talking about the price. However, Morty did not pay attention to their conversations. He handed the book to the Great Sage, and said that this was the same Bella. The Great Sage was surprised that this thing was the heavenly feast. Then Morty said that he should bother them to remove the seal. The Great Sage then threw the book back into Morty's hands. He retreated to a corner and looked at the guy with suspicion, saying that this thing suddenly had the aura of a Jade Emperor that it didn't have before. Then Morty said that he really met with the Jade Emperor. He cooked him a couple of dishes in the spiritual space. Just such words incredibly surprised Chelsea and Friend. Then the Great Sage said that in this case he only needed 800 bottles of Coca-Cola for the book. He said that he must fight the Jade Emperor again. Then he snapped his fingers and said that from now on, they will have an unlimited supply of cola. But in reality, this book is much more valuable. However, he decided not to go deeper into this topic and simply asked them for 800 bottles. Then Chelsea protested, saying that she would never give him 800 bottles for free. Meanwhile, the story moves to the space near the breach. The Jade Emperor and his friend were sitting at one of the points in space. After meeting Morty, the Emperor returned his consciousness to this place, and then his partner asked how things went for him. The man extended his hand forward, and his palm was enveloped in a bright light. Soon the man saw that this bright light took the form of a plate with a dish on it. The Emperor said that the dragon's cook had prepared it, and as it turned out, there was indeed a new heir who had 32 shards, so the plan was almost ready to be implemented. The man was a little upset that this dish was created from spiritual power, as he would also like to try it. Then the Emperor asked him to take a closer look. The man realized that it didn't look like it was made with spiritual power, but he didn't understand how that was possible. This dish was very similar to the heavenly banquet dish. The appearance was not as exquisite, but it definitely had the same aura. The Emperor said that this is indeed the case. Although the form and internal content are incomparable to the heavenly banquet, this dish is rare and precious compared to other ordinary immortal dishes. Moreover, even if there is only a trace of divine will, the difference between a dish with it and a dish without, it's huge. Then he touched the dish with his fingers, turning it from emptiness into reality. And then the men were struck by a bright light. Soon they smelled a wonderful aroma, and when they opened their eyes, there was a real plate with a real dish in front of them. The man immediately picked up his chopsticks and said that in this case he would not stand on ceremony. However, the emperor stopped him, saying that he is a Buddhist, he cannot eat such things, and you will see, in this case, he will break the laws. However, despite all the prohibitions, the man still tried the dish, saying that he himself was the Buddha, so he was not afraid, and in the end he said that the Buddha really liked this food. Meanwhile, the story moves back to Taote's house. Morty conveyed to the brothers the Jade Emperor's words that the root of cooking lay in the mortal world, and they should go down and search for it to improve his cooking skills. Chelsea looked very gloomy. She said that if he says so, then they will come back. But will he really just leave the peach of immortality that they grew with so much difficulty? The girl said that then she would not be able to repay her debts. Her condition gradually worsened, because she understood that this was the only way to get rich, and it floated away right from under her nose. Then Morty walked up to her and hit her on the head with his palm, saying that the Jade Emperor said that they needed to go down to Earth as soon as possible. After that, Chelsea finally came to her senses and said that everything was fine with her now, and she agreed to come down. The pig was glad that, fortunately, they were not the target of her anger. Morty then turned to the great sage, asking if he could remove this seal. The sage said that it was sealed by the Emperor himself, and here he is powerless. Then Morty said that if they couldn't do it, they wouldn't give any free coke. The great sage said that it cannot be opened so easily. Only one old man can do it. He said it would cost a little over 100 million. But if Morty could find the Emperor himself, then everything would be much easier. Morty asked if the Jade Emperor could incarnate in this world. The great sage said that it was quite possible, but he was wondering if the guy knew the place of incarnation. Then Morty said that the Jade Emperor asked him to get a pass to Earth using a human body. He then realized that the Jade Emperor did not seem to inform him of the location of his incarnation. Then the great sage asked him why not go back and ask the Empress. Soon they all arrived at the Jade Pond. The pig said that the Empress and the Jade Emperor had been at loggerheads in recent years, so perhaps she didn't know the answer to this question. The great sage said that they should try anyway. Chelsea then asked what the pass was. The sage said that these are the necessary documents that are needed to exit the 4 gates of heaven. He was extremely surprised that Chelsea didn't know this. Then he pulled out the heavenly pass and showed it to the girl. Chelsea said that she didn't know that such a thing existed, because she came down to Earth whenever she wanted. Then Morty said that now he understood why the Emperor asked him to make her a ticket, because she never did not pass to the ground as it should. Everyone was surprised how she had never been caught in so many years. The entire company finally arrived at the Jade Pond throne room. However, the guard had no intention of letting them through. Then Morty pulled out a huge bag of snacks from behind his back and handed it to the guard. Then the man let him in without question, and said that Lady Empress was not in the hall. She was resting in the living room. To get there, they just need to go out and turn left. As it turned out, the Empress was indeed resting in her chambers. She looked very informal and was extremely surprised that the uninvited guests brought her a free gift. She immediately suspected that something was wrong here. Morty asked her if she knew where the incarnation of the Jade Emperor was. The woman opened the snack bag and said she didn't know. The great sage was extremely annoyed by this answer, but the woman hastened to say that the 4 heavenly kings, who are clairvoyants, should know the answer to this question. Morty thanked her for her advice and said that they would definitely follow it. But the great sage continued to be indignant. He was unhappy that the guy was speaking to her so politely. Then the Empress asked Morty to come to her. She put on her slippers, got out of her bed and walked towards him. She then came quite close to him and placed her hand on his cheek. Morty's body seemed to be pierced by thousands of lightning bolts, and he screamed in pain. Chelsea immediately screamed, begging her to let her friend go. Then Sivanmu walked away from the guy, saying that now they must leave. Chelsea immediately ran after her, asking what she had done to him. The Empress waved her hand and ordered everyone to get out of here. She sat back down on her bed and continued eating the snacks, saying that they needed to get out of here while she was good. Chelsea angrily grabbed Morty and the rest of her friends and dragged them towards the exit. The great sage turned to the Empress and grinned slyly. He gave her a thumbs up and thanked her. He said that Sivanmu is a worthy member of the family. The Empress grinned and told the monkey to get out of here too. As they all left the palace, Morty felt like something was missing, but he didn't know what. Meanwhile, the Empress, lying in her bed, was thinking about what had happened. She called the Emperor a fool, not understanding how he dared to leave his mark on Morty's body, because he knew that he would come to her. This man who had eluded her for over 1,000 years had finally shown up. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the area near the breach. The Emperor continued to eat various delicious dishes. but he did not like them, and he again informed his friend about the mistake. Buddha asked him if he was all right. When he saw the despondency on the emperor's face, he said that he would leave here, since a blackened seal usually means something bad. At that moment, Sivanmu appeared behind the emperor and said displeasedly that the man seemed to be having a good time. The emperor wanted to pretend to be dead, and then suddenly screamed, begging for salvation. But Buddha was already sitting in another corner of space. He hoped to avoid the empress's punishment and simply walked away from them. When the emperor turned to his wife, asking why she was pursuing him, the empress said that if she had not come now, he would have continued to hang out with him here. Then she grabbed him by the clothes and pulled them off him, saying that he did not need to hide this from her. However, when the empress looked at what was underneath his robes, she was shocked. She hugged the emperor and asked who did this. Then the emperor hugged his crying wife and said that everything was fine, she didn't need to be angry. He said that it was just a small price to pay for going beyond the 3 kingdoms. As it turned out, his entire back was covered with deep bleeding wounds. Meanwhile, Buddha was still trying to pretend that he was not there. After some time, the empress told her husband about the mark removed from Morty. The man said that he almost forgot that she was one of the best in the kingdom in spatial magic, so it was Tine's mistake to leave a mark on him. Sivanmu said that the people had not seen their emperor for a very long time. The man laughed and asked her not to worry about it. In the future, he will definitely be there for all of them. Meanwhile, Morty and his friends were still traveling on the flying cloud. The pig and the ghost fell asleep, and the great sage listened to some music on his headphones. Morty then asked Chelsea if she knew where the 4 heavenly kings were. The girl said that she had never been to the gates of heaven. Then Morty realized that I forgot that she went there without a pass. Then Chelsea suddenly remembered something. She took the book of debtors and said that the 4 heavenly kings also owed a great debt to the house of Taote. Then the guy decided to turn to the great sage. He asked him if he knew where the 4 heavenly kings were. To their surprise, Wukong replied that he did not know the answer to this question. He said it wasn't his problem. Then he pointed his finger at the cloud, and a portable map of the celestial world appeared in front of him. He began to think that in order to catch the 4, they must first go to the southern heavenly gate. The map spoke to him, thanking him for using their system, and informed him that the final destination had been chosen, the southern heavenly gate. When the pig heard his brother turn on the autopilot, he immediately woke up. He tried to escape from the cloud, but quickly realized that it was too late. His brother told him that it was dangerous to jump out of a vehicle while it was moving. Moreover, with a seatbelt, he had nothing to fear. Soon Morty noticed that the cloud had transformed into some incredibly modified vehicle, more like a spaceship. However, it then took the form of a cloud again, with a happy face. Morty wondered how it was that the great sage had such a form of transport. However, before I had time to speak, the cloud suddenly rushed forward at a deafening speed. Everyone except the great emperor himself screamed in horror. Only Wukong remained calm. After some time, everyone arrived at their destination. Chelsea was so sick that she even vomited. Then the great sage said that he would go first and headed straight to the gate. The first building he saw was the Mahjong Hall in the south gate, but the place looked very depressing. He didn't believe that 4 people could be in such a place. There were people inside. They were playing mahjong. There was a very tense atmosphere in this building. At that moment, the great sage broke down the doors of the building and unceremoniously walked inside. Everyone present looked with fear at the uninvited guest in the broken door. One of them shouted, asking who the hell he was. Then the great sage flew up to him and stuck 2 fingers in his nose as punishment. Other people immediately stood up from the table, intending to protect their friend. Wukong looked at them with a terrifying gaze, showing with all his appearance that it was better not to mess with him. Then everyone else quietly sat down at their table, not daring to contradict him. Soon all 4 realized that the great sage was in front of them, and then they asked him by what destinies he ended up here. He said that he had no time to chat with them. He represented the interests of the Taote house and came to extract debts from them. Hearing this, the men were horrified and began to discuss something. They did not understand why the Taote house even remembered this. Moreover, they did not even remember how much they owed them. As it turned out, they owed quite a large amount. At that moment, the great sage took out his nunchucks and hit the gaming table, silencing them. Then one of the 4 approached the little yellow bear that was lying on the floor, pointed his finger at it and said that now they would repay their debt. Mishki looked very unsure, but the man insisted that he spit out everything he had. Other men tried to stop him, but it was too late. There was a deafening explosion. Morty, Chelsea, and the others heard the sound of an explosion coming from the building. Soon they saw the sign that was on the building fly straight to the ground and break. When they looked up, they saw that crystals and other valuables had been placed with him to fall. Chelsea and Poe were absolutely delighted. They were glad that these 4 had so many crystals and would finally pay off their debts. so they hurried to collect everything that fell on the ground. Chelsea brought a shovel and began scooping the crystals into huge bags. At that moment, one of the 4 masked men approached her and asked her to put the crystals back. He said that these crystals were his debts, and then sadly fell face down on the ground. At that moment, the voice of another man came from somewhere. He turned to the Northern King. The man began to cry, begging him to return all these crystals for the sake of Mahjong. Then the third man told him that his dilapidated house should have been demolished long ago. He suggested going to his temple and continuing to play there, saying that his house was quite large. After a while, Morty joined the conversation. He only managed to get here now, since the area was very large. The boy was delighted to see the legendary 4 heavenly kings in front of him. However, now they looked very depressing. Morty then pulled out his phone, intent on capturing this legendary moment. Poe told him that he had counted all the crystals and written down his notebook. As it turned out, this should be enough to cover all the debts. Then the boy approached the 4 kings and greeted them. He said that he was the dragon cook from the house of Taote, and his name was Morty. The men at first did not believe that he was really the same dragon cook who cooked the heavenly chicken. Then Morty said that he had one question. At first the kings did not want to answer it, but when they saw the great sage behind them, they nevertheless agreed. Morty asked if they knew where the psychic was, as they needed a little favor from him. He said that he and Chelsea wanted to come down to Earth. Hearing this, all the kings took on a very menacing look. They could not believe their ears. One of them asked if he really wanted to do this with Chelsea. The girl turned to him and asked what was wrong with this. Then one of the men ordered all his other partners to grab this guy. The men also rushed at him. One of them had a huge white snake, which also decided to attack the boy. At that moment, the great sage appeared in front of him, who protected him from the snake bite. He asked them what they were doing, to which one of the kings replied that they were only punishing violators. Another asked the great sage not to disturb them. The third king said that the dragon's cook wants to return to Earth with Chelsea. They must be punished for this. The fourth king said that it was an insult for them to burst in here and say this to their faces. It was clear to them that even the 4 of them would not defeat the great sage, but he would not be able to stop them. These 2 must be punished. Panicking, Chelsea immediately dropped the bag of crystals and began frantically collecting them back. The kings once again asked the great sage to let them through without unnecessary problems. At that moment, Wukong became covered in flames and said that he would only let them through his corpse. Then Morty entered the conversation. He said that they wanted to cross the border legally. The Jade Emperor told him to issue a pass. They were going to do everything according to the rules. This answer incredibly surprised the kings. They didn't believe that Chelsea was really going to do everything by the book. Then the girl screamed, asking if he really had such a bad reputation. Morty explained to them that he had to go to some place to get a pass. He asked the Empress, however. She did not know the answer to this question, so they decided to come here. But the kings, apparently, were also not in the know. Then Chelsea screamed, saying that they just needed a pass, especially since the kings owed them. But apparently, they had no conscience. An awkward silence fell between the kings. Then one of them took out a cell phone and decided to contact the clairvoyant. He started waving his arms, thinking that this way he could use the phone. The king then laughed, saying that phones were very convenient, despite Morty's indignation that they didn't work like that at all. Soon everyone present heard someone's steps and a quiet voice. When they turned around, they saw a strange girl with a bump on her head and strange glasses. Then one of the kings said that someone was looking for her. The girl was surprised to see the great sage in front of her. He put his hand on Morty's shoulder, and then the girl asked who he was. One of the kings said that it was he who made her favorite heavenly chicken. The girl remembered this wonderful dish, and immediately realized that the dragon cook was standing in front of her. She immediately ran up to him and hugged him, saying that his heavenly chicken was simply magnificent. At that moment, the kings approached Morty and ordered him to immediately release the girl. A moment later, Chelsea approached the girl and ordered her to let go of Morty. When everyone calmed down, the girl hid behind one of the kings and asked why the guy was looking for her. Morty, hiding behind Chelsea, said that they need her magical powers to find the Jade Emperor. Then one of the kings said that this was impossible. He looked very angry, but Morty tried to calm him down, saying that this was very important to them. However, the man insisted. He said that if the clairvoyant says that it is impossible, then it is truly impossible. The Emperor could not give them such instructions. Then the great sage intervened in the conversation. He said that they were all too nervous because of such a trifle. Then he took out his nunchucks, and the kings tried to justify themselves, saying that this was not a small thing at all. One of the kings said that such strong people are not easy to track. He himself should know this. 1,000 years ago, the great sage asked the clairvoyant to also find Lord Lao, because of which her eyes became very sore, and since then she has been wearing glasses. The girl said that what they really wanted was not a specific incarnation of the Jade Emperor, since there were many of them. Then the king decided to come to her defense, asking if they really had no conscience at all. After all, the girl may go completely blind after this. He picked her up and carried her away, saying that they were not worthy of this. Po then tried to stop him, saying that they were very sorry for what happened in the past, but they urgently needed to find the incarnation of the Jade Emperor. The king said that he understood them. It was very painful for clairvoyants to use their eyes for such purposes. Then Morty asked what would happen if he healed her eyes. Hearing this, the king stopped. One of them said that it was too early. She was very old. Even the best doctors could not cure her. The other king said that he recognized that the dragon cook's dishes tasted incredible, but he did not understand how he was going to cure the girl with food. Chelsea asked Morty not to be stubborn, saying that even if the healers couldn't do anything, he certainly couldn't do it. Then Morty took his amulet in his hands, saying that he would definitely cope. As a dragon's cook, he was obliged to prepare delicious food for them. Knowledge of the nutrients and medicinal properties of foods was also his specialty. However, he needs to go to a place first, but he will be back soon. After this, his amulet glowed with bright light. Soon Morty entered the spiritual space and turned to the dragon. Then the dragon said that in fact, he didn't owe him anything. But Morty insisted that he give him a recipe to heal his eyes. Then the dragon said that he had such a recipe. However, he refused to give it to Morty. He said that he would give him this recipe only when he had a feast. The guy was tired, rested, saying that if he couldn't do this, then things would be very bad for him. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the dragon was no longer there. However, there was a note left on the pillow he had just been sitting on. As it turned out, this was the very recipe needed to heal the eyes. A strange phrase was written on it. The bright moon looking at the frog. As Morty approached the recipe, a strange screen appeared in front of him and asked him to click to begin the tutorial. Something like a video tutorial from the King of Gourmets opened in front of him. He said that today he will share one interesting dish called Bright Moon. Looking at the frog, he said that the main ingredient here will be stone frog. It is very active during the day and less active at night, lives only on rocks, and is slightly toxic. He said to first remove the head and giblets from 3 or 4 frogs, then cut them into small pieces and set them aside. Next, you need to heat the pan and add a little oil and then add the frogs. Turning the meat, you need to fry it until the skin begins to come off. And then you need to remove it from the heat. Put the pieces in a pot and add it to water from a mountain spring. You need to simmer all this over low heat for half an hour, and then sprinkle with a small amount of crystalline salt. Then you need to remove the dish from the pan and transfer it to a plate along with chopped green onions and radishes. This step is very important. Next, you need to add a little sesame oil. Under normal circumstances, the blue light of the bright moon will rise from the dish. This is a standard effect. Then the sphere should appear to the accompaniment of the frogs singing. This will mean that the dish is ready. Next comes the technical description of the homemade dish, which is not too complicated. Morty realized that the dragons seemed to want to help him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Morty still could not come to his senses. The kings looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding where he had gone. Then the guy suddenly woke up and stood up. He said he knew a dish that would help a clairvoyant heal her eyes. It was called Bright Moon, looking at a frog. One of the kings said that this is a rather strange name. However, the other king suggested why not use a medicinal dish from the dragon chef himself. Then the kings said that in that case they would not bother him. However, Morty did not answer. He looked very mysterious. Then the great sage entered the conversation. He said that first the kings must pay the money, and then they will receive the dish. The kings were shocked because they had just taken all their wealth from them. The pig got upset and asked if they really didn't have any supplies, since they couldn't cook without paying. Then one of the kings pointed to the mountains of crystals that had been taken from them and said that they had no money. He then pointed to the exhausted bear and said that they had given every last coin. However, Chelsea insisted, saying that this was a matter of principle. Then the clairvoyant entered the conversation and said that she had some money. Chelsea immediately ran up to her and said that in this case, she would pay for everything. But she asked how many crystals were needed, because she had heard that food prices were high these days. Chelsea said that this dish would cost 1 heavenly crystal. Hearing this, the kings fell into despair. Chelsea said that they work for pay, that's the principle, but she will help them find the emperor. Then the girl ran to Morty, telling him to quickly start cooking. Morty turned to her, asking if she couldn't see that he was thinking about something. Then he asked her where they would get the ingredients from. Everyone was shocked when they heard this question. However, the ghost, who was the only one who understood what was going on, said that they had one way out. He then took out what looked like a stone cube and said that this was what they needed. He explained that it was a portal. They need 14 of these cubes, which they then need to put in an arch and shoot magic, in which case the portal will take them to Taote's house, and they will have access to the garden. Chelsea asked him why he didn't show it before, but Phantom replied that he doesn't leave Taote's house often, and the portal inside it is useless. Then Chelsea and her friends headed into the portal, saying that they would go get the ingredients and would come back soon. The clairvoyant was very worried, but the king said that it was better if she trusted him. Soon Morty and his friends arrived in the garden. First they needed to catch the frogs. The ghost said that the garden is not a place where animals need to survive and have fighting skills, but it is a unique environment in which they can breed and pass on their skills. It also allows them to realize their full potential. However, Morty didn't understand how he was supposed to catch frogs when they jumped so fast. Then he suddenly remembered that the cook in that video said that they are active during the day, but at night their activity decreases when their activity is reduced, because a bright light in the eyes of a frog can cause it to lose the ability to think and move, which will facilitate a successful capture. Then Morty said that most likely the 4 Sky Kings would have to wait, since frogs need to be caught at night. Chelsea said that in this case, she would simply turn off the light. Morty was surprised by what she said, but Chelsea simply made a slight movement with her hand, turning off the light. She said the whole place runs on a single system, which is usually automatic, but can be used manually if desired. Soon Morty found himself in pitch darkness. The frogs immediately calmed down, but the guy did not even suspect that this could be done. The girl smiled and offered to get to work. Then Morty and his friends went hunting for frogs. Meanwhile, the kings and their brothers played mahjong to pass the time. However, Morty worked tirelessly, and soon the dish was ready. Chelsea noticed that it smells just wonderful. The girl said that they need to hurry up and show this dish to the clairvoyant. She said that it had already been 3 hours and she couldn't wait to eat the frogs. When Morty emerged from the portal back to the kings, he immediately apologized for the long wait. However, when he looked up, he saw something strange. The kings prepared a table that now looked more like a banquet. They said that the unsurpassed food from the dragon chef himself would surely make their lives wonderful. Then Chelsea screamed and turned the table over, saying that this dish was prepared for the clairvoyant, not for them. The kings did not dare to object, and immediately began to pick up everything that fell from the table. Suddenly, one of them felt a calm, icy aura. Then everyone sat down at the table, waiting for the dragon chef to surprise them. When Morty opened the pan, a beam of bright blue energy immediately appeared. Soon a ball appeared from the beam that resembled the moon. The clairvoyant watched in fascination everything that was happening above her. Frogs flew by every now and then. Then everyone suddenly realized that there was a full moon above them. Morty realized that the king of gourmets had not deceived him, so he invited the clairvoyant to try his creation. The girl was embarrassed that the dragon's cook had made this especially for her, so she decided to just eat a few pieces and leave the rest as an exhibit to remember this moment. When the girl tried the dish, she realized that the piece simply melted in her mouth, leaving behind a cold sensation. She seemed to be floating in cool, clean spring water. Suddenly, the girl felt a strange sensation, as if the pain in her eyes that had haunted her for hundreds of years suddenly began to disappear. Suddenly, she felt an incredibly pleasant sensation. The kings looked at the girl, who was trembling from the incredibly pleasant sensations she experienced from the dish. They noticed that the dark energy that had engulfed her body began to disappear. One of the kings noted that even the magic pill given by the doctor could not achieve such an effect. Another king said that the doctor was good at treating wounds of the body and bones, but such a disease subsided in just a few minutes. However, one of the kings had doubts and said that the dish only acted as a pain reliever, and systematic treatment was needed here. His partner said he would have believed he was serious if his mouth weren't covered in drool. Then Morty said that in fact, the Southern Heavenly King was right. The rapid reduction of symptoms is not the end. The king was incredibly happy that his guess was confirmed. Then Morty said that the first time was needed to suppress the symptoms, but to completely cure the clairvoyant's eyes, several more servings were needed to maintain the effect. Then one of the kings asked if they would take just 1 crystal for these dishes. Chelsea said that in the future they will charge the usual fees, 10,000 magic crystals per dish, and it will be the kings who will pay for it. Hearing this, the kings were very upset, but they understood that they could not lose heart. Then the heavenly sages suddenly noticed a strange light emanating from the clairvoyant. When they looked at her, they saw that the girl was without glasses, and her body was emitting a bright blue light. The girl said that now they can find the Jade Emperor. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the rich palaces, which was located at the very top of the clouds. Tai Yi stood on the balcony. He was glad that he had bought a new house again. It only cost 9.5 million crystals. He asked the bodyguards not to tell anyone about this price, otherwise they would create quite a mess in the stock market. However, he was suddenly struck by a bright flash of light. It flew through the entire house and made the gentleman and his bodyguards fly away. They did not understand what kind of ray of light it was, but they had a feeling that it was better not to touch it. The man thought that the clairvoyant was different, and her power had increased many times, and he did not understand what she had gone through. Residents of other houses also noticed this beam. Some of them grinned, saying that this girl was again looking at handsome guys. Others said that they had not felt her power for a long time. Some were outraged because they felt like they were being spied on and rushed to hide. Meanwhile, the girl was busy with her work of finding the emperor. The great sage noticed that, apparently, she began to see further. One of the kings said that she should rest, since she had already worked long enough. However, the girl suddenly announced that she had found the one she was looking for. A small note appeared in front of her, which said where the person she was looking for was now. She wondered if she should stop here, but she had a bad feeling and decided to continue. In her visions, she saw a high door and decided to see what was behind it. In the end, these people helped her a lot. She needed to do the job efficiently. Behind the door walked a figure covered with a strange dark aura. It was a dark-haired man. When he felt that someone was spying on him, he immediately turned around and his eye flashed red. At this moment, there is still a terrible force thrown back. Chelsea immediately rushed to help, asking if she was okay, but she also screamed. They say her eyes were burning. Then the girl handed her a pill and asked her to take it, saying that it would help her recover. At that moment, one of the kings approached her, saying that this was enough. The clairvoyant was in pain, so she had to come up with another way to find the incarnation of the emperor. However, the girl said that she found what she was looking for, and then she cast a spell. Suddenly something similar to a map appeared on the ceiling. Morty looked at this in surprise, and then suddenly became horrified. The entire map was covered with strange red dots. Then the clairvoyant said that these dots indicate the places of incarnation of the Jade Emperor. Morty was horrified, because there were incredibly many of these points. Then the girl explained that the Jade Emperor was reincarnated countless times, and this is only a small part of the places in which he was. According to gossip, his incarnation is hidden throughout the heavens. Then one of the kings approached the clairvoyant and asked her not to talk about it like that. He said that the reason why Siwanmu sent them here is because the incarnation of the Jade Emperor is new, and they are easy to find. But other than just guessing, they have no choice. Then I asked if they would really have to check all these places. However, Morty noticed something strange. He poked at one of the parts of the map and asked them why the color was blue. The clairvoyant explained that the blue color means that the energy of the Jade Emperor itself is there, and its movement has not been there for about 100 years. Morty chuckled. Since he hasn't moved in 100 years, it's no wonder he didn't tell him exactly where he was reincarnated. Chelsea and Poe were surprised by what their friend said. Morty said that the Jade Emperor had incarnated and was waiting for them at the Frost Thunder Temple. Then Chelsea asked why he thought he was there. The great sage said that the Emperor is quite a strange guy, so they should get used to it. Poe smiled, saying that in this case it was not in vain that they returned so many crystals. The pig said that in this case they should go to the Ice Thunder Temple. Then the great sage summoned his high-speed cloud transport again. He said that he would ask his double to collect all the immortal crystals and treasures for them, and take them to the house, while they themselves needed to hurry up and go to the temple. Before they left, Morty called out to the clairvoyant. She thanked the guy for her cure. Morty smiled and said that everything was fine, and she could continue to contact him. Then they all left on a flying cloud. While they got to the temple, Chelsea looked at the large, unprocessed crystal. It seemed to her even more beautiful than ordinary ones. She talked to him as if he were a living being, causing bewilderment among her friends. Then suddenly, to her surprise, a huge bone flew into her face. When the girl opened her eyes, she saw that there was a black dog on the cloud. She took the crystal in her mouth and began to bark angrily at the girl. Chelsea then screamed at the dog, ordering it to return the crystal. The next moment, she took on the form of a dragon, causing the dog to run away in fear. Out of anger, Chelsea hit the cloud with her tail so hard that the shockwave hit Morty and his friends. Then the sage went up to the bone and examined it, thinking, is this really the work of a heavenly dog? Then he realized that Chelsea was in trouble then. When Morty came to his senses, he cried, saying that Chelsea had treated him very unfairly. However, when he stood up, he realized that neither the great sage nor Chelsea were there. He turned around and saw a strange glow behind him. As it turned out, a battle of immortals was taking place right behind him. The pig screamed that it was time for them to retreat, and suddenly at that moment something landed right a centimeter from the guy's face. As it turned out, it was a spear. At that moment the guy realized that he had almost been killed. Soon he heard something rush past them with deafening speed, and then he heard Chelsea's voice. When he turned to the side, he saw a girl who was prevented from moving by an incomprehensible gold ring. He asked the ghost what could be used to tear it apart, but Poe didn't know. He said that most likely it was an artifact. Then Morty thought that perhaps this was the same artifact as his knife, which could take different forms. He turned to Chelsea and said that he would help her now. The next moment, he turned his knife into a huge axe and brought it towards the girl, causing her to scream in horror. Then he struck a strong blow to the ring, which prevented the girl from moving, but this prevented him from making a barrier that protected the ring. Suddenly, the barrier shattered into pieces, like a burst balloon, and the ring rolled to the side. Then Chelsea realized that this Neza had interfered with them again. Soon, a boy appeared in front of them with some kind of candy in his mouth. He said that he did not expect that death could break this circle. Apparently, his knife was also not easy. He said that he was very sorry for that. What just happened, and hopes that Chelsea isn't mad at him. He then turned to the great sage, who was standing behind him and holding his head, and asked if they would finally let him go. At that moment, the spear, which almost hit Morty, suddenly flew into the sky and flew somewhere away, causing the guy to jump away in fear. He was intercepted by a strange shadow man who swore at the great master, saying that he was no martial artist, and if he had the art, then he should fight him. He said that he was officially challenging him to a fight, and as soon as his eyes opened, he would realize how wrong he was. Morty, Chelsea, and everyone else looked on in surprise. The great sage said that if he wants to fight, then first he needs to at least look at the enemy, but he always stands with his back to him. Then the stranger shouted that all this was dishonest, and he was just cheating. He then came out of the shadows and said that if he had honor, he would end it all today. However, first he wanted to see if the great sage could endure a fight with him. Wukong chuckled, saying that no matter how much he fought, and the result of the battle would never change. He had never defeated him. However, he still did not want to accept the truth. The man, who turned out to be named Julian, said that the great sage would pay for his words. His Holy Spirit True Eye technique had been perfected. His power would crush the void, and he would give the monkey a chance to apologize. Otherwise, he would regret it. However, the great master did not yield, saying that he did not use his strength to its fullest. Otherwise, he simply would not have survived. A serious quarrel arose between the men. Then Chelsea said it was time for them to get down to business. She said that fighting is good, but the main theme is food. They should remember that. Julian said he didn't care about food and was going to fight to the death. Then Chelsea took out her list of debtors and said that he owed the Tauda house a decent amount of money and asked when he was going to pay it back. Julian and Neja turned away, saying that this was the first time they had heard about it. Then Chelsea turned to the great sage for help. She handed him the book and told him on which pages the information with their debts was located. Then the great sage approached them and laughed slyly, intending to collect debts from them. The men ran away in horror, and Wukong immediately ran after them. Morty chuckled, saying that the name of the great sage was on par with the name of the Jade Emperor. In the end, Neja and Julian stated that they have a life that is more expensive than any crystals, and they are not going to bend under the system. Chelsea said that was exactly what she expected from the old scoundrel, the head of the heavenly court. The great sage chuckled, and then suddenly began to spin at an incredible speed. Julian asked him what he was doing, because he could see him, and there was no way he could hide from him. However, when he suddenly looked at his hand, he noticed that he had no weapon. And when he looked down, he saw that all that was left of his clothes was just extra underwear. She said that if they don't have money, they take advantage of it. Then Julian gave the command to the heavenly dog to attack his enemies. The dog, who had just been a small dog, turned into a huge Cerberus, whose head was smoking with anger. He immediately rushed towards the great sage, intending to fight with him. However, within a few moments, the dog turned back into a small puppy, which was defeated in battle. Then Neza told his brother that they had something else. Julian said that now he had no other choice. His divine eye controlled life and death, and he intended to show this to his enemies. However, as it turned out, it was just a matter of cover, and they were simply distracting attention, and then abruptly ran away. Chelsea said that this is not the first time they have done this, but the great sage said that they will not run far. Julian and his brother continued to flee, but they soon came across the great sage and his company again. They ran forward, but after a while they met them again. The longer they ran, the more often they began to bump into the great sage, who looked more and more cheerful. Then, when they realized that they could not escape from here, they stopped and fell to their knees, begging to be let out of here. Chelsea then approached them and said she would give them a chance. If they don't have immortal crystals to pay off their debts, they can use their magical treasures as collateral. The rest will be exchanged for immortality crystals or debt reduction. When the debt is paid off, she will return their weapons and armor to them. Then she said that in fact, the Taute house has been short of hands for a long time. They could use their help. Julian was unhappy with this proposal and asked if they had a choice. Chelsea said that there are many immortals in this world who owe money to the Tiote house, so the amount of work they have is not small. Morty said that they must return to the mortal world, so someone must collect the debts that the gods owe. They cannot be allowed to go unpunished. Then Julian said that this had nothing to do with him, so he refused to work for them. Then the great sage intervened in the conversation. He said that nothing interesting had happened in heaven for 100 years, but there was plenty of entertainment to be had along the way to get out of debt. The great sage said that while they were paying off their debts, he was having fun, and this was not really for the Tiote house. Then Julian said that he was with them only for pleasure, and it would definitely not be considered part-time work. Chelsea then handed them 2 employment contracts to sign, so she left them no escape route. The pig asked her why they didn't have contracts before, and the girl replied that she had drawn them up especially for this couple, so that they would not run away again. Julian, along with his brother, were forced to sign a contract saying that they had their flesh, but they would never have their soul, and they would also file a complaint against them for illegal child labor. After this, Morty and his comrades continued on their way to the temple. As it turned out, when Julian and Neja tried the food at Tiote's house, they decided to renew their contract. The boy said that if they wanted to go to the Ice Thunder Temple, he would not accompany them. The last time he went to report on his work, the Jade Emperor left him there reading a book for 3 years. The pig said that this is not a disaster and can be survived, but Neja said that if they don't believe in it, then they should just forget about it. They'll never go there anyway. Soon, the great sage reported that the Ice Thunder Temple was directly ahead. Soon the guys saw the outlines of a huge building that was right in front of them, hidden among the clouds. The great sage said that this is not an ordinary temple. The consciousnesses and treasures of the entire heavenly realm are stored inside it, as well as all kinds of immortal weapons and magical treasures, pills and exotic animals. In any case, they can understand this place as a separate small dimension. Then he said that he needed to do something, and the guys could go inside. He asked them not to worry about anything, to take their pass and go through. Morty then asked Neja, Poe, and the pig if they would go with him, but they refused. Julian told them the door was open. Soon Morty saw that the huge tall doors had indeed opened, revealing a bright light. Julian asked how to follow him without getting lost, because the Ice Thunder Temple is very large, so they need to be careful. Chelsea told Morty to be careful, saying she had a bad feeling about it. Suddenly, some kind of spell flashed in front of Morty's face. He saw blue energy in front of him. Meanwhile, the temple gates were closed. Neja and the pig were left alone outside the building. Then the boy asked them if they believed him, to which the phantom replied that it was better to believe than not to believe. The pig said they didn't go in so they didn't lose anything, and so they could play poker. Suddenly, Morty heard someone loudly knock something on the ground behind him. As it turned out, it was the great sage. He brought the gaming table and put it on the ground, saying that it was better for them to play mahjong, because this is a real source of joy. As it turned out, he took this table from the mahjong house right under the noses of the 4 kings. Meanwhile, something strange was happening inside the temple. Morty tried to call Chelsea and Julian, but no one answered him. As soon as they entered here, they immediately disappeared somewhere, and the guy did not know what to do. The person who made such powerful gods disappear must be someone incredibly powerful. This place was quite creepy, so the guy hoped that he wouldn't get lost here. Suddenly a man appeared behind him, his eyes glowing with a blue light. He greeted Morty, calling him his dear friend. He said that the guy should not worry, because these guys are right under his feet. At that moment, the floor became transparent, and Morty saw under his feet the room in which Chelsea and Julian were located. They read books and tears flowed from their eyes. An unfamiliar black-haired man said that they were developing themselves. He then asked Morty to forget about them for now and come to him. He then opened his cape, which had a lot of business cards hanging on it, and asked Morty what kind of pass he wanted. The guy asked if he could even choose the design style. The man said that these are the rules, and now the guy just needs to wait a little. He then said that everything was ready, and Morty thanked the Jade Emperor for his help. However, the man got angry, ordering him not to call him that. So Morty asked if he could cook something for him. The man grinned, saying that this was not a bad idea. He had just prepared the kitchen for this. He also said that he prepared many ingredients. The man was incredibly pleased with himself. He then leaned over to Morty and asked if he was from Sichuan, to which the guy replied in the affirmative. Then he asked the guy to cook him Sichuan cuisine, saying that he had not tried it for a long time. Morty immediately rushed to the kitchen, saying that everything would be done soon. While he was working in the kitchen, the Emperor thought to himself that this dragon cook was different from the others, as he had been told. But this great teaching plan was not ready yet. Morty soon prepared a variety of dishes for the Emperor, including fried beans with hot sauce, boiled sliced meat, shrimp, bamboo shoot soup and shiitake mushrooms. He said that the emperor could try each of these dishes. The man then picked up one of the shrimp with his chopsticks, noting that they were firm and full of flavor, retaining the freshness of the river flavor that paired beautifully with the fresh cucumber. The beans were crispy, but not too soggy, cooked just right, even better than the beans he ate 100 years ago. There was also a new dish in the mortal world that had only been around for about 100 years. Pieces of boiled pork in a spicy sauce. Sichuanese. The emperor said that he had never tried this before. When he had tasted all the dishes, he handed several passes to the guy. He said he eventually remembered to activate the health code. Then Morty asked what about Chelsea. The man asked if he was planning to leave right now. He asked if he was not concerned about the heavenly feast. Morty realized that if the emperor had not said this now, he would not even remember about him. So he handed him the book, and asked him to remove the seal from it. The emperor said that this was nothing for him, and did it with one movement of his hand. Bella immediately burst out of the book. She said that she would fight the Jade Emperor, and was going to stick his head into the flour and blow it up. Then she suddenly noticed that he looked somehow different, and asked if it was his doppelganger brother. She then asked where they were. When she found out that they were in the Frost Thunder Temple, she screamed, asking how she ended up in this place. The last time she was in this place, the stupid Jade Emperor had locked her in a recipe. She then flew up to Morty and asked if he was worried about her. When Morty said that the Jade Emperor was right in front of them, the man immediately threw the book aside and said that he and the Emperor were completely different creatures. He is not the Jade Emperor, he is him. Then Bella walked up to him and said that being the Jade Emperor's obedient dog isn't so bad. The man hit her and silenced her, and then turned to Morty, saying that what he just heard, he should not know anyone else, and he will be watching Bella from now on. Then he handed him the pendant, telling him to take it with him, because in the world of dangers, the jade pendant would protect him. Morty accepted the pendant, but said that he didn't think there were that many dangers in the world. The man said that now that they were almost ready, they should go straight to the southern heavenly gate. Then he made one movement with his hand, and Morty and Chelsea felt a strange sensation. He then wished him a good trip and disappeared. He headed towards the doors, leaving dense clouds of smoke behind him. He decided to keep Julian with him, deciding that it would be useful for him to read books. Soon Chelsea and Morty made it out of the temple and found themselves outside again, and what they saw amazed them greatly. The great sage and his brother Nazir and Poe sat at the table and played mahjong. They were a little annoyed that their friends had returned so quickly. Then Neza asked where his brother had gone, to which Morty replied that when he was cooking for the Jade Emperor, he saw him in the library, and the Emperor said that he wanted him to, he read more books. While Morty was showing his friends passes to the earthly kingdom, the four kings appeared behind him, saying that it was very good that they now had every right to leave. Having just been told by the Jade Emperor to wait here and check their tickets, Morty turned to the kings and thanked them for their help, and also apologized for the trouble. One of the kings said that before they got down to business, they had to get their mahjong table back. Then he gave them all the lists of debtors and said that they should keep them very carefully. They are provided with unlimited cola and milk tea and will not be mistreated. Then the king said that the passes had been examined. Chelsea said that usually the heavenly soldiers do the checking. They are the four heavenly kings. Then the kings said that they would witness a big event in history. And most importantly, Chelsea had finally officially walked through the gates with a pass. However, they understood that it was necessary to end these formalities, and asked to quickly open the heavenly gates for the 9th princess and the dragon chef. Soon, a huge portal appeared in front of them, which almost reached the heavens. The kings said that when they walked through this door, they would return to the mortal world. Morty turned around to take another look at his comrades. Behind him stood everyone with whom he had walked this difficult path as a dragon cook. Chelsea and his closest friends in this kingdom stood closest to him. Memories of all the events that he lived during the entire time he was here flashed before his eyes. He thanked everyone for being with him throughout this journey, and promised to be with them until the end. He then took Chelsea's hand and asked if she was ready. The girl squeezed the guy's hand tightly in hers and nodded. After that, they stepped into the portal together towards future adventures.